Okay, that should have fixed that. Sucks so much. Yeah, I'm just gonna say screw it to kick. I don't know if that's messing it up. Anyways, at least got both YouTubes and Twitch. Okay. Where were we?
If it were true of the human, would justify stabbing the human to death for food.
When he describes it, it sounds great. Logic.
So yeah, what I was saying was like that actually is a fair way to demonstrate how it's typically not only deployed but also the general understanding of name the trait in a short and simplistic format. It obviously should have a bit of example or some examples to it, something exemplary, but I wouldn't say I'm opposed to that as it exists as a general way to demonstrate it. Sure.
Logically sound, rock solid. But does name the trait logically sound, rock solid. But does name the trait propel Karnus down?
Yeah, so she just nonstop does this. She just, yeah, it sounds great, but does it help? Sounds great, but does it help? I get it. You can contrast it as much as you want, Natalie. Whether or not it's logically airtight is distinct from the idea of whether or not it actually has an impact, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I know. That's been your implication. That's your positive claim. That's your burden, so on and so forth. But yeah, there's so many reasons why so many ways to explain why that fails, even just fundamentally as we appreciate philosophy, even when we talk about positions where we don't have, any sort of lack of appreciation or where we don't have any knowledge or anything like that on the specifics as it pertains to as it pertains to the psychology. Like, again, I like to source how we have treated any abolitionist movements previously. Civil rights, women's rights, fucking just like all of these different movements have been appreciated from a foundation where we said, look, if somebody decides to deny the point that you're making because the tone was harsh, like, they're the problem. Yeah, I think, like, when she indicates that making people feel challenged doesn't persuade, it's just denying the neural moral process that converts our emotions into conviction. She loves the idea of gentleness working, so on and so forth. It's really just defending the sedation of how the pipe dream of how she believes psychology and ultimately philosophy works, where it's just really, really, really child's play. Like, it's just like, you're just nice, you smile for a second and someone goes vegan. Like what the fuck are you talking about? No, don't prioritize this sort of sedation over transformation. I don't think she would accept this in any other sort of movement.
On the vegan.
Oh yeah, and then the fucking condescension behind moral superiority. Oh, the implications are fucked here. Number one, that connotates that somebody is only deploying name the trait. That connotates either a few things. That somebody is either only deploying name the trait so that they can appeal as if they're better than somebody else, just in terms of some feel good, some ego. Number two, it makes it sound like even if you're not intending to do that, that's what you're ending up doing by means of, mentioning something that's very difficult to swallow. It's a tough pill. It's a cold, hard truth. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what? that means that somehow I am trying to get off egotistically now? No, I don't think so. I think that you would like that to be the case so that you don't ever have to have uncomfortable conversations anymore. You know what sooner fits this hypothesis, Natalie? The idea that you just avoid difficult conversations with people because you merely choose to avoid the discomfort that you have in those conversations, as opposed to people who have the patience and the energy to sit through it. That's not moral superiority. That is patience past spite. That is fucking absolute rigor. Okay, you don't appreciate what that fucking takes. Being hated on, trolled on, bullshitted. That's not fun. That's not great. That's not fantastic. Okay? You know what's you want to know what the joyride is? Your little fucking rainbow over there? It's the yeah, let's just smile together even though you're only committed to, changing out the cheese, the rape cheese this week. Fuck right off. No, not the case, not happening. If you don't have any appreciation towards the same logical foundation you would have for trade equalized humans, for any other human rights based movements where you did not call it moral superiority, you did not call it the sort of condescending shit that you're calling it now, just something that attempts to do good but fails, you would be deploying yourself. And if not, and if you would be consistent and be just as fucked up, then, as I would say in any other movement, you better stay the fuck out of my way, Natalie.
Vegan path, or is it more likely to backfire? My primary issue with
Piper, I never liked her videos. Fuck, I see that. She wants to break down people barriers for familiarity, but is afraid to be disliked. Get with the program, Natalie. Psh, seriously.
Name the trait is that you're trying to guide more likely to backfire. My primary trait propel Carnus down the vegan path, or is it more likely to backfire? My primary issue with name the trait is that
and let's play a game. I have to take a shot of fucking alcohol every single time she not only makes a positive claim that she can't defend, but says something that she doesn't give credence towards the counterfactual that could give more appreciation towards name the trait actually being effective, but doesn't. For example, why doesn't she talk about it being possible that people give initial backlash to name the trait, but they're actually entirely being affected by it? Isn't that kind of funny? Isn't that extremely fucking suspicious that she decides to say name the trait doesn't have any sort of effectiveness with regards to people because she's going to mention some negative stimuli that somebody said something to her, they gave their experience, they didn't like it, they were upset, blah 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 blah, and it will say nothing about if they were actually impacted by name the trait and just didn't appreciate it, which is very suspicious that she's just succumbing to ideology and not engaging with her pretend agnosticism on name the trait. Yeah, she's absolutely gonna fucking do that. $billion fucking dollars, okay?
that you're trying to guide people
If I lose, I'll go rob Trump.
toward a certain conclusion, but you end up issue with name the trait is that you're trying to guide people toward a certain conclusion, but you end up doing the opposite.
She doesn't stop. You try to guide people towards a certain conclusion, but you end up doing the opposite. This is so painful it hurts. Stop having a conclusion which is just your premise. Hey, how do we know God exists? How do you conclude that? Oh, easy. Humans breathe, God exists, therefore God exists. You fucking moron. I asked you for a conclusion that does not appear as a premise in your argument. Obviously, if you assert it to be true, what your conclusion is if you exert what you are intending to be true or if in your argument for proving something to be true, you assert it to be true, then your reasoning is flawed because you're literally taking from the very idea that your belief is valid because your belief is valid. It's just a fucking circle. It's so stupid. Why would I ever do that? God, that's dumb. God, that's dumb. Holy shit. You want me to believe that name the trait is a problem, and you've already committed circular logic? Yeah, everyone's not following name the trait when Natalie Fulton deploys it in the streets, everybody. Yeah, this is like, hey guys, bench pressing doesn't work. It doesn't build your chest. Really? Show me how you bench press. Yeah, no problem. You're going down. Your chest is, doesn't work, bro. Doesn't work. Look, I told you, as a part of me trying to go up, I just go down. But why don't you try to just go up? Like, how do we know that you can't move your muscles upwards and build your chest? Because it's a part of the movement. A proof that it's part of the movement is that it's part of the movement. Like, shut the fuck up. You're retarded. Like, you don't know what it is that you are doing, what you are saying. Now, I really don't even believe that it's that, Natalie. I believe that because of how simplistic this really is, especially if you sit down and think about it for just a few minutes, you have an incentive to make name the trait sound bad. So you stop so you stop encountering or engaging with conversations that make you feel bad.
The goal is to highlight that we're similar to animals. So why are we asking?
Wait, what? The goal is to highlight that we are similar to animals? Oh, Lord. Lord, oh fucking mighty, Natalie. Oh my God, you're so dumb. You're so... Okay.
That's really bad.
Yeah. So no. What it's trying to say is not highlight that we are similar. It's to highlight that there is no morally relevant distinction between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other. You might say, that's all that I mean. I'm trying to say that the idea behind name the trait is that there's not a morally relevant distinction. Well, it doesn't have to deal with that we're similar. I could say that I'm similar to another being and not be making a point that there's not a morally relevant distinction. If you don't highlight that the whole point is that somebody cannot name a morally relevant distinction because between the two beings, such that it's okay to kill only one, not the other, you've not hit on name the trait. That's not even the priority that you would give in order to describe name the trait. I don't know where the fuck you would think that. That's so fucking far gone. No, not at all. Zero fucking chance, Natalie. No. What was I gonna say? With regards to name the trait, what was I gonna say? Let me just run it back.
The opposite. The goal is...
The goal is to highlight the differences. No, so in fact, the idea is that the similarities that somebody can see but doesn't appreciate, or I should say it this way, there is a minimum appreciation that people have towards the minimum sentience level of trait equalized humans, such that they would not remove moral value from them. And so if animals possess this as well, then they're not going to have a reduction in value as just as animals wouldn't. If the trait equalized beings wouldn't, then the animals wouldn't. That's more of a focus not on similarity, on some unspecified traits. That's just having the same trait that matters between both beings, which is some minimum sufficient level of sentience that is present within animals, or trait equalized humans, which is also present within animals.
Is to highlight that we're similar to animals. So why are we asking people to enumerate our differences?
Wait, what? Wait, this is her big brain point? We are similar, so why are we asking people to enumerate our differences? Oh my god, she's already equivocating.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. You know, it was bad enough that even in trying to be charitable, one would have thought that you were trying to say what I was effectively saying is actually being asked of Name the Trait, which is to, or pointed out with regards to Name the Trait, which is that people likely hold to the core value of appreciating a minimum level of sentience. And so, regardless of the differences that we possess, there's not a morally relevant one. She says, if we're similar, why are we talking about how we're different? What the fuck are you saying? No, it doesn't assume a fixation on similarity. So you're starting off wrongly. And then as in regards to the, so why are we focusing on the differences? Because there has to be, literally logic dictates that there has to be if you have if you have two sets of beings and you have a difference of attitude on those two sets of beings with regards to something such as whether or not they deserve the rights to life and autonomy, logic dictates that there has to be a trait that is true of one, which if it were true of the other would cause you to have the same attitude as you do the other. That's a point of only being able to highlight that you treat the two different beings with a different attitude because you spoke about the morally relevant difference. You've just reframed it in a confusing way that doesn't attempt to convey the basis of what Name the Trait actually intends to prioritize, which are the morally relevant differences, not similarities. So dumb.
Imagine my goal was to persuade you to marry your girlfriend, and to do that, I asked you to list all of her negative.
No, this wouldn't be analogous to say, I am trying to get you to marry your girlfriend. Imagine if you had, here's a more relevant symmetry breaker between that comparison and Name the Trait. I know. It would be if you had an attitude that caused you to believe that you ought not, again, a whole lot of nothing. Yo, Mike, can you shut the fuck up instead of constantly posturing from the corner there? You're just going to be up there with the whole list of cucks that has a lot of shit to say over text, but can't say shit to my fucking face, can you? Get on voice, dude. Stop cucking in the corner. You're a cuck king. As philosophy is fucking over your dumbass positions, okay? You're jerking off in the corner, watching it, and just going, oh my god, it's doing everything I can. I know, you can't debate, you can't think, you don't engage in critical thought. Last chance, dude. Hop on voice or you're out. Hop on voice or you're out, man. What's it gonna be? Let's see what he said. I get that hypotheticals could test ideas. When they're drifting to science fiction, yeah, you don't appreciate what the concept of hypothetical is. That whole conversation went by your head because you're a bad faith interlocutor. Like mixing cow DNA into human, they stop being useful. Not true. You could have said the same thing during the 1850s when you tried to explain it to a slave master. They stop being useful. It doesn't actually apply to the real ethical question. It actually absolutely does if that's somebody's reasoning. Don't call me a poor baby when you're the one sucking your thumb because you're too busy with the pacifier in your mouth or the thumb to be able to hop onto VC and figure out how to make that shit work. Bye-bye! What was I going to say? So, Natalie, anyways, when you say Name the Trait is analogous to this idea of you trying to have an end goal of persuading somebody to marry their girlfriend, what that's missing is a difference of or a secondary attitude. You have not named an additional attitude to the being in question. You'd have to compare it to, well, there's a girl that you want to marry versus a girl that you don't want to marry. And what trait is true of the girl that you don't want to marry To which, if it was true of the girl that you do want to marry, you wouldn't want to marry her either. So you have to figure out two sets of beings. That's criteria number one. You have not even reached that. You're so fucking stupid. Number two, you have to show a difference of attitudes with regards to those beings. You've not met that either. You haven't even established two sets of beings. How is it that you're going to have two sets of attitudes? Wow, that's kind of a problem, isn't it? Number three, you need to ask them what the difference is between the two beings, such to that if the thing that has the that doesn't have value was true of the thing that did have the value in question that you were pointing out, what would make it what trait or set of traits in question would make it such that the thing that does have value would not have value anymore? So yeah, you're not talking about name the trait. You're literally talking to yourself about some reconstruction straw man of name the trait. Good job. Yeah, I have a problem with this idea too. And guess what? That doesn't mean I have a problem with name the trait, because it's not name the trait.
Negative traits. I can say the point is to show you to list all of her negative traits. I can say the point is to show you
What?
that none of those negative traits would warrant a breakup, in the hopes that
I could show you that none of those traits would warrant a breakup. If there were two sets of girls, one was your current partner and one was wait. So she didn't even say there were two sets of beings. Now at the end she's saying there's your current partner. What? There's your current partner, she's so fucking dishonest. Holy shit. There's your current partner. So get this. There's a current partner whom she said the goal was to try to get the person in question to marry their partner, their girlfriend. And so then she jumps to, she could try to get them to believe that she could try to get them to appreciate that no negative trait would warrant a breakup. Why is the end goal about a breakup rather than it being the end goal of getting them to be married? And where is the secondary set of beings or being object to be compared to? Therefore, then where's the attitude? The difference of the secondary attitude? Like, you know what's not even tracking? Even if I were to say, yeah, so what she's trying to say is like, there's two sets. She just spoke poorly. She's trying to say there's two sets of the partner, and if you're trying to if it were correct, it would be, if you're trying to show that you weren't trying to break, you shouldn't break up with your partner despite you having problems with her, that there's no negative trait that is true of your partner, which if it were true of your hypothetical partner, which if it were true of your current partner would cause you to break up with her. That's not even what she's saying, because she switched the goal from X to Y, which is not what name the trait would do. It would only index it towards one context, which is killing and eating the being in question. It wouldn't say, yeah, so if your goal is to get them to realize that they wouldn't kill and eat the being, you know, why, what's like a parallel to something positive? It's like she started with something positive, so it would be like, yeah, so I believe that people should focus on, or if your goal was to get people to like fund a sanctuary, you could show them that there's no negative trait that if it were true of animals would cause them to want to kill them. Like, what the fuck is this mental fucking fit she's having? There's so many variables displaced. It's what? That's not even remotely close to how anyone would begin to think of the accurate foundation of name, the accurate understanding of name the trait. You've not established one clear goal, which would, if it were named the trait, it would have to be believing that it's wrong to kill and eat a being for food, an innocent being for food. Number two, that if you then kept that true of them, that then you have a second being that they think is okay to kill and eat for food, or a second being that you just have a difference of attitude towards if we generalize name the trait to showcase it as a general consistency test. Finally, you would talk about how if they have a difference of attitude for the one versus the other, that you would then ask them what the differentiating trait or set of traits are between the two, such that it warrants the difference of attitude, and if they would be consistent on if that were true of the being in question. So just like I named the trait shows, if the trait were intelligence, and you had like intelligence of a cow, and you had a person who was as mentally handicapped as a cow, would it be okay to kill and eat them? If it were plugged into her marriage scenario, it would be something like, hey, say I was trying to get you to find that it's wrong to break up with your partner, not to have the goal to marry her, then I could show you that there's no trait that's true of, negative trait, such a weird way to put it. There's no trait that's true of a version of your girlfriend that does something that's wrong, which if true of your current girlfriend who hasn't yet done something wrong, but let's say would be true of her, that would cause you to break up with her. And that would effectively be at least running the same structure of name the trait. But it wouldn't be landing on the same point, because obviously there's not the same level of absurdity that exists. Like somebody desiring not to be with somebody even after, let's just say you plugged in the trait, murders an entire family, or let's just say in the spirit of veganism, kills an animal. If that would be the trait that would cause you to find it to be wrong to break up with, to be with somebody, then yeah, in order to be consistent, you'd break up with them. And where's the absurdity, right? They just did something as psychopathic as fucking killed a sentient being for food. So yeah, that's pretty reasonable to me. But again, she's missing out. There's so many fucking shady moves here. She's missing out one on the point behind that, which is like the power of the reductios, the logical consequences, and two, she's got the structure all wrong by framing it as if like it doesn't have a clear goal in mind, because if you're trying to highlight the similarities, why would you talk about the differences? It's not trying to highlight the similarities. It's trying to highlight that there's quite the opposite, that there's no morally relevant difference if you think that there is one, such that it's wrong to kill. Such that you think that it's okay to kill and eat the one and not the other. And if there's no distinction that exists because they are minimally sufficiently valuable enough, then you ought value both. Now, when you say that somebody, when you say that that concept that I just said right there, that they possess minimally sufficient value, where I can see somebody try to muddy the waters is by saying something like, so with regards to name the trait, you're saying that like they're just trying to say they're similar enough to humans such that they deserve value. You could frame it that way, but you don't want to for this very reason, that somebody may confuse the matter. It's kind of like how people equivocate on the word equality in the equalization in the term trade equalization process, to take it to mean that the point of the trade equalization process is to say that humans and animals have equal moral value. It's like you can't just take a word like this is like the false friend concept within Spanish. You can't just say siempre means simple, like it means always, dumbass. Like no, like appreciate what the reality of what somebody is saying. They're trying to express to you that when equalizing the traits between X and Y, there's no point where you would genuinely think that moral value is lost without succumbing to a position that would be absurd to anybody who appreciates, irreducibly appreciates human rights. So, that's the same sort of move she's making. She's like, well, you can think of minimum sufficient value that you're trying to make a point that people ought consider people to have with regards to animals versus humans, that you're trying to say they're similar enough, right? And if they're similar enough, why would you talk about the differences? It's like, wait. You just because you just perform mental gymnastics. That's not what I'm saying. You just claimed that I'm trying to focus on the similarities. No, it's not similarities plural. Only if you define similarity as the trait of possessing minimum sufficient sentience such that someone ought value it, or someone really does value that being already and they're just not appreciating that they only that trait in question is what you're trying to get people to focus on. And in trying to get them to focus on how they appreciate that single component, you are running through all the differences that they claim would exist between beings X and Y, in this case humans and animals, such that they say that that trait of them possessing what minimally sufficiently ought be held valuable enough for you to grant them the consideration towards, or to grant the right to life and autonomy, is not relevant, right? If they're going to claim that trait of sentience is not relevant, they have to say that there is a difference that exists between the two that serves as the morally relevant symmetry breaker. So no, you just you equivocated on the word similarity, where it's supposed to mean both, one, the single trait of having minimum sufficient moral value such that minimum sufficient sentience such that it ought warrant, such that if you were to appreciate that you have that for humans, that regardless of the traits that are removed between humans and animals, then you would that there's not a difference that you can name aside from that similarity that would cause you to appreciate the one, to not appreciate the one versus the other. So it's just the going back to the point, the equivocation exists between the concept of similarity meaning both, one, the trait of appreciating sentience, and two, being what somebody claims the traits that morally differentiate the beings are, that serve as a distinction between humans and animals, such that trait or set of traits would cause you to not appreciate the original trait. So nice try. Yeah, so stupid.
That you'll be persuaded to propose, but we can see that it would have the opposite effect. Instead of thinking, oh, she isn't quite ambitious enough, but that's okay because I love her, you would think,
wait, what? She's not quite ambitious enough, but that's okay. I would love her.
wow, she's not ambitious. Do I really want to be with an apathetic underachiever for the rest of my life?
So, you just said it. If there was a morally relevant distinction between... So, if name the trait was correctly framed as... which I said this earlier. But if name the trait was correctly framed, not as trying to highlight the similarity, therefore you mentioned the differences, but rather trying to take one version of your girlfriend that you would want to be with, and then take the version of your girlfriend that you wouldn't want to be with, and say, yeah, well, if this trait were true of your girlfriend, would you still be with her? And it's actually a non-absurd distinction. It's a genuinely morally relevant distinction that doesn't pose any sort of reductio that people would find to be absurd, then guess what? That's not name the trait. That's that's not the deployment of how we understand name the trait, where it has the bulletproof concept of appreciating the value of humans and animals to warrant minimum sufficient for animals to warrant minimum sufficient value as you do the humans. Because yeah, you're not talking about the basic rights to life and autonomy for either girlfriend. You're talking about whether or not you're just going to do something like a privilege and fucking marry her and fuck her and take her on cruises and, you know, travel the world with her, or, you know, live in the same household and put up with their habits and blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, of course. But you know why that's not true of the animal context? Because you're not asking about, first of all, you're not asking about negative traits. You're asking, like, when you ask for a morally relevant distinction, somebody could frame it as if they are negative traits, as if to say traits that are unlikable. But really, like, for example, like, oh, they have hooves and I just don't like hooves, or something like that. But that really doesn't connotate what comes to mind, right? Like, when I think of a reduction of value, I don't think that just because somebody doesn't have a trait true of them that it has to be a negative trait. Sometimes somebody lacking a certain trait. Tyre, you're delusional, dude. What the fuck are you saying? Delusional. Yeah, you're gone fodder, bug. Yeah, that's. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So with regards to name the trait, somebody who oh yeah. So would I think of it as a negative trait by itself, like this being has hooves, and if it were true of a human, or being severely mentally handicapped, or let's say somebody said like cow species, you could frame it as I mean, I guess, like, okay, the reason why I don't like it is not because maybe it doesn't encapsulate the idea that it depicts correctly whether or not somebody thinks that's where moral value is lost, if that's all you mean by it. But it makes it sound like, for example, you inherently don't like hooves, but you may be, like, you know, indifferent to hooves or something like that by itself. But say that, or let's say being severely mentally handicapped. But, like, if someone were to be severely mentally handicapped, you don't hate them, which is, like, kind of the idea. It's like the idea that comes to mind, like, oh, it's so negative, like, I hate the idea of being mentally handicapped. It's like, you might not hate it, you might not have anger towards it, you might just think, okay, well, I don't value that being. I don't like, I don't think they warrant enough value to have the right to life or autonomy. But when I think about somebody who wouldn't want to marry somebody else because they're around somebody who's ambitious, like, you might actually hate that person or dislike that sort of attitude. It disgusts you. I don't think people have to have disgust towards mentally handicapped people, for example, in order to find them okay to Holocaust for food. I think they would just need to be, like, apathetic to their plight, like, just sort of yeah, just that, just like, oh, they don't deserve the right to life or autonomy. Like, I don't hate them, but just like, no, they don't have enough. Like, it's like, or it's not even like, it's like, it's not like disgust. It's just like, it doesn't move me. So I don't like that she goes from something that all it takes is really just apathy to a point of, like, oh yeah, you'd be disgusted if somebody had ambition, a lack of ambition, or they were lazy. Like, they should know better. Yeah, that just seems profoundly distinctive imagery in one's mind. Yeah, just completely. So,
I'm willing to bet that by the end of that conversation, you would be less likely to propose.
I think it's
Okay, a couple things. Yes, because that framework literally doesn't follow the structure of name the trait. Duh. So your analogy doesn't go through. 2, what the fuck? Was she actually there? Like, or is she just reacting with this guy to Joey Carbstrong talking to Tristan Tate? I am so fucking curious.
I'm gonna guess she's just reacting.
Yeah, probably.
it's better to like, I feel like almost let them make a positive.
I feel like it's. Hold on.
To propose.
I think it's better to like, I feel like almost let them
Almost feel like.
make a positive case for what matters, rather than inviting them to do the very human rational.
So I have no idea if Joey set up Name the Trait in such a way, or Tristan tried to retort back with regards to Name the Trait in such a way where, Tristan is so fucking stressed that he's got to smoke a goddamn cigar while he talks. I have no idea if either Joey set it up poorly and or Tristan tried to frame it in this very convoluted way that gave Natalie and is that his tag that says Pro Animal Future? No, that's on her video. Gave this guy and or Natalie the idea to think about Name the Trait in this flawed regard. But how did he word it?
Let them make a positive case for what matters.
That's actually exactly what they're doing. They're making a positive case for what they think matters, such to that it warrants moral value for one being and not the other. What? Yeah, they're making a positive case, meaning they're putting forth something that they think is what causes a being to have moral value, what matters.
Rather than inviting them to do the very human rationalizing thing to find a reason why they shouldn't care.
The human rationalizing thing to find a reason why they shouldn't care. A few things. Number one, it's not telling you to find a reason why you should not care. It's asking you if you genuinely find a reason that you wouldn't care. Saying that someone's brain is defensively set up in such a way where they're only going to attempt to engage in Name the Trait in such a way that they try to do so dishonestly. You know, when somebody gets defensive and they say, it's got to be this trait or it's got to be that trait, like, I'm so scared. What if I can't eat my dead animals tomorrow? Blah, 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 blah. If somebody attempts to make that move, okay? That's not proof that Name the Trait is inviting them to do that. That is, at best, a point that socially people feel like they can just give bogus reasons that don't actually reflect their true moral view, such to that they can give a bullshit answer. And that's not an inherent problem with regards to Name the Trait. And 2, that's not suggestive that that's what Name the Trait either necessitates or, practically speaking, does. Practically speaking, that's what people might even do. But that's not practically, that doesn't prove that it's practically the case that Name the Trait is to blame for that. And if Name the Trait is not to blame for that, obviously we ought to correct the, problems that are really, truly causing anybody to give bogus reasons that don't actually align with the moral view. let's just plug this into the slave context once again to get the intuition pump of how stupid this would be. Okay? So, somebody is incentivized when they are given a reductio to say, with regards to slave owners in the 1850s, to say, hey, why would you kill a black person? Though the slave owner, what's more of a trait or set of traits? And the slave owner says, it's just the fact that they're black, so it's a Shah Maradi position. And this guy is watching in the corner over here, and he's like, oh no, they're inviting them to name something wrong. You could look at it that way, and I don't know why you would, make it sound like name the trait is, attempting either by means of a goal to do so, or it practically speaking will, but it's not really doing that if the slave owner says, well, it's just the fact that they're black. That's the agent's fault. Why would we think that it's named? Why would we think that it's someone having their contradiction exposed? Can you explain to the folks at home what we're talking about? I just got here. Yeah, sure. So we're going over Natalie Fulton's, she's a self-declared vegan, but she couldn't be further away from it with, how much she, appears to believe in reducitarianism or reductionism. She is a, self-declared vegan activist who is talking about why she hates the consistency test known as Name the Trait. Name the Trait, if you're unfamiliar, is a consistency test that asks what trait is true of a human. What trait is true of an animal, which if it were true of a human would cause you to say it's okay to kill the human as you would the animal. It asks essentially for a morally relevant symmetry breaker or breakers between the two sets of beings, such that it would be okay to do the action of killing and eating the one being as we do to the other. And so it really stems from the core logic of the idea of how comparisons work. With regards to, trivial differences that somebody would attempt to name with regards to values that they likely logically identically hold. And she's attempting to find issues with it while utterly failing. Terribly failing. She's misrepresented it in multiple regards. She has the video title as Why I Hate Name the Trait. Yet she tried to make it sound earlier in the video like she's just trying to ask questions and explore the utility of it. But she is very arrogant on her statements, yet very ignorant. I think she's intending to not appreciate what Name the Trait is legitimately attempting to convey because she doesn't like the social discomfort that she's given, but still believes that she can get people to identify under the label as vegan, the self-identifying label as vegan, without Name the Trait, which, yeah, no shit. I could do the same thing with all sorts of positions. I could get a slave owner to believe that he is, in belief of black rights now, all because I had him, shift his mood and his emotional equilibrium is now in favor of blacks for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. And then it's just a, catastrophe waiting to happen. You blow in the house of cards and, all falls down. With something as strong as the logical foundation of Name the Trait, what she's missing is the idea that debate doesn't persuade or people shut down when they feel uncomfortable. It's a line of thinking that treats irrationality as determinism, right? And it's as though emotional avoidance were like some sort of law of nature rather than a choice, and that can and should be challenged. And that's what it really is at the end of the day. Somebody who feels invited to try to name a trait or set of traits, that's a social issue. That's not a problem with the exposition of the contradiction or contradictions that somebody has within their moral view. That's a problem with regards to how people conduct their themselves when they address logic. So I would call it a conflation of psychology and justification. It's like descriptive psychology. This idea of like many people emotionally withdraw when challenged, with normative philosophy. Therefore, we shouldn't challenge them. You know what it's like. It's like the naturalistic fallacy in disguise. It takes what is common: fragility, ego defense, social conformity, and it implies that it ought to define our strategy and ethics. Actually, you just mean the argument. I'll look into it further. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. Technically speaking, it's not an argument. It's a consistency test. You can turn it into an argument. But yeah, I mean, please do. I invite you to name a trait or set of traits that you think differentiate animals and humans such that it's okay to kill one, not the other. Like, if you said it was intelligence, would you eat mentally handicapped people? If you said it was species, would you eat Superman? If you said it was mentally handicapped and species, would you eat mentally handicapped Superman? So on and so forth. But yeah, so, any mature moral framework doesn't submit to the brain's avoidance reflex, right? Like we discipline it. This is why we've evolved our philosophy over time, guys. At one point, there were cavemen. They would rape women. They would kill each other just so they could, steal and eat their food, maybe rape each other's women, so on and so forth. And then, we started to think a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. But imagine if Natalie went back in time then and was like, yeah. I mean, like, we're just, look, like, everyone's so fragile, like, they're just not going to do what's right. I think this should define our strategy. Let's try to go about it in such a way where we get the cavemen to stop raping by allowing them to do it, but just have a reduction. Don't think about what would make it wrong. Just focus on what would what would turn them off. Just focus on the really, really gentle shit. But yeah, psychology tells us what people do, and philosophy tells us what people should strive to do. It's the superior tool. Our philosophy guides our psychology. If we were just a room full of, primitive defaults that our brain succumbs to, fucking life would be catastrophe. That's what wild animal suffering is like. Oh, animals raping each other, killing and eating each other, chasing after each other, eating each other's young. Like, it's fucking sick. Thank fucking God we have morality. Jesus. So, she's effectively, she and this guy are, and anybody like them, are effectively resigning people from the latter point of philosophy telling us what people should strive to do.
Highlighting our differences creates more differences and makes it hard.
Wait, highlighting our differences, what?
Find a reason why they shouldn't care.
Highlighting our differences creates more.
No, we're not highlighting differences. We are highlighting somebody. So that makes it sound like we're pointing out just all of the trivial differences that could exist between humans and animals. We are highlighting the morally relevant differences. And what would that look like to do universally? Where anybody's individual position on what a morally relevant distinction or distinctions are up to them, right? It's just individual. It's individualistic. So it wouldn't be first of all, it wouldn't be highlighting our differences. It would be highlighting the morally relevant differences, and it wouldn't be just highlighting morally relevant differences, because what does that mean? It would just be in incorrect syntax. Confused talk. It would be silly to say we're highlighting our differences, and it's not indexed towards a mind. We have to index it towards a view. So if it's indexed towards any one particular being, say it's you, the viewer at home, okay? If it's indexed towards you, to ask yourself what the trait or set of traits are between humans and animals such that it's okay to kill the one, not the other, what the fuck does it mean to say that you are that there's a problem with highlighting the morally relevant distinctions that you find between the two sets of beings, such to that you have the difference of attitude of killing one for cheeseburgers? That's not a problem. In fact, that's exactly how you reconcile how trivial the differences that somebody is attempting to try to name difference or differences is or are, right? Like, duh. So, no, that is entirely dishonest and stupid framing.
Differences and
Dishonest or stupid framing.
makes it harder for non-vegans to empathize with animals.
It's embarrassing to make a video about something that you dislike and you don't even have the correct traits to dislike it for.
Exactly. She doesn't have the correct understanding of name the trait, yet she had the audacity to upload a video with such arrogance in its title, Why I Hate Name the Trait. You hate a straw man of name the trait, Natalie. That's what you hate. You hate yourself, effectively, because who created the straw man? Yeah, it was you.
Instead, we should emphasize and makes it harder for non-vegans to empathize with animals.
Getting somebody to focus on the things that they don't like. Universally, people don't actually, in their core values, find to be a morally relevant distinction between, or distinctions between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill the one, not the other, only brings them closer to their view. No different than when the slave owner was asked, hey, if we all bleed, right? And that's important. She might say, that's my example because we focus on what's positive. Okay, let me frame it this way. No different than if the slave owner was asked, you say it's important that he's black, but if your consciousness was put inside of the black person, would they then become less valuable? Yeah. The answer is a pretty flat fucking no. So that would only bring the slave owner closer to their view. If the woman asked her husband after he beat her for the 15th time and she's lost a tooth and she's just wondering when she can go out to vote, finally, she picked herself up from the ground and she says, if I was a man, would you have beat me like that? And he doesn't have an answer, and he goes out to drink. If somebody were running a concentration camp during World War II, and somebody asked the Nazi, a Jew asked the Nazi before he got burned alive, hey, what's really different between you and me? You know, different enough, important enough to say that this warrants you burning me. And he were to go, yeah, I mean, if I was just born Jewish, I'd be screwed? Oh. Flips a switch. Fires come on. And it's literal hell. Yeah. That doesn't get people to empathize, Natalie? What was that right there? What was that right there? No, do not credit my acting. Do not credit my ability to inflect or facial expressions or otherwise. The underlying logic, I would have been nothing without the underlying logic right there. That's what allowed the mode of transportation to go through. That's what allowed the realization for people to wake up and say, hey, fuck, regardless of if he said it that way or not, shit. It wouldn't have fucking gone through without that core reasoning. The reasoning being highlighting the triviality of the differences when somebody claims that they're important. Natalie.
Instead, we should emphasize our similarities.
If you're going to focus on the traits that are true of the animal, that are true of the human, that cause them to value that cause them to realize why they have some level of appreciation towards the animal and human, that will never tell the agent in question why they, if, where, when, why, or how they don't possess a difference of attitude for some reason. Like, it's possible they're like, yes, it's true, a goat is cute. It deserves to be pet. It has love. It has this. It has that. It has X. It has Y. It has Z, A, B, C, D, E. Those points should all be mentioned in tandem with the realization that if all of those similarities are important, what then would be the difference? Because a difference has to exist necessarily if you have a difference of attitude, or you don't, and you're being inconsistent on realizing that you don't have, or that you have a difference of attitude that you wouldn't actually hold up to if you appreciated name the trait. But the idea just being that people don't kill animals because of the similarities. People kill animals because of what they perceive there to be an illusion of differences. Morally relevant difference or set of differences. And so the idea that people have some kind of idea of, similarities that they could focus on, if we focused on those, people wouldn't find a difference. Well, just going back to what you said, if it was true that people are going to have or what he said, people are going to try to find some difference, so on and so forth. Well, I guess as much as you focus on the similarity, as long as all they have to do is find a difference, then guess what? They would be, the animals would be fucked. Because again, they don't see why no difference justifies, and why no difference that they can name justifies the Holocaust. If they only focus on the similarities, they're leaving the world unexplored of the realization that there's no difference that would justify it. Reminding them that a similarity or similarities exist between the two such that they shouldn't kill them doesn't tell them why they wouldn't. This is like saying when people talk about like serial killers or serial rapists, people that are horrendous, that chose like wow, someone was crying out in pain, like a little girl, 12 years old being like fucking raped by a guy, just like begging not to be. And he just like laughs sadistically through that, and he can't wait to do that for like 15 more children. That like you would ever listen to somebody say, but just focus on the similarities. Focus on the similarities. Don't cause him to lose moral value, because what about all the similarities? Using your logic, if I hyperfixated on the similarities, you would never get to the realization that it's a difference or a set of differences that causes me to hate the motherfucker. So, yeah, like, it could be the case that I have traits true of, that he and I have traits true of each other that I appreciate the moral value of, but that doesn't tell me if we have a difference or set of differences that tell me why I wouldn't value him anymore, or how a being would lose moral value if they were to have those traits true of them. So this is like, perfect example is like the recent Kirk shooting. Oh, he had family, blah, blah, blah. Anybody who ever says as a means to try to justify not talking, honestly about your thoughts, even if negative, about somebody who's already passed away, or so on and so forth, about somebody who's dead because they have loved ones. The reason why that's so dumb is like, Who cares? Like, the external value, there's two reasons. I mean, there's the external value point that I named last time, but like what I'm mentioning now is like, yeah, so they have a trait true of them of having sufficient traits that I care about, like, oh, people that have external value towards you, I have some consideration towards, blah 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 blah. But then when you add the difference of being somebody I don't like, possessing some trait or set of traits, then that's when you become somebody that I lose moral value for them. So you're never answering the question of why they think it's okay to kill and eat one being versus the other, Natalie. You're only entertaining the idea that there are similarities that they should hyperfixate on, all while not addressing that the purported difference of attitude that the person in question either thinks that they have or has currently, which likely wouldn't hold up under logical scrutiny. So yes, the differences have to be focused upon for somebody to appreciate why they shouldn't do an action, not the similarities.
Ask people if animals shiver when they get cold, if they experience hunger
we
like
go.
we do, if they
Yeah, so it does the serial rapist experience hunger? Does he shiver when he gets cold? Does the serial killer did Hitler shiver when he was cold? Was he scared when they were coming for him and they had him cornered?
Yep, and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. I don't give a fuck. Like, you've not established the difference, the thing that's going to make a difference, whether or not you would rob that being of moral value.
can feel emotions like happiness,
Hitler could have felt happiness and
sadness, anger, and fear.
He could have felt anger and fear. There's still a morally relevant distinction between him and your average person, Natalie.
When we
It's almost like the difference is what causes an appreciation or lack thereof towards a being or set of beings. Again, if this is just to say that the similarity of minimums, every trait that she's naming reduces down likely to just sentience, and she's attempting to verbosify it in a multitude of traits, subcategorical traits such as one who has a subjective experience can shiver, they can feel hunger, they can feel pain, blah 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 blah. But it's all reducible to just saying that you care about the underlying subjective experience. And if that's the thing that you're saying that's similar, that's held, as in to say, held between humans and animals, such that it ought be the only thing somebody cares about, in getting them to realize, or the minimum sufficient trait that somebody cares about, and getting them to realize that they have to see that no other trait or set of traits would hold up any sort of reason why they wouldn't care about that being or set of beings.
we elucidate our similarities, we allow people to empathize with animals, and from that
It doesn't cause me two problems. Again, it doesn't cause me to feel empathy towards Hitler because I hyperfixated on subcategories of his subjective experience: hunger, fear, being cold, shivering, right? Blah 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 blah. Because of the differential trait. But number two, as I was saying earlier, it causes empathy to specifically get somebody to realize that there's no excuse they can attempt to give between two sets of beings such that they would say that the being in question loses moral value. So when you say something like, we get people to focus on the similarities more, that's a positive claim. There's no reason to believe that somebody would have less empathy if they were to focus on how there's no difference or set of good differences between two sets of beings, such that it would warrant a difference of attitude to the degree of murdering and killing them for food. yeah, I mean, and case in point, I would actually specifically put up the counter argument of how can you get them to realize the well, one, the reconciliation towards the uncertainty that lies with as curious of a mind as people have of, is there a trait? Is there a trait? I just need to think about it. I just need to think about it. I just need to think about it. Rather than inviting them to think about it all that they want and realize that there is no morally relevant distinction. So yeah, because of the idea that exists with regards to animals, the idea that exists between somebody saying I don't have an appreciation towards animals, oh wait, there's no good reason for that, versus yeah, that's true, like yeah, I'm sad when a cow dies, but the question is always going to be, am I sad enough? Do I care enough? Establishing sufficiency. And again, that's something you would have a stronger ability to achieve philosophically when you eliminate the negations of the differential traits, or you name the differential traits.
That empathy comes the desire to avoid stabbing animals for a sandwich.
No, it doesn't magically appear, Natalie. It doesn't. It really doesn't. Oh, look, I care about a cow, chicken, or pig because, like, I empathized with how they feel pain or something like that. What the fuck? Like, do you know how many people walk their dogs with leashes and tug on them and pull on their necks? And they understand that they shiver, they understand that they have hunger, they understand that XYZ, but they haven't named a trait, a morally differentiating trait between humans and animals, such that they would fucking tug on their neck. And so people don't go out there and get harnesses, which is the, morally neutral form of control for your companion animal. And they disgustingly, I all the time see them tug on their fucking necks. And I do shout out the window. I fucking say, how would you like to be tugged on? With a list of other expletives. And I hope to haunt the shit out of them. I think that they're disgusting. I mean, it's fucked up. So people understand that their cats experience hunger and fear and this and that. And guess what? They still let them outside where they'll get eaten by a coyote. Sometimes I have small talk with my 24-hour grocer, and I'll go out at like 2:00 in the morning over here, and my wife and I will talk to her and we'll just like shoot the shit, and she'll for like just like a few minutes, like while we're checking out, and she'll just say something like, yeah, I love my cat. She talks about her fucking cats all the time, and then she's like, but they go outside and I just worry about them getting eaten, and we're like, why? What? Like, she has a disconnect. Why? Not because she's focused on the similarities, Natalie. Because she hasn't focused on the differences of why she wouldn't do that to her fucking kid. Idiot. So, no, I'm not trying to say, yeah, but I'm likening the concept of the right to life and autonomy, which they do at least give to a cat or dog. That's not the point. I'm likening the lack of an intuition pump that people have because of the fact that they take an animal similarities and just focus. They just focus as much as they can on, wow, this being matters. This being matters, and they cap out to some degree because the addition of moral value that you are trying to get somebody to appreciate that they already have and ought put into action is not being implemented because of some difference or perception of difference is differences is the superior way to put it, because again, it's likely an illusion. That's the sort of crux of the idea, is that I'm analogizing that component, that if somebody has a difference of treatment with regards to two sets of beings, they're only going to feel compelled for the strongest, intuition pump for doing certain action or realizing something, if my fucking cat is choking on her purrs, should get fucking charged for animal abuse. God damn. They should people should focus on the appreciation of the differences, because that's what gives the strongest intuition pump for them to say, fuck, if this difference doesn't justify it, I have to, after having that contradiction exposed, change. That your brain is literally forced into that. So and look, if you're gonna try to name a point that like people choose to walk away, right? That's still a moral act. You know, I mean, again, if a pro-slavery sympathizer owner walked away because they didn't like the tone or they felt they were attacked, that's not proof that the debate failed. That's just proof that the listener failed their duty to reason. So that no, that's not a persuasion malfunction. That's a moral cowardice. Exactly what you're demonstrating right now, and you have this whole video. That's why you have to say that you hate a straw man of the superior point. And no, not the superiors and I'm better than you, the bulletproof point, which actually works and gets people to think about things to the highest and strongest regard. No shit, there has to be scrutiny for how it's deployed. Much like a gun, we should still use them to defend people from getting raped and murdered. That doesn't mean that just because you can use it all fucked up that now we should be against guns. Your refusal to prioritize truth over comfort is over. And yeah, go ahead and challenge me to a debate if you're not a loser.
Sandwich. The vegan position has nothing to do with viewing animals and humans as the same.
Why are you breathing life into this brain-dead carnus talking point? The vegan position has nothing to do with viewing humans and animals as the same. Moral sufficiency. Isaac has said this so many times in so many different ways. $5 is greater than $2, both enough to buy a can of Coke. Come on. Like, moral sufficiency is not the same as equality. Name the trait establishes sufficiency, not equality. Try harder.
There are diverse opinions on what the vegan position is, but most people use the standard.
Do you have any evidence that Name the Trait has ever argued for equality, dumbass? Try to even mentally gymnastic your way past that. I'd love to see the Shrek SFM in real life occur from you managing to just fucking fly across the fucking screen as you attempt to ever find a single instance of Isaac, Avi, or Richard ever making Name the Trait out to be a matter of determining moral equality with regards to moral value rather than sufficiency. Find one. Stay up all night. Stay up fucking all night for years. You won't find shit.
Definition, which is to exclude harm toward animals as far
Oh God, she pulls out the dumbest definition in the book. Go
as
ahead.
practicable and possible.
Really should be treating animals as we would trade equalized humans. Done. That sets the heuristic out perfectly. Like, I don't see a fool. I don't know why people have struggled to adopt that. I challenge anybody to tell me if they find a single issue with that. And by the way, if your issue only comes down to a practical point of people not appreciating it, that's not an issue with the position. That's like ACAB. Reform the police. Okay, no. How about or defund the police? How about just reform them if there's an issue? Why the fuck would we get rid of them? Like, we wouldn't get rid of this definition, right? We would just reform people's understanding.
You can also use a rights-based framework, which is that animals should have
Don't talk about rights, Natalie. You've embarrassed yourself in the realm of philosophy enough, okay? I know that thinking is not your forte, which is why you specialize in rhetoric and, fallacies. Your demonstration of performative like fucking conflations has absolutely numbed my fucking core. Okay, I don't even know how I'm gonna get up from this chair later because I'm gonna have to sue you for disabling me. Like, it's just so disgusting.
Negative rights, or some vegans say that animal rights are a logical extension of human rights.
You know what? It's very close to the definition that ought to exist. Some people say that animal rights should be what is it?
Or some vegans say that animal rights are a logical
Should be.
extension of human rights.
It's funny that you say that, because anybody who thinks that animal rights should be the logical extension of human rights would have the best basis because of Name the Trait. Fucking God.
Vegans differ in how they view animals in relation to humans. Some
Yeah, which is why, once again, the logical extension of human rights as it exists for animal rights, specifically, you should say trade equal as humans, is the most superior way to put it.
vegans think that animals and humans are equivalent, but a lot of vegans think
Did Richard actually say that? So, here's what I will say. I mean, you're dishonest as fuck, so I'm not taking your goddamn word for it, Natalie. What I will say is what probably happened, and this makes total sense, is that a trait equalized human has probably been analogized to an animal to the point where maybe a vegan, like Richard said, they don't see a morally relevant distinction with regards to let's say a severely mentally handicapped person and a cow. So a being that is effectively held equal in all regards, literally except for species. So yeah, I mean, like, and that's solid. Like, I mean, imagine trying to say, for example, a pig has less value than Brie or something like that. I mean, it might even be the case that the pig is more sentient or intelligent than Brie. But say that there was a mentally handicapped human that had the exact intelligence sentience level. I mean, it would be a speciesist view to say that if the only difference was their species, that they possess more moral value. It's just literally a shell morality position. You're saying, like, the virtue of them possessing the trait of being human in question grants them more moral consideration. I don't know how else to tell you that that's stupid as fuck. And anybody who has a position that those beings are morally should have equal moral value makes perfect fucking sense. That's yeah, absolutely. What the fuck? Like, yeah. Oh, earbuds died. Oh, I got this. It's already connected. Appreciate it. God, I gotta get better earbuds.
So sorry.
No, it hurts. Fucking squeezing the shit out of my hair. Okay, here we go. So
think that humans are animals
good. We're good. Just let me know if the sounds still come through. Shit, I don't think anything changed.
and humans are equivalent, but a lot of vegans
Yeah.
think that humans are above animals, but
Even from what I just played. Okay.
equivalent
Because it shows desktop audio is not lighting up. I don't know. Maybe it constitutes as earbuds.
to humans. Some vegans think that animals and humans are equivalent.
Oh yeah. So the speciesist point. I mean, but if she is talking about like vegan gains, or I don't know, Gary Yourofsky having like a misanthropic view, know that that's probably not a genuine representation of their utmost preference. I mean, it took Vegan Gains years to come around to admit that he doesn't actually want to, have like human babies be killed because, or anything like that, or that he has any ill will or anything even similar. That he has to view them to a, I actually tuned into a live stream like it was like a few months ago or something like that, and he was talking like really, normally as one would with regards to children. And yeah, I mean, like, I think it's entirely dishonest to how somebody, like, if you're being charitable, legitimately thinks of animals versus humans, like, if they're actually genuinely misanthropic. A lot of times it's just anger. Like, that's just stupid. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if she's talking about the misanthropic part. I don't know if she's talking about, like, technically they've already gone through the trait equalization process, and we're talking about for all traits except for species. I don't know.
But a lot of vegans think that humans are above animals, but that still doesn't justify.
Yeah, that's incoherent. I mean, like, humans are above animals. Well, what degree? Like, I name, for example, the concept of higher sentience and or intelligence. So, for example, like, people are lying if they're saying that they wouldn't value Einstein over a newborn. Like, some people who, like, maybe if they're like a new mother, they might be like really ideological, but like, just ask anybody who would choose 9 out of 10 would say, oh my god, if the mother was dying versus the baby, you'd save the mother. Why? Because she's an established, sentient, intelligent individual that already has connections in this world, already has a life, so on and so forth. And the other being, as sad as it may be that they would die while she's giving birth, would possess less moral value than her. I mean, that literally is a telltale sign somebody cares about the appreciation towards sentience and higher sentience and or intelligence, right? So
justify humans killing animals for comfort, and that still doesn't justify humans killing animals for comfort and convenience.
wait, what?
But a lot of humans killing animals for comfort and convenience.
Comfort and convenience. Just, God, you're so inarticulate. Jesus Christ, you'd have circles run around you by any sophist that has hopped into my live stream would philosophically eat you alive. It's embarrassing. I don't want to hear, oh, stop. I'm this isn't even my final form. I'm in my calm down, chill mood. No one would ever be this vulnerable that has, logically superior positions that are not prone to these forms of attacks that say things as dumb as convenience and
Doesn't justify humans
what is it?
Killing animals for comfort and convenience.
Comfort and convenience, whether they're redundant, whether or not you could say the same thing is true for other positions. They're going to take you on crop. That's like, Jesus Christ, lady. And it doesn't matter if the other party is just bad faith. You don't want to invite bad faith either. Like, you need to not be retarded too. You know that, right?
Convenience. I personally don't think it matters. The degree to which someone values someone else should not determine whether that individual is granted rights.
What doesn't matter?
She's trying to find a base, like the most convoluted way of saying the degree at which that minimum sufficient moral value is all that should be the topic of discussion. Guess what, Natalie? That's all Name the Trait has been saying. Jesus Christ. This is so annoying.
If you gave me the choice to kill my sister or a random person, I would kill the rando because I value my sister more highly. That doesn't mean the other person shouldn't have the same rights as my sister. Rights should be granted.
Well, you don't want to say that, because you could say that they don't have the same rights if you chose them one over the other. But you mean to say basic rights. You mean to say you have a difference of moral value. You have a hierarchy, but you don't have a loss of minimum sufficient value. Why are you pulling up fucking abstracts and shit in order to try to make such a basic point? Just make the can of Coke example. $5 is great. When I spoke to Bennett earlier, he literally recited it and was like, oh, yeah, you mean that point. Right. He's like, yeah, I got it. Like, and that's not just an anecdote. It really is the most intuitive concept. Something that we humans use every day and think about all the time, which is the value of money being plugged into something as strong as, moral value is so valuable because we're used to the concept of thresholds all the time. Well, okay, I mean, yeah, you've got more money than me, but as long as we both have enough money to go out and eat at this place so we could split the bill, let's go. Like, let's not say we can't go to the restaurant because you have more money than me. Like, oh, Jesus, what is she pulling out?
Based on objective characteristics, like as my sister. Rights should be granted based on objective characteristics, like sentience, not personal value systems.
Wait, what? Oh, God, I didn't think you could get this far. This far off course. Fuck. God. What is it you think you just said? They should be based off of you literally just said right should be based off of objective characteristics, not personal value systems. The most ironic thing is that that's a personal value system, Natalie. It's your subjective belief that, meaning mind-dependent construct, that rights should be valued in such a way where sufficient moral value is appreciated regardless of having a hierarchy that exists as well. And that is an appreciation to subjectivism. Saying the word objective doesn't mean that morality becomes objective, that you're not still deploying a personal value system. You are such a non-example of following philosophy. You poison the well when you blink. When you get up in the morning, the concept of people being logically consistent in your neighborhood have less of a chance of doing so because you merely emanate the energy that it takes in order for somebody to lose motivation that they can ever achieve any remote semblance of logical consistency. Do you understand how painstaking you make things that are so simple? You convolute things as a way of life. If I were your next door neighbor, you would have been held partially responsible for my unaliving of myself. Holy shite! I would literally write the note in it to say, please sue Natalie Fulton. She is the one that made me feel driven insane. I may have pulled the trigger, but boy did she load the gun. Oh my God. What are you saying? Personal value system? Your point when you spoke about your criticism when you began this section, we're at 506.
We'll avoid with viewing animals for a sandwich. The vegan position has nothing to do with viewing animals and humans as the same.
You can't even track your own fucking point. You said the vegan position, meaning an appreciation towards animal rights, has nothing to do with viewing humans and animals as the same. And your proof that name the trait does that is
systems. Name the characteristics like sentience, not personal value systems. Objective character, the same rights as my sister. Rights should be granted based on objective characteristics like
rights should be granted based off of objective characteristics. Proof. Let me understand how deformed your brain is. We started from Name the trait attempts to say that humans and animals are equal. And we got to rights should be granted because of objective characteristics, not personal value systems. What in the fuck? Like, what in the actual shit? You could take a first order logic class for the rest of your life and flunk so hard that variables would undo their meaning just so that they wouldn't have to associate with you attempting to make sense of them. I cannot tell you how obvious it is that your points don't logically follow from one another. They just don't. Anybody who has a quarter of a brain cell, a fucking fly zipping around my room this big, who literally does not have sentience, grew sentience right now, just so he can understand the most minor of sentience ever. Just so he can understand this very concept, he then undid it and then unalived himself because he knew that you tried to understand the same thing.
Like sentience, not personal value systems. Name the trait becomes so invested in the non-vegan's value.
Name the trait is not an agent. It doesn't invest in anything. The concept of deontic rights doesn't invest itself into anything. Utilitarianism doesn't invest itself into anything. Logic and consistency is not a belief that has beliefs. What the fuck does that begin to mean, Natalie? What does that begin to mean?
Systems. Name the trait becomes so invested in the non-vegan's value system.
People who deploy name the trait, you mean to say, become so invested in the animal murderer's value system.
And I understand why in the context of...
You don't. Holy shit. If you understand, you're misrepresenting it. That's a literal entailment. If you understand, from what you've said, you've not demonstrated that, so you would have to be misrepresenting it. You either don't understand, or you're fucking lying. I think because it's painstakingly clear, you do understand. And you hate discomfort so much.
So invested in the non-vegan's value system. And I understand why in the context of debates, but...
You don't appreciate the context of debates. You don't. You really don't. So any activist who deploys logical consistency, such as myself, the responsibility of mine is, or anybody else's like mine, is to present truth clearly and consistently. Okay? The listener is responsibility is to respond to truth as an agent, you know, not as a bundle of reflexes. You know, if we let emotional resistance dictate how truth is communicated, we hand moral sovereignty back to the least rational tendencies in human nature. So, yeah, I mean, and I constitute her as just as all these other influencers. I saw a video with David Pakman earlier that just, it was basically the same horse shit, just fucking spun differently. All these influencers out here, they argue that persuasion must be soft, agreeable, humorous, fun, lighthearted, blah, 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 blah. They're implicitly saying the validity of truth depends on how it makes people feel. It doesn't elevate empathy. Okay? It weaponizes fragility. If truth must always appeal to comfort, then any atrocity can sustain itself by people feeling comfortable enough to ignore it. That's literally how slavery, sexism, and now speciesism persist. Not because debate fails, but because people choose not to engage. when debate succeeds in making them uncomfortable. That's a societal issue. That's a philosophical issue. We need to shame people more. We need to find more disgust with them. Isn't it amazing? Somebody can get canceled because they did an act that was racist, but they could stab an animal in the throat and you'll still be friends with them, go over to their house, call them daddy, take them on trips, buy things for them, be friends with them, eat at the same dinner table, sleep next to them if your name is Oliveira. I mean, yeah, drive by. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, God. Just stop. Just like agents are responsible for their own epistemic conduct. You know, this like people when people have to choose reasoning over all else. That's the standard we ought have. I don't want to hear people don't. Well, they don't in some situations. They do in others. They do when it's something that they want to recognize the logical consequences of, like human rights that they already appreciate. If they don't already recognize it, then we should shame them to the point where they can't escape the logical consequences grasping them. But yeah, every rational agent has a moral obligation to align their beliefs with reason, evidence, and logical coherence, regardless of the emotional cost. If any person refuses to do that, they're not being unaligned with psychology or this implication here. They're being irrational. Their autonomy, doesn't absolve them of responsibility. And if anything, it grounds it.
During vegan advocacy, you want to show that the animals deserve rights of debates, but during vegan advocacy, you want to show that the animals deserve rights whether the non-vegan thinks so or not.
With human advocacy, you want to show that the human deserve rights whether or not the human believes so or not. Congratulations, you've just admitted what this is really about. Sales tactics, Natalie. You believe that this is a matter of getting somebody to go for a vibe, a feeling. Just surrender to that's just how people are. You treat humans as passive neurons instead of moral agents. This is a rejection of what makes persuasion worth attempting in the first place. The assumption that people can and should think. Okay? The idea that people are not able to rationalize, or if they are able to, should not, is just the biggest fucking lie ever. So I gotta come up with a word for this. Like a term. Like this is like fucking comfort politics. This is just like these people frame it as being tactical. They're being tactical. They're just thinking, in favor of animal rights to the best regard. It's actually an existential issue. It says, people are ruled by emotion, so let's work around it. That's just the concept of fatalism dressed up. The belief that reason has no jurisdiction over our feelings. History refutes that. Hate but love to tell you that. History refutes that. Every progress movement was powered by those who refused to let discomfort dictate moral inertia. Abolitionists didn't wait for palatable framing, right? Again, ask Frederick Douglass. Suffragettes didn't wait until men felt receptive. Vegans don't need to make carnism comfortable to make it untenable. The untenability rests upon the contradictions that already exist within a carnist attempts to name a trait or set of traits that we know they're not legitimately going to bite the bullet on. So the framing, what is it?
I want to show that the animals deserve rights whether the non-vegan thinks so or not.
No. The strongest reason to ever believe in a position is literally because the person legitimately fucking thinks so. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, just get the person to believe in, black rights, regardless of whether they really think so. Convolution. Yeah, no, it's convolution. Condescension. You know, there's the doubt in name the trait as a challenge isn't really compassion. Kier Hate says, hey, what's up? It really isn't a doubt in name the trait as it's condescension disguised as strategy. Like, I don't think that she or these other influencers doubt the challenge's ability. I think they absolutely just dislike the discomfort that it makes people feel. It just implies people are too fragile for reason. When reason is the very faculty that makes them moral agents. I mean, you know, there's so like, this is not to say you can't use like ways to convey the logic of name the trait to people through other modes of art. Like, you know, you could use poetry, film, or entertainment, or whatever as a vehicle of reasoning. But I just joined. We're going to talk about. We're going over Natalie Fulton's, who's a self-declared vegan activist. Both self-declared vegan and self-declared vegan activist. There's an important distinction there. She made a video titled "Why I Hate Name the Trait." Name the trait, if you're unaware, is a logical consistency test, not an argument. And it just asks people what trait is true of an animal, which if true, anyone who's not vegan, what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to eat the human as you would the animal. Basically, it's just looking for a morally relevant symmetry breaker or set of breakers between the two sets of beings such that you would find it okay to kill and eat the one as you do the other. And so she has done this really like shisty move where she tries to make it sound as if she doesn't have a problem with it, even though she arrogantly titled it something as strongly as "Why I Hate Name the Trait." And then she's moving on to talk about all the reasons why exactly she hates it, and she's so confident about it. Even though she's demonstrated zero understanding of name the trait reasonably or reliably, and she just keeps giving a rehash and a reframe of it as to the way that it doesn't exist, even though it's very simple to understand, especially with how much time she spent on it. So I believe that she's just attempting to make name the trait look bad simply because she doesn't like the discomfort that's associated with when people face logical consequences of their view. And yeah, I've just been exposing that thoroughly for a few hours now. I've taken a debate and talked to people through text for a while in between, but yeah.
They deserve rights because they're conscious and whether the non-vegan thinks so or not. They deserve rights because they're conscious and cognizant.
Nice. So they just have value. I have I just value cherry pie. Can't you just see the value? That makes no fucking sense. It's like, if a person rejects a moral truth that they legitimately have because it wasn't beautiful or palatable enough to them already, that's just a reflection of their epistemic immaturity. Okay, it's not the argument's deficiency. It's the same pattern we see again in not just speciesism, in racism or any prejudice. A demand that truth must appeal to one's taste before it deserves attention. But guess what? Truth is not a customer service department. Okay, so if we normalize that standard, we're just teaching people that comfort is the gatekeeper of justice. And then there's the moral danger of outcome based persuasion. Like, this ignores the stability of the belief, the rights violations that it perpetuates. Because like, if you're gonna be for reducitarianism, like, oh mom, I still eat with you and hang out with you even though you kill animals for food. I mean, that's fucking crazy. We never do that in the human context. That just, again, that perpetuates rights violations. That's the distinction, the core distinction between consequentialist manipulation and deontic persuasion. Are you familiar with the ethics of veganism? Oh, good question, Ozzy. And so you know, the outcome based persuasion says, hey, as long as they do the right thing, the means of getting there don't matter. That is so problematic. It's utilitarian propaganda. It treats beliefs as disposable instruments. Stable ethics cannot grow from this emotional Pavlovian thinking. If the slave owner frees the slave, so you know, going back to the example of like, oh, the person doesn't really care. We just need to get them to appreciate it because objective values. What does it mean to be objective? They don't have. If an animal doesn't have value to a certain mind, they don't have value to a certain mind. They might have objective traits true of them, but that doesn't mean they have objective value. That objective morality talk is dog shit. But yeah, I mean, if the slave owner frees the slave because like a poet moved him, somebody spoke to them nicely, or whatever the fuck, not because he recognized slavery's incoherence, he remains an exploiter waiting for a new rationalization. So I would say that they're reformed in behavior, not in principle. And without principle, or you know, the inherent disposition, the oppression just mutates. You know, it's a different target, same justification. I appreciate that, Cozy. Thank you. But yeah, the idea that's just like, oh, I'll just give something to get somebody to identify as vegan, then cool. I can't read that. What does that say? Oh, nice. Thank you so much for the follow. It's awesome.
Because they have unique personalities and because it's not their fault that they were born into the body of a chicken.
Animals are delicious and a great source of energy for humans, Gruel King says. Would you say that humans are delicious and a great source of energy for other humans? Yeah. So what's the trait or set of traits that are true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to kill and eat them as you do the animal? Gruel King 89.
Instead of a human. It's not their fault that they were born into the body.
What do you mean their fault that they were born into the body? Like, as if it's a problem. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, these animals that are going through suffering, exploitation, rights violations, it's not their fault. Like, who the fuck would word it that way? It's not the black person's fault they were born into the body of a black body. Like, what the fuck are you perpetuating this prejudice towards the concept of speciesism for? You would never do that with regards to black people. Oh, Lackland says, can I jump on? Yo, yeah, we got the Discord link going on in the description. You're more than welcome to join the channel, go to the waiting room. I'm going to take a quick, just 1 minute break. I'll be right back. We back. What have we got? I see Low Fat Rape Cheese has joined Discord. And then Grill King 89 says, it's the way of the world. Okay, is that the trait or set of traits? That's the way of the world? If it was the way of the world that humans were killed for cheeseburgers, that you would say that you would just fall in line and find it morally acceptable, contribute towards it. We're able to dominate these lesser animals and can eat them for energy, such as a lion with its prey, etc. So if it's a right, now I got you, Lachlan. Just join the waiting room and I'll drag you in. If it were the case that what should we call it? Oh yeah, if it were the case, if you're trying to name the trait that it's might makes right, then would you say that beings that can take advantage of other beings are morally acceptable? So if you could take advantage of a severely mentally or physically handicapped person, is that morally acceptable to infinitely holocaust those beings for food? Let's see. Animals were given to us. Okay, I'm asking... would you say humans were given to us? Is that a godly statement? What do you mean? Lion says maybe because it's a part of life. What's a part of life? Lions do it all the time. Okay, lions also rape each other. Is it okay for humans to rape each other? Komodo dragons have a poison that paralyzes their prey and they eat them alive. Thanks for the trivia. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? So because lions, do you think it's okay for you? and I could take advantage of you. Okay, right. So if you were to... do you think that it would be morally acceptable because you're larger to take advantage of somebody? If the answer is yes, then, well, you're not going to like the Second Amendment. I'll tell you that much. Okay, low-fat cheese. You've been dragged in. Hello. Oh, wait. So sorry. Give me 1 second. I forgot to change my Discord settings. All right. I think I heard you go off.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Yeah. Just wanted to have a discussion. I've been watching for like 10 or 15 minutes, so I apologize if I'm not that familiar with the content. But I'm curious to where your sort of center of your argument rests. Is it sort of the moral aspect or the climate change aspect that you find is sort of more central to your belief on this?
Yeah, so a couple things. So it's technically not an argument, it's a consistency test. I don't mean to sound pedantic, but the reason why I give that as clarity is because I could turn it into an argument, right? But it's really a means for somebody else to realize that it's a reflection of their own values. So it just asks what trait or set of traits morally differentiates humans and animals such that it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other. No, it doesn't rest on any climate change aspect. I think that if humans were... I think if we were farming humans and it had ecological consequences to it, it wouldn't sooner be a priority to focus on that aspect, for example, as opposed to the chief most priority, which ought to be the rights violations and suffering that are entailed from that.
Okay, cool. So it's more around rights and morals. Do you believe that sort of all life is equal, that there is no hierarchy to the ecosystem?
I know what you mean by ecosystem, but if you mean in terms of like where I apply moral value as an agent,
Sure.
No. I have a video actually titled "Stop This Conflation: Moral Sufficiency versus Equality," and I get this all the time. I just quickly put it as, $5 is greater than $2, but both are enough to buy a can of Coke. So it's not required. Like if you believe like Einstein has more moral value than a newborn, for example, but you wouldn't kill either, then it's just simple to track.
Right. Okay, cool. So it's not so much that there's that one life is more than another, but as you said, like, $2 and $5 both can buy sets of can of Coke. It's still life, so to speak.
Yeah, they have minimum sufficient moral value is the way I'd put it for basic rights such as life and autonomy. Or they
Okay, no worries.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that arises from self-preservation mechanisms. I'm not saying that like you deny hierarchy completely, but to sort of not implement that hierarchy entirely, it kind of collapses ethics a little bit in the sense that plants are alive too, but microbes die constantly. Should we mourn the death over every microbe, for example? That being that it's still
Well,
life.
wait, I heard
compared
you
to
say
plants
the
and animals.
term. Sorry, I heard you say the term alive. right? But you don't have a concept that like people who generally believe in animal rights care about things that are alive, right?
Okay.
No, that's a question.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, do you have an understanding of people who believe in animal rights to be such to that they value what's alive?
Well, I think it's more so around the killing of animals, right? Like the taking of the life more than talking about what's alive or
Sure,
not.
but when you gave an example of plants being alive, that tells me that you think that like the core value that's being appreciated there is life.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Sorry?
Yes, I suppose so.
Yeah, so there's a distinction, very important one, that's to be easily and quickly made between life and sentience. Like, plants are not proven to be sentient, right? That is to say, they don't have a subjective experience, a central nervous system, a brain, anything that experiences the world. Bacteria is alive, plants are alive. Neil deGrasse Tyson had I think it was a debate before with a vegan, and he kept using terms that tried to make it sound like a tree it experiences the world. He kept saying things like they bleed, they don't want to die, as if to assign agency, but there's no reason to believe that these beings are sentient, which would be the thing that, you know, people who believe in animal rights care about.
Okay, so it centers more around sentience.
Right, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Do you think that some animals are more sentient than others?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. So, okay, cool.
Is that really fascinating? Like, do you find that people who tend to identify as vegan don't think that certain animals are more sentient than others?
Yeah. Well, look, I find the whole thing interesting. I'm not
Yeah.
like going to come at it like screaming at you or anything like that.
No. I'm
But
just
yeah.
curious, for example, like what your understanding is of animal rights, because that kind of helps me to understand, you know, like just where you're at and
Right.
how to converse.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, well, look, typically my experience with animal rights activists have been sort of like seeing them in malls and stuff like that. Showing videos of chicken cages and stuff. Obviously I understand that typically, the main headlines like meat is murder and stuff like that. But more so my question, like for me, I would sort of equate humans as the same as animals, but with a moral dimension because we are on that scale of sentience. And in the same way that other animals sort of also implement that hierarchy of sentience, and cats will go and eat mice, for example, in the wild. Birds will eat insects. They do it as a means for survival. And I have trouble separating us from the rest of the animal kingdom in terms of that predatory nature. Sure, we've like industrialized it. But yeah, I kind of see us on the same plane as that.
I got you. Yeah. So I have I take like issue with the concept of the, I guess, conceptualization there of what you just stated, which was like you said the wording, the framing was like animals have a hierarchy, right? Which makes it sound as if like they have sort of a gentle or an agent's equivalent kind of perspective, or like a sufficient degree of understanding that like a, let's say, average intelligence of an adult human has or something. Right? Whereas the way that, and if that's not what you mean, that's fine. But I just want to clarify the connotation that comes to mind when I hear that wording, and I think probably reasonably, the audience would think of as well, because
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So what I mean in terms of that hierarchy, and that sentience hierarchy, obviously, like humans can compute at a very high level. Chicken not so much, but it still can compute at some level. But in terms of that hierarchy, I mean that a chicken wouldn't regard a cockroach and its moral rights. It would just eat it if it's hungry. But it wouldn't go after a dog or a pig or a cow because
Right.
it knows it's not within that hierarchy system.
No, I gotcha.
Or it's
And I figure that's what you mean, but I was just delineating the sort of connotation versus likely the denotation, or what it is you mean. And the
Okay.
reason why I do that is
Awesome.
because I think that causes some kind of confusion, perhaps maybe in your thinking, or even if not, at least I could see how it would for other people. And that is that, you know, if animals have these sort of primitive defaults to, you know, just react in such a way where they go, like predators go after prey, that there's any sort of semblance of reasonability or credence we should give towards the idea that humans having a hierarchy with regards to animals as agents would say anything about whether or not moral value with regards to the right to life and autonomy ought drop off. And that would be problematic if one were to commit to that position, because you know, I there's all sorts of things that animals do that we wouldn't want to imitate that they do, and I'm sure you'd agree. But you know, anybody who would conceptual, if what you were saying earlier was like, you have, I think you said something along, forgive me, I'm paraphrasing, but something along the lines of like, you know, you have a hard time ascribing or finding there to be a problem with us having a hierarchy if like animals have a hierarchy. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, if animals like don't care about who they eat, so to speak, why should we?
Yeah. So that's the equivocation, right? And the conflation is the idea that they don't care, and that connotates some idea that they like understand what it is that they're doing. Whereas it's just like a severely mentally handicapped person. They don't have an idea that if they like, you know, step on a cat's tail that they're causing them harm or they're getting off on it. You would just attempt to prevent
Gotcha.
them from doing it. Yeah. And so like the reason why we should care is because the same reason why we would care that like two children that we have are fighting, and if they're like just newborns or toddlers or something, let's say, that we would want to break them up regardless of whether or not they would do you know, atrocious acts.
Right, gotcha. Absolutely. So, to tell me if I'm incorrect, but just to sort of, um, what's the term? Like rubber ducky it back to you. So what you're
I've
saying
never
is
heard that.
that, yeah, yeah, it's like explained to a rubber. Anyway, don't worry about it. So correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is that, um, these animals who eat other animals in the wild are acting on instinct, whereas we have that ability to that moral capacity, to kind of think about what we're doing, and then therefore we should choose a different path as to not eat these animals.
Yeah, it's like permissibility versus culpability. Like the animals
Gotcha.
are you know, it's not permissible to do what they do, but they're not culpable either. Like I wouldn't hold my dog who killed my cat account for having done the terrible act that they did. I would just say they ought to be in a home where they can never harm them again, because that was like a terrible thing that they would have done. But thank God we could
Mm.
domesticate them and just keep, you know, these beings safe from one another. But I would never derive my morals from my dog who killed my cat and be like, well, you know what? They didn't care when they bit my cat, so like I'm gonna eat my dog or something like that. Like that would just be terrible.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, I can understand that point, and I understand that, yeah, obviously not everyone thinks the same morally. That's why, you know, you've got your YouTube channel and everything like that. But yeah, I can understand what you mean. Can
Well,
I ask in
do you
terms of
also just, can I ask real quick, like not just
Yep.
understand, but sounds like you actually agree that that's a reasonable position, right? Like you wouldn't want to derive morals from non-agents.
Yeah, look, I think I can understand your point, in terms of that, like, you know, we have that capacity to moralize and think about our actions, and, you know, not just act on instinct.
Sure, no,
I would
I know you
say that,
understand it, but you
yeah,
do you disagree?
I would say it's a bit of a mix. I would say that while we try, you know, we have a big frontal cortex, we try to think about our thoughts, but at the end of the day, a lot of the times we're controlled by, you know, our amygdala or our base urges. And so I think that very rarely people kind of get to that higher order level, but I think
Wait, but that's
it's
actually
mixed.
distinct
Yeah.
though, right? Because like I'm not asking if people like fall into psychological defaults to some degree because like willpower fails them. I'm trying to say the concept of a moral view or developing a philosophy is something that we'd hold to, right? Like you for example would believe that even if you want to punch somebody, that generally who's like, you know, I don't know, who cursed at you on the street, that like doing so would still be a wrong or a rights violation unless it came to the point of like obviously defending yourself, right? Like it's like you may have temptation, but there's certain things you wouldn't be tempted to do, presumably, that you're not gonna worry about falling in line with. Like they're not gonna be like, damn, like I don't know, there's this person I just want to murder, and you're who's like technically innocent, and you're just like, I really want a cheeseburger, so like I don't know, I might fall into my old ways and just like kill and eat them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I agree with that. I agree that, you know, we can choose to take a higher path.
Yeah. Okay.
I noticed that, yeah, so I can agree with that. I can agree that, you know, on that point. I disagree that I think it's bad under that structure to eat animals because of that hierarchy thing. But yeah, no, I can
I
understand your
don't know
point.
what that means. I'm not sure what you disagree on, because we both agree that minimum sufficient moral value can exist even if you have a hierarchy, right?
Right. But I don't think that the act of consuming another animal would put you in that box of violating that moral scaffolding. I think that it like there's a number of different, you know, in the not I'm not a Christian freak or anything like that, but
Sure.
in the Bible they distinguish kill and murder, you know, as two different things while being the same act. And I noticed that a lot of vegan, you know, content focus on the treatment of animals. I'd like to ask, do you think that animal life under a good husbandry or under a good farm is acceptable? Like the treatment of the animal before death, if good, is more acceptable morally, or is it all bad equally?
I'll answer two things at once. Both with my view and an invitation for you to ask yourself, right? So just ask yourself, if we had an idyllic human farm, would it be morally acceptable to kill and eat the humans? So it's all going to come back down to the other thing that you were saying, which is something about how you don't view it as a rights violation, but it's actually circular, because we're wondering what the trait or set of traits are that distinguish humans and animals, such that you find it okay to kill and eat the one, not the other.
Right, absolutely. And I would, yeah, okay. So I would point back to our earlier point that, you know, humans do have a distinguished moral capacity that would, you know, distinguish us between, you know, animals and ourselves. So I understand your point about, like, you know, if we're in a survival situation, would we go about, you know, eating humans as well? Like, what would distinguish that? I totally understand that, and I don't like Soylent Green as like I like the movie, but I don't like that dystopian future at all. But I'd ask you, if death is inevitable, the moral metric should be the quality of life before death, and not the avoidance of death itself, should it not?
You said the what metric?
The moral metric
What does
of
what does the moral metric mean?
the quality of life before death. So, like, whether we judge
No, yeah, but
whether that
index.
act is good or bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So with regards to killing and eating a being for food.
Yes. So if you
Just
treat a chicken really well,
Uh-huh.
would that make it more okay to eat that chicken if it's had a great full life and really premium food?
Wait, you said would it make it okay or would it make it more okay?
Yeah, more okay.
I mean,
So, like,
as
you in that,
yeah, well, to answer the question, like it would make it as more okay as it would that if a man was going to rape a woman, he uses a dildo instead of a spike dildo.
okay,
I mean, like,
that's
right,
fine.
like,
Yeah.
like, you know, like, you shouldn't kill a person. But if you were to ask me, is it worse to torture a person before you kill somebody? Of course, I'm going to say that one's worse, but they're both wrong, right? I mean, like, you
Right.
know,
Yeah.
the
So it's
intuition
better to, yeah.
I was just gonna say the intuition pump that exists with the name the trade is something like, and I don't think I'm coming across in any sort of like, you know, angry way or anything like that, but
No.
just like these are all things that, as complicated as they might seem in the animal context, if you realize you can't name a trait or set of traits that morally distinguish humans and animals such that that's okay to kill neither one, not the other, if you just plug it in to name the trait as it exists as a consistency test, you'll get your answer from your own view. And you don't even have to worry about, like, you know, what does Cold Poison think? What, like, it's like, fuck what I think. You know, like, what, at the end of the day, when you go to bed, like, what do you, when you hit the hay, what do you think? You know, like, is it wrong for you to do an idyllic farm? Like, we have retirement homes. Like, you know, it's just like, this lady's 82. She's got dementia. Like, did you see the video about the guy in the United States who, his parents, he suffocated them, and then he took like their money, and then, he like sent it off to the Philippines.
Oh, that's crazy.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
No, I haven't seen that.
oh yeah, it's wild. I watched it a few days ago. Not on live or anything like that, but it was like, dude's a psychopath, and he just doesn't regard deontic rights, is what we call them in philosophy. But anyways, yeah, it's all just to say that, like, you know, any intuition pump that's currently hard for, I think, people who currently don't appreciate animal rights or non-vegans to see is really resolved by their own view, to even align with the vegan position and not be able to help but agree, as you have throughout this conversation, by just, you know, performing name the trait on yourself. And that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, definitely. I can understand that. Okay. Yeah, I would say that where I sit at the end of the day is that, look, I do think that humans are different to animals. You know, we do share traits with animals, as you said, but, you know, basically because we are humans and we build things, you know, that makes it okay.
I agree that we're different as well, but just so you understand, name the trait is only asking for a morally relevant trait or set of traits that distinguish the two. And so if the trait is something like, you know, having higher, I think the last trait you technically named was like higher moral capacity or something. I take that to mean just something like higher intelligence or higher sentience or something.
Yeah, like being able to like have metacognition about your act. You know, like we can, you know, like we're talking about the meta of, you know, the moral of eating meat. But yeah, no,
but you don't think
so
that, like,
from
this
not
being,
moving whatsoever at 2
on my live stream named Bree, who's severely mentally handicapped, has any sort of metacognition, right?
No, not out of like very basic. Wait, sorry, you changed your screen. Are you talking about the chicken or the? Okay, sorry, my mistake.
Oh no, yeah, you're
very quickly. Yeah. Okay.
So this is Bree. She has the intelligence and sentience of about the level of a fish. So she doesn't have metacognition.
Okay.
And I doubt that you would find her okay to kill and eat for food.
Of course, that would, no, absolutely not.
And I can anticipate that the answer would be, of course. But the interesting thing is that I didn't get there from, technically speaking, the trait that you named. It was only from figuring that when people attempt to name a trait or set of traits, that they actually don't hold any morally relevant distinguishing traits between animals and humans.
Gotcha.
Okay. It's okay to kill and eat them. They're technically logically inconsistent, and they just haven't thought about their view.
Okay. So would it being around because she's a human, that would, I guess that would put me in the speciesist box.
Wait, because she's a human, does that mean her DNA?
She is a Homo sapien. She is a physical human. Yeah.
Right, which I take to mean the technical possession of her DNA. Like, even if she were to look different or something like that, you would think that as long as she possessed human DNA, she'd be okay.
But it'd have to be completely human, you know, born of a human. Because I understand, you know, bananas, for example, have a high percentage of DNA match with humans.
Wait, what does? I'm sorry?
Bananas. Like banana DNA, I think, is like 80% similar or something like that. I'm not sure. But yeah,
you mean like
it's
the
very
fruit bananas?
Yeah, sorry, I've got an Australian accent. That's why.
No, it's just, I've never, what? How do bananas have 80% similar human DNA? I've never heard of that before. Oh, okay.
Yeah, over half of their protein coding genes. Yeah, we have a common ancestor with bananas billions of years ago.
Bananas common ancestor. I swear to God for trolling me, dude.
No.
Ancestor humans. What is this? Wait. Humans manage their common ancestor from 1.5 to 1.6 billion. Okay, well, you learn something new every day. That's interesting. But yeah,
I thought that was what you're going with, like, therefore, like, the DNA, well, like, a lot of human DNA is in other animals. Yeah.
No, no, I wasn't. So you said, to clarify, I think you said that they have to visually be similar or something to a human and have human DNA, or what was it?
Yeah, like, they have to be a human, you know, basically born of a human, the way other humans are.
Okay. So if Bree was born of a human, when you say of the way humans are, you mean to say possesses 100% DNA?
Yes.
I think it cut out.
Sorry, I said yes.
Okay.
Yes, if she's... Yeah, my mistake.
No, you're good. So 100% DNA. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, if there was a being that was subjectively similar to Bree, but technically had cow appendages and non-human DNA, would they be okay to eat?
Probably not, because I don't know any scenario where that would happen.
No, but it doesn't... Wait. But you understand that the question or the hypothetical, the thought experiment being posed to you, is just trying to figure out the reasoning, not figuring out how practical it would be. It's like if I took you back to the 1850s and I said, there was like a slave owner who was like, hey, it's fine to, you know, enslave these black people. And as a black rights activist, I said, well, what's the trait? And he said, it's being white that makes it acceptable. Black that makes it acceptable to enslave them. And I said, well, what if your consciousness was transferred to a black person? He laughed at me and said, that would never happen. And I'm like, but wait, the black people are literally the reasoning applied to the thought experiment. So the real world example is going to be the animals that you would pay to be killed and eaten for food. But the thought experiment of the specific example is just a tool or mechanism to help you realize what your logic justifies.
Right. Okay. But I mean, under your assertion, it was like a human with cow appendages, right?
Well, no. So they subjectively look similar to a human, but they technically have non-human DNA. They've got cow appendages. They can't reproduce with humans. You know, the whole 9 yards. Like if you actually look and read the encoding of their DNA, they just look like they're human, but they're technically not.
Okay, so this is a hypothetical, like, you know, biohybrid type thing that's not human, but appears human.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Look, I would say if they're not human, then that depending on like the situation, but yeah,
No, wait.
I guess that would.
The situation is just the same one that we're talking about, where we kill and eat, animals for food. So to make them into cheeseburgers,
Right.
breed them into existence for it, like
Okay.
Brie.
Yeah. Right, but in your video, Brie is human, so that I think that she would not be qualified for that.
Brie 2.0, we could say. But if I were to tap on your shoulder and tell you, hey, I know she looks human, but you can't distinguish the fact that she's really not, because the doctors came back and they actually said from, Ancestry and me that she's actually not.
She's not.
Would
human.
that change
Okay.
everything, you know?
Yeah, look, I think it would. Obviously, I understand your point about the situation, and it has to be like absolute. So
Wait,
yeah, look,
I'm sorry.
I'd say
It would
yes.
it would make it acceptable to like farm that being for food?
Yes,
I don't.
if it's not human.
Well, yeah, that's what's stipulated. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yes.
highly doubt you believe that. I don't think that if you were to like watch this being move around and everything like that and simply just have a will to exist, that you would just be like, dang. But she technically possesses the DNA though that's like distinct. Like she just literally wants to slap your hand and like eat fucking mashed bananas and, crawl on the ground and shit. I doubt it.
And look, absolutely, it would be an issue. Like that's why they package meat in nice little circles and squares and stuff, so you don't have to, be focused on where it came from. Yeah, and I totally understand your position.
But I take what
I
you
don't
say
think
by
that
it would be an issue to mean that like you don't really believe in the position. You just only achieve it through some means of self-deception because it's like packaged away, and you're like there are tools to indoctrinate you for it, right? Kind of like World War II, where like men who beat their wives or something like that. Like there's all sorts of indoctrination that can exist, and it doesn't reflect your real values. But we're talking about what your real values would be.
Sure, absolutely. Look, I think it's okay to kill animals as long as they're not human. Um, I'm not saying that there should be a free for all, obviously, because we have that moral dimension. But look, I think humans need to survive, and meat is a great option for that.
Well, but
And
that's
would
not a
just
morally
make-
relevant symmetry breaker, because you'd have to make that's a positive claim, right? You'd have to defend the idea that people can't survive off of a plant-based diet.
Well, we've seen through cohorts of vegan or plant-based diets, they have higher rates of anemia and typically more bone fractures than people who are omnivores. And I think humans have been omnivores for their entire existence. Things like B12 and creatine are harder to absorb, with a plant-based diet by itself. There's definitely
I
a
think
case.
I've definitely heard of studies that you're referring to, but there's a few problems with that. If it doesn't necessitate from a plant-based diet inherently, but how somebody diets, which we know is the case because you remedy all these issues by means of getting somebody to eat the proper nutrients that any sort of diet would require. And just like a pet being supplemented foods that match the AAFCO standards, as long as it's molecularly identical to how your body would absorb those nutrients, there's no reason to believe that you wouldn't live healthfully. And of course, blood results show that. So it doesn't really matter that people temporarily clocked in results not living healthfully, which is, by the way, different than survival living healthfully. But yeah, I mean, if we were talking about living healthfully, you'd have to further show that it's like implicit in a plant-based diet, or even practically speaking difficult, rather than it just being people engaged with poor dieting.
Okay, so would you say that it's possible long-term to have a plant-based diet without supplementation?
If you had fortified foods, yeah. Do you count that as supplementation?
Fortified foods.
Yeah,
is that like the iron fish?
Wait, what?
Is that like putting that iron tuna fish thing in like cooking?
No.
Is that what you mean?
No, because that would just be a supplement. It's like
essential. Okay,
it's when they it's
cool.
when like you order you get like an almond milk from the store, and they fortify something that didn't naturally have certain vitamins and minerals with.
Gotcha. Yeah.
With
added vitamins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I would say that's kind of cheating. Like if I was to make a diet, it would be completely like raw food.
What do you mean by what do you mean by cheating? What metric are we supposed to abide by? Because that's what it implies.
Let's say like a diet that's like able to be held by a human producing it themselves. Like a human could feed itself.
No, I understand you could have that as a goal, but I'm wondering why. Like, what's the problem with having a diet that's fortified or supplemented? Which, by the way, animal products are largely fortified.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of hormones and stuff in, even meat nowadays. I agree with that. What my point about it being cheating is that you mentioned that it's okay to have a plant-based diet as long as you have all this other supplementation. I would say that the removal of meat and the issues in those studies and those cohorts, I assume without supplementation, that's the kind of indicator. The removal of meat causes those things because you need a balanced diet. That supplementation coming from a big industrial, base to be able to produce those things, I think is kind of cheating.
No,
Like,
so a couple things. So one, so if the supplementation is an aspect that's true of dead animals as well, then you're effectively saying it's not the fortification of the vitamins or minerals inside of the foods, it's just the foods that you're used to people having been fortified, which would be dead animals. But the second thing is that it's unclear what the moral problem is with consuming fortified foods or supplements for that matter, just to say that it's cheating, right? Because it begs the question, like, what's the problem? Like, if the only way to live healthfully without killing humans for food was to consume supplements, presumably you would not complain, right?
of course, because they're humans.
But that
More
begs
so
the
what I
question.
mean, right? But more so what I mean in terms of it cheating is that in a head-to-head contest where we were talking about the relative biological needs of humans, your assertion was under that people can maintain a plant-based diet, and we talked about the B12 and the creatine absorption and stuff like that, and also those cohorts in some of those studies. Your assertion was that if they just supplemented, that was the flaw of the study. If they supplemented, therefore they wouldn't have those issues. I think that the issue is in a head-to-head look at purely plant-based and purely, meat or omnivore. That's like adding supplementation is just covering your weaknesses artificially versus actually viewing the diets on their own merits.
Yeah, so again, I just have to reiterate, if dead animals are fortified with vitamins and minerals themselves, which allows somebody to not be nutritionally inadequate, then the complaint that it would be done on a plant-based diet is incoherent. And then moving on to the next point you mentioned, which is the idea that, just a rehash of the concept of it cheating. You say it highlights the vulnerabilities or the weaknesses. I don't know why a diet would ever have to have the vitamins or minerals that you're trying to consume available specifically from the foods inherently by themselves. I mean, I could just name the trait with regards to supplements versus foods inherently. Like, what trait is true of a supplement, to which if it was true of a food, you would say that you wouldn't consume the food as you would the supplement, right? I mean, if it's just a matter of you trying to get in your vitamins and your minerals, presumably you would just prioritize the concept of getting in the vitamins and minerals. It just sounds incoherent to think that there's some sort of problem with that.
Well, yeah, I think the purpose of eating food is to provide your body with the nutrients you need to survive and to exist and to go about your day. And supplementation is covering what you can't get from your diet. And so I think if you can't get certain things,
what do you mean by can't get?
Well, supplementation means to provide what isn't there already, like to supplement it, right?
Would you consider it supplementation when they fortify dead animals?
Well, yeah, I agree that people put, chemicals in meat. Let's say completely grass-fed, no chemicals, like completely organic meat. There's still
vitamins and minerals they have to put inside in order to provide proper supplementation for the fortification of what they expect people to consume. But I mean, even if I granted all that, just to make the case go through, when you say it should be inherent in the diet itself, I don't know why somebody consuming supplements is not inherent in a diet itself. Like, in one form, it's just not taking the place of having calories or something assigned to it. At least not necessarily. There's many vitamins that have 0 calories. But even if they did, the point is just to say that, like, you seem to have some sort of prejudice towards the idea that vitamins and minerals would take the form of a pill format rather than like a piece of cracker or something like that, or a banana. But it's curious why that's even a problem. And then the biggest issue being that even if you had some sort of, virtue against that being absorbed, that you'd have to say that, that poses some sort of morally relevant symmetry breaker in the human context. And you said no already, that you just take the supplements.
Yeah, so a lot there. I think my main point around the supplementation was that when we, a plant-based diet can't provide all of the nutrient needs. And I'm not saying that taking vitamins and minerals are bad, but when you're trying to measure a plant-based diet against an omnivore or a meat-inclusive diet, and saying, okay, that's, those studies aren't relevant because they didn't include supplementation. I think that's disingenuous because you know that the reason why you need to have that supplementation is because you're not getting the needs. And I'm not saying that vitamins are bad, and I understand there are requirements.
Wait, I didn't get that part. You said it's ingenuous because what?
It's disingenuous because you're trying to balance the two diets on their own merits. So to add in exactly what the plant-based diet is,
their own merits means without supplementation, right?
Yes, and I understand that there are requirements to put vitamins and minerals legally into animals. Let's say, for example, that we have a completely off-the-grid chicken that has never had a vitamin or a mineral other than what it's naturally consumed before. I would say that you'd have more nutrition from that than you could get from a plant-based diet or in an omnivore-based diet those two scenarios.
Well, you say that, but that's a positive claim, and if you're not going to posit evidence for it, there's no reason to believe that. You actually should be agnostic on it until you actually have some sort of evidence to showcase for it. But I will say that just to push the point forward, I actually thought it was really interesting when you mentioned the concept of like a cow eating grass, right? And if that would somehow give them the nutrients. I'm not led to believe that that is the case, but I will grant, for the sake of the argument, just to show you what absurd place this leads to.
Sure.
If it were the case that the cow only absorbed the fortification through the grass, you've just moved the goalpost at which point the fortification exists, right? Because it's not the case that the fortification isn't occurring. It's just not happening by somebody doing it by means of like injecting a needle. They're just allowing a cow to eat grass. So if you're just allowing an animal to ingest a certain food so that it goes inside their body so you could eventually consume it, I don't know why you would have such a block with regards to just the equivalent origin of that vitamin or set of vitamins being inside of like a pill format, and then you pop it and you take it. Especially when the detriment is, humans dying, for example.
Yeah, and I understand you keep going back to this scenario of like humans or supplements. Which one do you choose? I think that is an extreme case, and it's not based in what we see today.
I don't know what you mean by extreme, because I'm not pointing to the practicality of how often it occurs. I'm trying to show you your reasoning, right? So if there's no trait or set of traits that you can name, then it's just inconsistent. If there is a trait or set of traits you can name, then you're welcome to name that, right? But earlier when we looked at why, you would attempt to do it with regards to Brie, you kind of went back and forth. You felt uncomfortable and at the end, but it seemed to be the case that DNA wasn't the trait. So for example, I doubt that if you were to try to add or tack on, even if it were a trait stack, the secondary trait of them having, you believing that there was like a nutritional requirement, that one, you'd find it to be justified in that scenario, and two, that the fortification would even matter whether or not it happened when an animal was eating grass or whether or not it happened from somebody producing it in a pill format. But most importantly, it's the prior.
My point around I'll address the Brie thing secondly, but firstly, my point around the fortification is not that, taking vitamins like that is inherently bad. My point is around that supplementation must be had with a plant-based diet because it can't provide the same nutritional factors or nutritional availability as meat can.
No, and I get that. And when I try to reduce down what the problem is, you say it's because the fortification occurred at some point in the process, which is why you factored it out with regards to the cow. You said, say they weren't injected, say that they just ate grass, right?
Yeah. And
then
still, I would say that
goalpost was that the grass was the point of fortification. Why not just choose the pill format? Like what? It seems to really just reduce down to a block being that instead of a needle, it's grass that they're consuming, and you like it when your fortification comes from the being in question consuming the fortification of the vitamins, eating the grass rather than the pill format.
Yes, absolutely. I think that natural processes are inherently better than artificial or synthetic processes.
Well, that's not true scientifically. There's tons of reasons and sources in science that are showing more and more that Man-made processes are, there are man-made processes that are superior to natural ones, just within the realm of health. But even if that weren't the case, presumably you'd realize that the virtue that you have, even if you did just like the idea of it coming from grass, and you weren't trying to make a positive claim on like the evidence that exists therein, that you do realize that you wouldn't use that to justify, most importantly, like you said you'd address, the finding out that Bree is actually not human, right?
So, I'm sorry, I'm confused in terms of your question around Bree.
So yeah. Even
like what is your
yeah. So with regards to what you just said that you did bite the bullet on, which is that like you like the natural process of the cow consuming the grass. I'm saying even if that were held constant and we were to say, okay, fine, you have a virtue towards that process, and it's not based in health because let's say you don't have positive evidence for it, you just like that natural process. I mean, if that were true of any human breeding, or sorry, not human, if that were true of any similarly similar human like Bree context, Bree 2.0, if you will, Schumann context, if you will, if that were true of them, presumably the virtue of you caring about it being natural to absorb the, traits from grass versus a pill, all of a sudden wouldn't matter, and you'd happily take the pill just so that you wouldn't kill that being, presumably.
Okay, gotcha. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Your question is like, so because I like that natural process, I'd have to stick with that. In the scenario of taking a vitamin pill versus eating a, android human appearing non-human meat bag named Brie, I would choose the vitamin pill. Is that your question?
Yeah. Presumably you would find it to be immoral to just eat the person.
I wouldn't find it immoral because that Brie is not human.
I hear you saying that, but that's just crazy, dude. Like, I mean, if that's the reality, and you would legitimately, like, that's the hill you want to die on, I would implore you to like visit some severely mentally handicapped people and write a note to yourself that like after 3 hours of hanging out with them, you say to yourself, "But what if they weren't human?"
Well, look, I think the point is that they are human, and humans are special, and that's the distinction I draw.
You say it's the point, but I don't think it addresses the legitimacy of the philosophy that you're attempting to espouse.
Yeah, look, I think if something is not human, then it's not human. It's just as simple as that.
But that doesn't tell us if that's the morally relevant symmetry breaker between the two, such that you think it's okay to kill and eat one, not the other.
Yeah, my line is that I won't eat humans. I'm not sure, like, I'm very dumb.
But
I apologize.
I think you're not dumb. I think you're very incentivized to, continue to try to justify to eat animals, and it's allowed you to eat what you call an android human, or, Brie 2.0. You visit a severely mentally handicapped farm, and they're all walking around, and you find out that they're not human, and suddenly, you find that it's okay to turn them all into cheeseburgers. I mean, it's crazy. I don't think you don't sound anything like Hitler, like, at all. So I don't think you hold his views. I don't.
No. Okay, good. All right. Okay, cool. Yeah, look, I'm definitely not Hitler. But yeah, no, look, I understand your point, but just because it looks like a human and, it like walks and talks like a human doesn't mean it is.
No, that's not the point, though. But it's not to say that they are human. It's to say that that's not the morally relevant symmetry breaker. Like, I'm not trying to trick you into saying Brie 2.0 is human. I'm trying to get you to realize that I severely doubt, and only you would know this when you go to bed with yourself at night, if it's true, that you would not eat Brie 2.0. And like I said, I just... Like, if you value human rights irreducibly, it just follows that, like, you would find it to be too trivial of a difference to remove said trait or set of traits.
Right, yeah. Well, look, I have sort of eaten what I've killed before. I raised chickens when I was a kid and stuff like that. But yeah, look, I think that there is an escalation ladder in terms of like what humans eat. You know, so I think that obviously in that scenario that you're describing, if like we had these animals that looked exactly like humans, sure, they probably wouldn't be our first choice, but they, you know,
I don't think they'd be our last. I think we'd eat plants.
yeah, exactly. You know,
Okay. Well, that's
yeah,
a little different.
Yeah, we'd probably eat plants before these like human-looking.
But I don't think it'd be on the table.
animals.
No, I don't think it'd be on the table. Like, I don't think even one guy would be out there like, it's tradition though, like in Texas or something. I don't know if you know Texas, but like, you know, they're big on like dead animals. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. You know, there are tribes in Papua New Guinea that are cannibalistic. I'm not sure if they still are to this day, but they certainly hold up that reputation. You know, like they have no problem with eating humans, and they know there are other humans. They obviously would probably eat meat as well. Would you say that they'd be morally clear, like in the clear?
What's meant by in the clear?
Would you say like, yep, they have a fair slate? You know, they eat humans and chickens.
No, so
therefore,
here's what I'd say. The challenge of name the trait is that any trait or set of traits you would attempt to name that morally differentiate humans and animals, such that you say it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other, is going to result in one of two things, okay? Either a logical inconsistency, or it's going to be a logical absurdity. So you could be Hannibal Lecter and find humans and animals both okay to eat. You could be consistent but absurd. But you know, or like, this is why it's very poor when people try to perform name the trait with like Asians who eat cats and dogs, because it's like, well, that's not exactly the right crowd, you know. But nobody can reconcile a trait equalized human, and so no, I mean they're that's obviously crazy. There's an option though, another option where you can be logically consistent and non-absurd, and it's called being vegan, because then you don't kill or justify killing and eating one or the other. You say both are wrong, right? And it would be absurd to try to name any trait that morally separates the two. But as usual, Don't take my word for it. Ask yourself.
Yeah, look, I don't think that. I think I fall. In your perspective, I fall into the second category of moral, moral absurdity. I think that is reflected by a view of killing any sort of level of sentience is horrible and is morally unjustifiable. And I think that assumes a sense of moral parity between species, and I know the distinction between sentience and species, but based on our situation, my top issue is humans. That's where I draw the line, and so I don't think there is a parity between species morally. I think that arises solely from shared traits and not relational or contextual factors.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by parody. You're saying like parody, like humor?
No. Parity. Equivalent.
Okay. I'm sorry. With that in mind, can you just say the last part again?
Of course, yeah. So I think that your viewpoint assumes a moral parity between species, and that moral worth arises solely from shared traits, not relational or contextual factors.
Wait, it doesn't. You say assumes parity, which means I'm unfamiliar. I don't use the word often, which means assumes equivalence.
Yeah. So, basically, your point is that killing any level of sentience is morally bad, and I think that viewpoint creates an idea.
Not necessarily, no. So unlike some vegans, for example, like most insects are either not sentient or so trivially sentient that it's just like not worth considering their worth. But then again, it exists on a hierarchy. So if there's moral sufficiency for the beings that do matter, let's say it's like a cow, a chicken, or a pig, and I would say you shouldn't kill those beings. I think you would say the same thing too if we perform name the trait intellectually honestly, rather than maybe in the heat of the discussion or the debate. You would result in the same answer, right? Which is that you can't name a trait that differentiates the two, such that you'd say, okay, right? Because even you just last said, right, that like it wouldn't be our first choice. Then when I pressed you on it, you were like, okay, it wouldn't even be a choice.
Right. Yeah. No, I think we'd eat plants sooner than we'd eat these human-looking animal hybrids.
Not just sooner,
I
that
think
it wouldn't even be an option, right?
No, look, I can see a world where that would be an option. But I think that the meat would be packaged in a way that we wouldn't, have a picture of the animal on the box.
Okay, right. I could descriptively see it, but just like how there's a distinction between understanding and agreeing, that doesn't mean that the prescription, which is all that we're having the conversation about, would be such that you'd find it to be morally acceptable necessarily. So the question is, would you find it to be morally acceptable to, consume those beings?
Yeah, I would. And I think it's fine because they're not human. And look, I understand that,
Okay.
Yeah, I understand that you might think that's absurd and that.
No, I understand you think that's absurd, which is why you have to keep telling me that. Because you already know what I think.
Okay, sorry. Okay, well, I'll stop preempting it. I apologize. Those were the two options that you gave.
Those are exposed, right? Those are the two options that are only logically possible from the view which you have named. And so if it makes you so uncomfortable that you feel like, every single time that I press you on it, you don't really want to commit to it, or you have to feel like you cushion it by reminding somebody who doesn't even believe that killing animals is acceptable, that they would find it to be not morally unacceptable. I think what you're really experiencing is a lot of cognitive dissonance or discomfort with what it is that you're saying. It's kind of like when somebody is like, they start from, a psychologist once explained the concept of self-deception as starting from one place with a certain belief and trying really hard to end at another, using a lot of terms that they don't really believe in order to get them there.
Okay, so look, I'll bite the bullet on that. As long as they're not human, it's okay to eat.
I hear you say it. I just doubt that that's true.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I've never eaten a human. So look,
but you have eaten beings that are trait equalized with regards to what you named, which are Brie over here, and that's the interesting part. Because if it were
I think that. Yeah, I understand that humans and animals, they share traits, right? The sentience, desire to live, and pain avoidance. And that if you justify killing animals for food, you must, you're asking to identify that trait is different, and you're saying if it's found in humans, that would justify killing them too.
Logic dictates that. It's not me.
Right, absolutely. And I think the issue here is the issue around moral consideration. And that it's not a direct trait comparison, but a relational one. I think that humans recognize moral duties within their moral community and those capable of reciprocal behavior, like social contracts and, reasoning, for example.
Sorry, wait, do we move on? Do we move on to like a descriptive explanation for why it is that humans have developed the current positions that they do, rather than a prescription for an ought? Because it sounds like that's what happened.
Well, no, it goes more to the foundation. I think there's a false equivalence to that. Of a what, sorry?
An ought, meaning like what we should or shouldn't do, or it's just about descriptives, meaning what is or isn't?
Descriptive.
Oh, okay. Well then, again, yeah.
My mistake.
No,
Yeah.
it's fine. It's just I'm not really interested necessarily in what is or isn't. Like it's kind of interesting, technically speaking, for like how we got here, and some vegans think it's like useful. I honestly, as long as we are moral agents and we can't really, justify philosophically what the atrocities are for a trait equalized human, that's all that would really motivate somebody, if they're being intellectually honest with their view, to do or not do something, which is no different than the slave owner, right? He could say like, yeah, if my wife was transferred inside of a black person, I'd enslave the shit out of her, but I just doubt that that's really the case.
Right, but my point is that you know, the moral capacity for humans is based on reciprocity, not sentience. You know, for example, like we don't owe the same duties to non-reciprocating entities. Like we would cover a an infant during the winter, you know, in like wraps and stuff like that, but we wouldn't do that to a baby cow. And I think that it's a species coded relational morality, not this speciesism that I think you have the perspective of.
Speciesism, meaning you believe that I believe that people are just inherently against like the fact that one being possesses a different species or something as the reason why they kill and eat one, not the other.
Well, yeah, I assume that your perspective on people like me is that like we're speciesists, right? And that's why, you know,
No.
we can choose.
So speciesist is like a loaded term, and
Okay.
it's like I just disambiguated this simply. Like when somebody talks about the concept of speciesism, the most charitable interpretation of the view is not that they literally think that there's some
Yeah.
like inherent virtue for or against a certain being. Like I don't think you're born, and let's just say you're like, or let's even say you're like 4 years old, and your mom or dad takes you to see a cow, and you're just like, God, I really fucking hate that cow. Fuck that cow. Like I doubt. In fact, I actually
Yeah.
think that the opposite is true. I think if your 4-year-olds, if you went back in time and your 4-year-old self saw somebody kill that cow in front of you, you would actually cry, not just because you're a child, but because your baseline intuition was to find, you know, even the minimum sufficiency of the right of that cow, or the sentience of that cow being violated, to be abhorrent or unpreferred. So, and the same, you could say the same is true of cats or dogs. Like, I mean, you know, like if this position were true about speciesism, why would it explain, or how would it explain that, like, you know, people appreciate cats or dogs? You might say, for example, well, in Asia, I mean, sorry, if you might say, for example, we were domesticated, but I mean, if you look in Asia, like somebody can just come over and behaviorally appreciate a cat or dog with regards to the understanding that they have about their sentience, and, you know, so on and so forth. So it seems like it's
Yeah.
a much more, it's like a shorthand way when people speak about speciesism to really just say there are traits true of another species not being able to speak, you know, our language, literally things that you mentioned, which are just reducible to saying in a single word, you know, speciesist, right? But it's not literally like, as one might say, like just because it's technically a cow that I think that you hate it or something like that. Like
Right.
it's probably culture and a myriad of other factors. But their species is like, it's do you remember when like people had COVID and they would say that you can get like pneumonia from it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you said yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like there are people debating, like, was it COVID that killed you or pneumonia that killed you? And it's like, I think people say COVID killed you, even if the technical last symptom that killed you was pneumonia. And then even before that,
Yeah.
people have specified, well, it was suffocation because you couldn't breathe. And like, you can keep going down the line.
Yeah.
But you get the idea. It's like just a shorthand way of saying, like, it's like a few probably main factors that are that the being is disadvantaged towards.
Okay. Okay. All right. So look, I'd like to understand, in the example of our brie animal hybrid human looking thing, is it what makes it, from your perspective, abhorrent to consume that for food?
So, okay, when I look at a being whose traits were removed, starting from a human down to the level of what you named for Brie 2.0, I,
Yep.
starting from a place of valuing human rights, I don't feel as if the irreducible values that I originally had just suddenly dissipate because of the removal of the traits that you've mentioned. So it really is just like trivial to me for you to say, like, when I look at the screen, like I look at this being and then you tap on my shoulder and you're just like, bro, but she technically has different DNA. I'm just like, that's terrible. I see her, you know, clearly experiencing the world. I understand that it's to a similar
Yeah.
degree of like that of a fish. And it's very trivial to like, I don't know, a baby kitten, fucking all sorts of like beings that I already assign moral value to. And I think that's all technically reducible to, you know, the beings in question experiencing sentience. But yeah, I mean, like, I just don't see a reason to remove moral value from the base rights that the humans started with.
Okay. All right. So how far down would you extend that on the you know, the animal tree? Would you extend that to all animals?
Well, well, I'd have to understand what's meant by all animals, right? Because then you could say, for example, like a fly, and I'm not led to believe that they even experience the world. It's actually extremely debatable that they do. Some people say it's because they have eyes, but that's not indicative of a central nervous system.
Right. And I guess that's more my point. Like, we've got to set the line at some level, and I think that you know, to choose, as you say, like you're stripping down traits and just going on your gut instinct and what you feel, you know, emotionally about that.
Well, to be clear,
think
it's
that-
the same. Sorry, it's the same irreducible value that I believe like 99.99% of humanity holds. Like, I don't think people looking at Bree. I think that if you are being intellectually honest and you're like apathetic enough to Bree 2.0 because you found out she was technically schmuman, non-human, I think everyone else in like the world would think that you're crazy and not kill that being. Like, I don't think that's just me.
If we're
Okay.
Of course, and I think that is a result of putting such an extreme situation in the, you know, the
But
context
see, I'm
which we
sorry,
currently live.
but low fat. I don't know what the value is of saying, or the meaning is of saying extreme.
Because we're talking about an outlier situation and then comparing it to what people today would think when we have, you know, 20
Is that-
McNuggets for $10.99.
Right. Is that to say that you don't see how it would happen in the real world, or that it would just be very rare? Like you said, like it's like an outlier. So I'm trying to figure out which
Yeah.
one of the two.
I think if we were in a survival scenario and we had to breed these,
wait. Sorry, we're changing the context. The context that's
Right.
being asked with the name the trait is held constant with regards to when you name the trait. So if I ask you what trait is true of an animal, which is true of a human, that causes the justification for the difference of treatment, such that it's okay to stab the being for a cheeseburger, I mean as you would the animal. So that's why it asks that, right? Because it's asking with regards to the same context that you do that thing. It's not even asking about survival. It's only asking about the same situations that you would do so for an animal currently.
okay, all right, understood. All right, I understand your point. Okay, so if I was to draw the line at like, okay, only chickens and cows, how would that be different from you drawing the line at, say, insects and above are not okay to kill, but all the insects are?
The minimum sufficient value for sentience has not reached something which has experienced or even experienced a subjective experience in regards to like a fly versus the being in question the beings in question. You said, I think, a chicken and a cow or something, but not, I forgot the other animal that was excluded, but like basically two beings which their sentience and intelligence level would either be that or greater than Bree. But yeah, I mean, like, just look no further than Bree.
Okay, cool. And the base around it's bad to eat those is a moral judgment, right?
What do you mean by a moral judgment? Is that a cat meowing?
Yeah, my apologies. It's almost dinner time. Tuna tonight.
That's
Anyway,
a shame. I wish it was vegan.
No, I couldn't do that. No, she's very healthy, but yeah, I don't know. I couldn't feed
No,
her
I
vegan
mean,
stuff. Yeah.
not to commit to anecdote, but like all of the lab results literally from my cats are perfect, even though because they follow AAFC standards. Yeah. But anyways,
Okay,
we'll get to that later. Just don't eat her for dinner. No,
No, of course
what were you
not.
I don't know.
Yeah, look, I think like your point around, it's not okay to eat brie because you look at it and like, even though it's not a human, you look at it and it appears to be a human, and therefore, that would be wrong even in my scenario. I think that
Meaning to your view?
like, yeah.
Oh, okay. So
I
you do
think that-
agree.
No, I'm trying to like establish your view. What I'm trying to say is that I think that moral status emerges from reciprocity and mutuality, not mere sentience. So I think that the reason why we think it's okay to eat,
Sorry, but again,
cows and
low
stuff
fat.
like that.
You could explain it as you think it might have been historically the case neurologically as our brains have developed, but that's all just distinct from if you're a moral agent who has the ability to choose better and say, you know what, because I'm an agent, I can develop my philosophy however it makes sense to a certain set of values. And if the base set of values that you care about are at least human rights, then that's just going to have to allow for trait equalized humans, aka animals. So all the beings in question that you I think would actually not find acceptable to consume, like Brie 2.0, are just going to be the cows, chickens, pigs, so on and so forth.
Of course, because they're non-reciprocating entities. They have no ability to reciprocate in a social context.
I'm not asking how it came to be the case that your brain developed that. It's a prescription. So the question is only if you would justify that. That's why the title is, can anyone justify eating animals? Not how did anyone ever come to the point of eating animals or something.
I understand that. And what I'm saying is that, we don't owe the same rights and duties to non-reciprocating entities.
When you say we don't
And it's not.
owe, is that now moving on to a prescription? Like, are we done talking about like what is and talking about rather what should be?
No, I'm talking about like the way things are now. That we do not owe the same
but see,
duties.
I only name the trade is only ever going to care about what you think should or shouldn't be the case, not what is or isn't.
Okay, cool. So let's say I think that we should not owe the same duties to non-reciprocating entities.
Mm-hmm.
That to think we do is, relational morality and not arbitrary speciesism. I don't think we owe contractual rights to a grizzly bear, even, that can destroy us. I think morality is relational, not symmetric.
So the prescription, the trait that you're naming between humans and animals now is able to reciprocate what again? Like communication?
Yeah, reciprocate morality.
Okay, I mean,
in the same way that you're talking about how we have that ability to be our own agent and think about what is right.
I'm kind of confused. I'm kind of confused because I don't know why you would need to move on to a new trait, or B, add a trait to the position. I mean, maybe you think it's relevant, but the point is, if you already thought it was non-morally absurd to kill Brie 2.0 just because you found out that she was technically not human, I don't know why you would need to add the trait in question change the trait in question to this being is unable to reciprocate. I mean, that was already true of Brie, so it's not like that adds any sort of nuance to the reductio that was given to you, but it also doesn't really, like, I don't know if the first view wasn't really your view now, because you already said that you didn't think it was morally absurd to kill Brie 2.0.
Right, and I don't think it's morally absurd to kill Brie 2.0. And I think
off the basis of the human DNA or human DNA plus ability to reciprocate.
Well, moral consideration is not a direct trait, but a relational one. Like, it arises as a relation to other entities.
I don't know what that means. So there has to be a trait or set of traits that separate the two sets of beings such that you say it's okay to kill only one, not the other. So if originally it was human DNA, and then it moved on to whether or not they could reciprocate morals, but that was already true of Brie.
Right. So, yeah, what I'm saying is that we don't owe the same duties to non-reciprocating entities because Bree can't participate, or the Bree 2.0 can't participate in that social contract. Therefore, we shouldn't provide the same considerations.
I think I see what you're doing. Right. I think I see what you're doing now. You're saying that like you're trying to make it a little yourself feel like it's a little less absurd because like, look, I mean, she's retarded. She can't reciprocate a moral social contract, and she's technically not human.
Right. And
yeah, that's not different than Bree 2.0. That might make you feel better about it being Bree 2.0, but that's not different than Bree 2.0. And I think everyone would find that to be absurd, whoever watches this and engages intellectually honestly.
Okay. Well, look, I think that the thing you're getting hooked up on is the morality being a trait. I don't think that treating morality as a trait is really accurate when morality is contextual and functional.
No,
a trait
morality
like
is
intelligence.
Not a trait. Sorry, morality is not a trait. A trait is just a thing true of a being. So your morality, quote unquote, is just your position on the difference of. It means the difference of the two differences of attitudes that you possess with regards to one, the animal, two, the human. And so if there's a third being we introduce where the trait or set of traits that you're naming that are true of the animal, which if true of the human became true, and you're consistent in your position, which so far you have been, then it would have to be the case that it would logically follow that, yes, your position leads you to find it to be okay to kill in the Bree 2.0, but it's absurd. That has nothing to do with morality being a trait.
Okay, my mistake. Before you were talking about, because they can't exhibit the same morality and they don't have that trait. So my mistake on that.
Oh yeah, because you could call it social contract, but it's just to say that like morality is not a trait. The trait is them not possessing morality.
Yeah, and I understand that. But look, moral systems need to scale. And I think that, as we've discussed, you've drawn the line at, flies, for example, do not qualify, but, Bree 2.0 and farm animals do. I think that if name the trait were followed literally, that, antibiotics, pest control, construction, even walking around would be immoral, killing microorganisms and animals. And I think that would lead us down to the path that the only consistent outcome is self-starvation or hypocrisy.
No, you're assuming that name the trait as a consistency test, which merely asks you if you do something in one situation versus another, doesn't establish what I think you're doing, which is prescribing. You're like carving out an ought or a should statement from that you assume is true of it, which is something like avoid any suffering or something like that. No, you could possess a, let's say, threshold deontological position, which if you're unfamiliar with what that is, that's basically a position that appreciates deontic values, utilitarianism to some degree, and just says, hey, plugging that in you could even have other positions as well. Those are just starting positions. It doesn't mean that those as base values are not held just because name the trait reminds you that one set of beings is able to be trait equalized to another set of beings, such that you would have to be consistent and not eat either of the beings. This comes up all the time, and in my most recent video, somebody actually assumed that I valued insect deaths within crop deaths. And when I asked them how they knew what my values were, they couldn't explain to me how they just mind read what my values were. But it usually is just because, it's always the case that the person is just assuming what the other party's values are from, some way or another. But it doesn't logically follow.
Okay. Well, look, I'm all right. I understand that. So if we're not following name the trait to its completion point or its end point.
No, sorry, it's not that you're not following name the trait. It's that name the trait is only being plugged in to a single context. That context is the context to which we eat farm animals. It's not saying a context in which you would have crops or crop deaths. In fact, it's actually unclear if there would be more suffering and rights violations for wild animal suffering. Basically, if we were to not have crop deaths, many vegans and non-vegans alike cannot answer the question of if it's the case that animals eating each other alive and so on and so forth actually produces more suffering and rights violations than the alternative. Similar to sweatshops, similar to all sorts of situations. So a situation might be bad, but as more dilemmas remind us, another situation might be worse. So it's actually not clear that, first of all, it actually is something worse to begin with. But secondly, name the trait isn't entailing a certain set of values per se. It's only being plugged in to a specific value, and the one that it's typically run in favor of animal rights is just the current set of how we breed animals to existence to stab in the throat for a cheeseburger.
Okay, interesting. What do you think I'm missing from understanding your perspective?
Well, I'm not sure that you have misunderstood my perspective, because every
Okay.
single time, at least I think,
That's
well,
good.
okay, the only thing I think might be happening here is
Yeah.
some kind of concept of a defense mechanism. You sound like, with all the time and effort you've put in here, and not being really eager to cut me off or just something like that, like other people have, that I get the reading that you are trying to reconcile this into some regard in good faith. I just think that motivated reasoning is, in effect, and don't take this the wrong way, poor reasoning. And so if we want to not engage with reasoning that we don't actually believe in, that is to say a false preference, we have to distance ourselves from incentives that we have to believe certain things. So I mean, if this sounds like it's some sort of an indoctrination issue. I think you said earlier that you grew up on a farm or effect or something like that.
Yeah, not like a massive one.
Sure.
It was just like a hobby farm, but yeah.
And I hope you realize that the place that I'm coming from is that, as morally abhorrent in one sense that I see and believe that is, I could also absolutely imagine that a little boy who was born in 1835, that 15 years later, he comes and talks to me and he's having a conversation for the first time, and he grew up on not a massive, black farm, but just a small one. And they used to do terrible things to black people. He has a lot going against him psychologically. That doesn't mean that there weren't mechanisms to which maybe when you were starting to get older, 14, 15, 16, that you were struggling to some degree to battle against the normalization of evil that was happening in your life. But talking a bit more psychologically now, I do think that there's something going against you. At some point, though, right, innocence is not endless, so be on the lookout. This is not permission for you to do moral atrocities. And the beauty of what exactly it is that I'm doing is, by means of helping you to become more aware of the matter, I'm erasing any ounce or any trace of you being able to do anything other than to face the logical consequences of your view to see that it's wrong. Have you heard of Gary Yourofsky before?
I haven't, no.
Basically, there's a vegan activist that the farm, the sanctuary that he, helps out all the time with, it's crazy. The way that the sanctuary started up is because the person who was going to go to kill an animal was just about to take the animal's life when he realized, an epiphany, what am I doing? And had he gone past that point in time, low fat, I would not have forgiven him. And I do believe that as much as cognitive dissonance exists with a lot of people, and we should have patience with a lot of people who don't realize the evil or the wrongness that they're technically supporting, I don't think that they're on recognition of it. But in order to give people autonomy over their decisions, my belief in you as a moral agent is to literally empower you, make you more aware. I'm not going to be like other vegans who are going to be fucking, oh, just watch this comedy video and maybe you'll pick up the hint. Do you feel kind of self-conscious now? It's passive aggressive shit. I don't need to do that. I believe in you. That's my
Yeah,
point.
nice, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wanted to be respectful and everything like that, because I don't think that just yelling at each other is not great. It just kind of entrenches people in their own sort of bubble. Look, I do have a question. Yeah. Sorry, you go ahead.
I was gonna say it can. Technically speaking, in psychology, it actually unlocks having negative stimuli unlocks a lot of additional reasoning or sort of processing power that your brain uses over time to evaluate, to distinguish the message from the messenger. So that's actually a really interesting notion. But even if it weren't the case, I'd still believe that humans are moral agents, and it's at some point it's moral evasion.
Okay. And so why do you think, I know this sounds like a simplistic question, but like in context of everything we talked about,
Sure.
why do you think me drawing the line where I have is morally wrong? Or if it's not morally wrong, as you say, like what would it be? What is it triggering? What line is it crossing?
So I would say wrong. I mean, it's the same standard that I would say it's wrong in any other context, right? Well, I'd say for the same intuitions that would be screaming at you to not kill and eat your cat, that there's probably not a morally relevant symmetry breaker that you could find, for example, between Brie 2.0 and your cat, such that, hey, they don't possess human DNA, they can't reciprocate moral values. You do already have a consideration towards this being. There might be something that particularly tunes in for you to appreciate what it means for it to be wrong. But essentially, if I just remind you that it's the same concept of wrongness that you would have in other situations where you find something to be wrong. Like, I can't say can't you just see the value? But that's actually the biggest strength of Name the Trait, because it doesn't ask for you to see what I see. It asks for you to see what you see from your own perspective, which is why I think the next time you go to look at your cat, just ask yourself if, there'd be something wrong with the positions that you previously espoused.
Okay, yeah, and judge that against my framework of traits.
Yeah.
And say okay.
And
yeah.
in an intellectually honest way. Like, don't just try to say yes or no. Try to actually sit with the feelings that come from if that procedure were to happen, if you said, fine, it's okay to eat the cat, like a butcher just comes in through the room, you do have to witness it, you do have to bear the burden of it, instead of just saying, well, descriptively, I'm able to look away from it. It's like, yeah, I mean, I think that's how slave owners got away with what they did, because they after they would rape the woman and leave the child, they wouldn't have to listen to the woman cry and cry and cry. But I think that if they did, they would be a lot more empathetic, because obviously they're engaging with their true preference, which is to appreciate that irreducible value that they do actually hold to. And I do think you have that.
Yeah, look, I do think that I am pretty set where I am. I think that the issue around morals with the examples that you're describing is that we don't owe moral duties to other entities because of traits alone. We owe them because of relationships. And I think the capacity to participate in a moral framework gives that right and wrong meaning. And I'm sure you'd agree that is what separates us from lions eating a gazelle.
Wait, so so again, I think you're attempting to make a distinction between traits being true of one set of beings versus another. But if you're just talking about having a relationship with that being, that is a trait.
Yeah, and I think in a way you've named the trait in this discussion being moral agency as well. And I think that we can agree that
you think
as you said,
is relevant.
Well, yeah, in this discussion around name the trait that makes it okay to eat this animal. You've discussed about humans have that moral agency to make that distinction, and that's what separates us from animals.
No, sorry, but that's not the morally relevant symmetry breaker of what says it's okay to kill and eat one and not the other.
Okay, what is?
Basically, name the trait is asking for a very specific thing. It's only one thing. It's only you have an attitude it's wrong to kill humans. You have an attitude it's okay to kill animals. Likely you don't actually believe in the latter attitude, but to prove that that's the case, in order to maintain that that's true, you have to name some trait or set of traits that distinguish the two attitudes, such that if that were true of the other being, then your attitude would shift towards saying that it's okay to kill that trait equal as being. And that's not, having agency is not a trait that I think is true of an animal, which if true of a human would allow me to kill the one as I do the other, because I don't think that human agency, or sorry, I don't think that agency serves as a moral or temperature breaker to kill either being.
I think that, okay, sorry, you give like 4 or 5 points. It's hard to keep up sometimes. I apologize. I got a small brain.
It's not technically 4 or 5 points. It's just an elaboration off the one, but I could try to summarize it for you.
Yes. Okay. Well, tell me where I go wrong. So basically what you're saying is that, wait, so you don't actually believe that I think it's okay to kill animals? I'm just trying to like draw a line to make myself feel comfortable?
I think you're telling yourself to sign off on the position without realizing the moral gravity of it. Yeah. Like your intuitions would be screaming at you if you weren't hyper fixated on just saying yes.
Okay. Well, look, I think that no, look, I think that you know, the visceral emotional reaction is different to talking about, you know, morality and talking about agency.
Absolutely. That's why Name the Trait only ever talks about the prescription, not the description.
Right. Okay. But I think that leaves out the idea. It leaves out the idea that we don't owe, you know, morality or duties to entities because of traits. We, you know, rather because of relationships. You know, we only owe, you know, other entities because of our relationships to them and the reciprocity that we have with them.
If what you're saying is that having a relationship is a trait or set of traits that helps to morally distinguish the two sets of beings, then I can understand that. If not, I don't understand it.
Yeah, like humans exist, you know, within shared systems of empathy and reciprocity and symbolic understanding of each other. And if an entity lacks that moral urges and it can't comprehend moral duties or reciprocate, it's outside of that moral community by definition. So whether
it sounds like we're talking within descriptions rather than prescriptions. Is that right or wrong?
Well, yeah, here's the prescription. Whether an entity looks human or not is irrelevant. You know, a human-shaped non-moral organism is a physiological zombie and a simulation of moral life and not a participant in it.
Wait, what? So Brie 2.0 is not a participant in moral life because they don't because
reciprocate. Yes.
That's like a crazy concept of rehashing the definition of what's meant by a subjective experience. Like, I don't think your cat simulates sentience. I think they have sentience, right?
Yeah, it's not like, I absolutely agree. This isn't about sentience. This is about moral reciprocity, and I think that moral agency and that condition of
but I thought you said
relationship.
I thought you said they're a zombie that only simulates sentience.
No, a simulation of moral life. Sorry, not sentience.
Okay.
A simulation of moral life, not a participant in it.
What's meant by a simulation of moral life?
Well, yeah, the Brie 2.0 is a human-shaped, non-moral entity. So it looks human.
No.
But whether it looks human,
not the example. I'm wondering what the words to you just mean. Moral life. Like what does that? If you're to just tell me like a definition of that, like what's moral life? Moral life.
A life capable of participating in that moral framework, like a life that has morality.
Why would it be a simulation of someone who can reciprocate morality when they're severely mentally handicapped and they don't look like, I don't look at Brie and I don't think that they can reciprocate more. I don't think it's simulating anything.
Well, no, the human Brie is not simulating anything because Brie is human.
No.
The Brie 2.0.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So Brie 2.0 isn't human. It's human-shaped, but it's a non-moral organism. It's a zombie for all intent and purpose. It's a simulation
I don't know
of
what's
what
meant by z-
moral life is.
Right, that's the part where I lose you. You say a simulation
Yeah,
of
so-
what moral. Wait, you say a simulation of what moral life is. But again, I don't
If you're-
understand what moral life means. And then you try to define it as that to which they possess a moral view. But if that's all it means, I don't think Brie is a simulation of a moral view. Like, I don't think I don't even think normal Brie. Like, are you trying
Well,
to say
okay.
normal Brie does simulate? I mean,
No. No, I'm saying Brie 2.0. Okay, so
no, I get that.
if you're in,
No, I get that, but
Yeah,
but
yeah.
but this brings into question even Brie, because even just Brie, like, are you gonna say that they have what's the term, moral life?
yes, I would. The human Brie would, because
But they can't reciprocate because they're
you know,
severely mentally handicapped.
well, that's why moral status is relational.
What do you mean by moral
They
status is
participate.
relational?
Humans ascribe their moral status to other entities based on the relationships they have with them,
Okay,
not based on the traits.
So, well, that is a trait. Like, the relationship that you have to another being, if that's the thing true of a being, such to that's what helps you either as one trait or multiple traits to not kill the one being as you would the other, then that is a trait. That's a thing true of the being. And you're saying relationships, I assume you mean the, like, external
Yeah.
value.
Yeah. So in the case of Brie, Brie, the human Brie still belongs to the species that produces moral agents. So therefore, she is protected by a proxy membership to that community. A non-DNA human lookalike or a non-moral animal does not.
So number one, that's a trait. That's still a trait. That's still a thing true of the being, is belonging to a species that possesses moral value.
Yeah, and it's a relational trait, and that is the trait, the moral agency.
Right. Well, it's that and it's right. So, I mean, yeah, like Brie 2.0 solves that issue. They don't, by means of not being human, but just looking human. Okay, so that's what you mean. You mean to say you say simulate moral life. I think you mean to say they don't actually come from
The Brie
what they
2.0.
look like.
Yeah, so Brie 2.0 is a simulation of the real Brie because it's the fake Brie.
Well,
Right,
it's not
so
really
what I'm saying is-
fake. It's an alternate version. Like, they
Okay,
actually have a
a
subjective
simulation.
experience. No, they actually have a subjective experience, just as much as your cat has a subjective experience.
Right, but the Brie 2.0 doesn't have moral agency.
Neither have moral agency. I think you mean to say they don't belong to a species that has moral agency.
Right, sure. I think that the human Brie would still have moral agency, albeit impaired, but as I've said,
Wait.
human-
No, if a being is severely mentally handicapped, then that they cannot possess agency. That requires some level of intelligence to understand the decisions that they're making to be an agent.
it can be an impaired moral agency just because it's
What's
not.
meant by wait? So it seems like we're using a poor definition of moral agency. What's meant by moral agency?
Well, the moral agency is the ability to determine the relational context of morals between entities.
I don't know what that means.
So the capacity to participate in that moral framework gives that right and wrong meaning.
And what's meant
so
by
in the case,
capacity to participate in the moral framework? Just belonging to the species?
yeah, and reciprocating.
That's not the connotation that comes to mind when you say that someone is a moral agent. Like being a moral
Okay.
agent connotates that the being in question is able to make decisions about their their beliefs and whatnot, and what's around them. Not that they belong to a
Yeah.
species of other beings that can do that. That's the trait is just called them
Okay.
belonging to a species.
Okay, well, look, I think that you're getting kind of hung up on the impaired moral agency there. I think that
No,
Brie,
you started to
human-
change the terminology, and it got really weird because
No. No, I apologize.
You sounded really like normal for a while there, but I don't know why we changed the definition of moral agency to mean both what it originally was, which is what we agreed for several minutes in a row, that the being doesn't have a concept of morality, but then also that they just belong to a species. It's like a big jump.
Yeah.
I'm a little weirded out.
No, well, look, I don't think that is a big jump, because I think that Bree exists within a system of shared empathy and reciprocity and symbolic understanding. We have a symbolic understanding with Bree, the human, that we need to take care of her, and obviously that's what's happening. The Bree 2.0, an entity that is not part of that shared system and that
That doesn't
reciprocal nature.
offer so that's still, when I say a big jump, I just mean the connotation, meaning the imagery that comes to mind changes a lot from being able to conceptualize and make decisions about morality versus belonging to a species. And to the other point, I don't think that if the mom here or caretaker was, found out tomorrow that her being that she was taking care of was not actually human, that she would say, okay, time to eat her.
Right. My point is not necessarily that an entity has to have a certain level of moral agency to fit within that definition, because again, moral status is relational, not biological. Humans grant moral consideration to other humans because they exist within a shared system. So in
But
the
it sounds
same
like
way,
we're going back to the descriptives point. We're only talking about prescriptions. So if you're saying it should be the case that people only grant moral value in relation to beings that you share the same species of having moral value towards, I mean, that's absurd. I mean, just again, if the mom found out tomorrow that she didn't share the same species of the being which possessed moral value, you could say it's relational all you want, but that's not going to change the absurdity of just wanting to fry her up to barbecue. And yeah, Jed, that is Bree 2.0 physically being in reality is are just going to be the beings that somebody justifies killing and eating for food. So here's where I'm at, Lofat, because I have to give you an update. It's just kind of a meta view. For a while there, I thought that you were like trying to engage with me honestly, but after a while, it comes across as really like subtle, sophisticated, low-key trolling, wherein you just casually say things that are really absurd and start to make really big, logical. Even you accepting and saying okay is actually a major red flag, because I was kind of testing the waters by actually being honest with you about that, and you accepted it too soon. So
I was more sort of beginning. It's a phrase of speech. I hope you don't think I'm being dishonest. I'm certainly not being dishonest.
You very well.
I'm not trying to try.
Well, I mean, if you
I could be. Look, absolutely. All I can say is, what I can say. You can take me on my word or not.
Well, I mean, after I make a distinction like 20 times in a row, and you either pretend to not see it, or you claim that you're dumb, and I think you did that as sort of like a pretext to, moments like this, but it seems pretty clear that you're just like either one of the world's most indoctrinated people, or it's some kind of like sophisticated trolling, because again, like the jump from moral agency as we discussed it, like, probably 30-40 minutes ago changed, and it's very strange to say that belonging to a species is the same as possessing moral agency itself. So
well, of course it does. Like, so you think that moral agency exists without moral agency does not exist in a contextual nature. Would you agree with that?
I don't, but see, like, this is another thing too. Like, we used to define terms as they were stated, and now we're saying things like they existed, like we introduce new terms without explaining what they mean. Like, what do you mean they exist in a contextual nature? Like, just be honest. Do you really think I would understand what you mean when you say those words when we had no prior understanding?
Well, we did, because we talked about how I was talking at least about how morality exists in a relational nature, and and I talked about reciprocation.
And I told you that didn't make any sense except to say that the trait was a relationship. And then you introduced a new term, which was something about contextual. I'm not even sure.
Okay, well, let's dig into that, because that seems like where the issue is. And all right, so look. My point around the moral agency, the morally relevant trait is moral agency under your framework of name the trait. and I define that as the ability to understand and act upon moral principles. Further from that, I think that moral status is relational and not biological.
Yeah, so I already lost
So-
you. What do you mean by an act upon principles? Like what?
In the same way how you said that you wouldn't eat Brie 2.0 because she's human, you're saying that I would not do that because I have the ability to understand and to act upon the moral principles. So, i.e., you think eating Brie 2.0 is morally bad, and I have moral agency to act upon
Well,
that.
no, I said
accordingly.
the reason why you would do it is not because the framing you just said of like acting upon moral principles. I never even used the term principles.
Okay.
I just said it's because if you wouldn't do it to a human, I doubt that you would actually do it to an animal.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I can clear that up very easily. Yes, I've killed animals before. I don't have any qualms about it.
Dude, that's
And you
different.
might think
That's
that-
different. Wait, the killing an animal is not the same as realizing the trait or set of traits or attempting name that are true of the one, which if true of the other would cause you to kill them for food. Like that's like saying, "Hey, I've been indoctrinated before to do something, and I've done the action." It's like, yeah, you could have done it, but not have thought about it or specifically tried not to think about it. And now that you're attempting to justify it, you're retroactively going back and acting like the justification that existed back then was because, you know, these traits that you're naming that don't really align. Like, for example, killing Brie 2.0, basically a being that's subjectively identical to Brie in every single regard, but you found out that her DNA is just not human.
Okay, sure. I can see that 3-year-old low-fat cheese wouldn't have understood, moral status, in a society. But look, I and you might say this is descriptive and like not within the bounds and everything like that. But it's the case that the reason why that is because of that, that moral agency. We have a social contracts. We exist within a
It's
moral
not that
framework.
yeah, so this is going to confirm trolling in like 0.2
Yeah.
seconds flat. Because you even said, yeah. Because you literally said as a preface, you might say that this is descriptive. Even though it was explained to you like 45 times what descriptive versus prescriptive was, and you still default back onto it instead of talking about the odd. So is it the case, very simply, low fat, that if you were to look at Brie 2.0, subjectively similar species, this being walking around, that you'd say it's okay to infinitely holocaust that being for a cheeseburger?
I'm gonna answer this carefully, and I
The
want to
answer is either
just
yes
take
or
you-
no.
In simple terms, yes. I think that's okay.
Okay.
Can I add some appendix to that?
What do you think? What other trait or set of traits would you possibly try to name?
Moral agency.
Moral agency is true of Bree being severely mentally handicapped.
Absolutely. Brie 2.0 is not.
I'm talking about Bree 2.0 when I talk about the reductio.
The reductio. Is that how you mean when you just say the word Brie? I don't know Latin. I'm sorry.
Wow. Sophisticated trolling. He doesn't know Latin. Wow. And look at how he waited until all the way back then to be like, oh, or even though we said all the way back then, yeah, it's a reductio. Oh yeah. And then he throws it back on you. It's like he couldn't contain himself. He's like laughing as he fucking, laughing as he says it. It's so despicable. Well, the funny thing is, even as you are trolling me, low fat, you know deep down you wouldn't fucking eat Brie 2.0. So like, even in trying to test your position, so on and so forth, either one, it's the case that you're actually vegan and you're kind of doing what Carlos would do to me or Shane Sargent would do to me. Shout outs to you, little boy. Wonder if your dad ever got out of prison. But yeah, so so either you're actually vegan and you just like to troll people who are vegan as well, to either you believe it's like to up their debate skills or to have fun, But regardless of whatever the point is, low fat, whether it's that or that you're trying to attempt to delude yourself into killing animals for food, they're both fucked up. I mean, there may be one version of you that's less virtuistically fucked up, but you shouldn't waste people's time when you understand that the point of this is to have genuine discussions, like I absolutely believe I had with Bennett. So, yeah, shame on you. That's really fucked up. That's just despicable behavior. No, it's not fucking Latin, idiot. You know it's not fucking Latin. Who the fuck would think reductio is Latin? What are you talking about? Yeah, the concept of reductio you understood conveniently earlier on. I mean, I don't need to prove how much of a fucking troll you're attempting to be. It's crazy. I had my suspicions when I was going through the conversation, but yeah, he did a really good job, I have to say, for a while acting there, for sure. He was indistinct from how somebody would, genuinely be confused up until maybe the last, 20-ish minutes. He blew it up. Like, moral agency is the same as belonging to a group members or membership species that has more, shut the fuck up. Dude, really? Yeah. Bro, I'm not smart. Sometimes you talk fast and didn't catch it. He's so bad faith. I am not smart, but I have this concept of relational... Yeah, okay, shut the fuck up, dude. Watch him try to go to the other live stream now. How do you call him the debate? Oblivious Uncle. Yeah. Join... Do you... Twitch? Yeah.
Get the link.
And post it in Twitch?
Yeah, you should put it in Twitch as a link.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I'm a bit new to Twitch. Give me a second. Not theater mode. Oh, here we go. Expand. No. Gosh, dang it. Here we go. Go back to chat. So Oblivious Uncle. Oh, she got it too. Will both work? The fuck? Why is it different? Then click waiting room.
Because I think you gave the text channel invite. And
Oh.
you gave the server invite. But it's the same thing.
I thought it was a server. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna take a 1 second break. Okay, we back. So, my guy, you're up with a bunch of word salad that he had to try to understand all the concepts on. You throw reductio at him, expecting him to understand that. Red King, are you Oblivious Uncle? Oh, okay. Red King, since you joined, feel free to join the waiting room and try to talk shit to my face, because I see that you're saying that I yapped and gave a bunch of word salad. Your ability to not track me reciting very simple points back to somebody who's trying to commit sophistry in a very sophisticated regard is not my fault. So, no, I didn't throw the word reductio at him then. I said it multiple times earlier in the conversation, and he understood it then. So, I didn't expect him to understand. I gave context surrounding it much earlier when it was first deployed, and he also understood it back then as well. Yeah. Is there something to eat? What do you mean, Jed? The two groups align nearly exactly, probably, but it's not because of that. Are you saying you signed up on the same reductio as him? I joined last 10 minutes ago. The guy didn't seem to be a troll, at least from what I could tell. Right, because it's called sophisticated trolling. And when he started to gaslight me like 15 times in a row after we clarified the same exact points, and then he throws at me that he doesn't understand Latin. I mean, he makes it quite obvious that he's trolling. YouTube feed recommends me the weirdest channels, yo. Yeah, I mean, it's quite unique of a debate series. Thank you for that realization. But if that's to be used as some kind of euphemism that there's a unlikability to it, then, you know, again, I mean, just join the waiting room and let's hash it out. Since you seem to have joined. I mean, I see it says Red King right there, and it matches the profile picture. So. Do you plan on joining too, Oblivious Uncle? Oh, where'd that go off? Tipped? Wait, I didn't see that.
Oh my god. Wait, I'll go back in history.
Oh, okay. Crap.
It doesn't stay on the screen long enough.
Yeah, it doesn't stay on the screen long enough. I'm so sorry. I did not see whatever the heck happened. I have to literally play that back. It happened on Twitch? Or no, wait, did it happen on everything?
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Low fat cheese tip $10. Thanks for a chat. I enjoyed it. I'm sorry you thought I was trolling. I wasn't. I'll read up on the reductio ad absurdum, smiley face.
I don't think it's proof that you weren't trolling because you tipped $10. I literally had somebody in the chat earlier who offered to tip $10 if I would read their point against me out loud, and they were maybe not trolling, but they hated me too. So that doesn't disprove it. Yeah, I mean, you should just stop supporting the animal holocaust and not just send me $10. What is that? God, I can't see any of these things. Huh?
Another one came through?
Oh, someone started following. I think so. We were debating eating animals. Yeah, we're debating the immorality of killing and eating animals for food. So yeah. Are you against eating animals? Yes, so there's a consistency test called Name the Trait, and basically there's no trait that's true of an animal, which if true of a human, would cause me to say that it's acceptable to kill the trait equal as being. What I'm going to ask you is exactly that question. What trait or set of traits do you think are true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say it's okay to kill and eat that being as you do the animal?
I have a new follower, but I can't read it. It's too blurry.
Can't see.
DK.
Oh, I thought you were being facetious. He tipped in, but it's definitely trolling. I would hop in. My brain is mush at the moment. That's fine. You could always hop in next chat. I'm probably going to wrap up in a little bit. I just want to see if Oblivious Uncle will hop on. If you're expressing disbelief that somebody can tip money while still trolling, you'd be amazed. I had a friend who would literally, he would work at Dunkin' Donuts and he would like spend all his money just like trying to get reactions out of people. So yeah, I mean, people do the craziest shit. I think forming parasocial relationships with individuals is worth it, regardless of whether or not you intend to be honest, or maybe it's like a way of getting certain reactions out of people. You might also ask yourself what's meant by trolling. Like, it's not always that somebody 100% doesn't mean anything that they say, but that like they don't intend to, let's just say, have a full-on honest conversation with you. But yeah, yummy dunks. Huh?
Oh, he said Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh. If you're trying to joke about how taste pleasure justifies the Holocaust, I doubt he would say the same is true for humans. God knows my. Huh. Okay. Got another person who joined. God knows my. Are you? I keep asking if people that join are Oblivia's uncle. One mutual server. Oh yeah, just the server in question. Make sure that if you're intending to debate, you go to the waiting room so I can drag you into the voice channel. Okay. I disagree when he said it was okay to Holocaust spree or whatnot. I'm not saying you're trolling Red King. To be clear, I'm not saying that at all. I was just saying somebody can tip and be trolling or not intend to be entirely honest with you on something. I never said you said that. Wait, what? I never said you said that. What? I'm sorry. I've got like 3 different things going on here, bud. Another new person. I don't know, dude. I think he gave the guy a hard time. He was just trying to be nice. It's funny you say that because we had like an hour long or so. No, Red King. Yeah. Exactly. I never assumed you thought I was trolling. Oh. Okay. I got you. I think you gave him a hard time. Yeah. So I spoke to him for like a fucking hour, and we in like the beginning talked about concepts such as reductio, logical consequences. He had context surrounding it. I used it and he claimed to understand. And then at the end, he tells me that he doesn't understand Latin. When I start to show him that I have suspicion because of like different red flags, like, come on, like I explained this to you, like, I mean, not being exaggerative, about 10 times about the whole moral agency point. You know, yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, No, I don't think I gave him a hard time. I think I was very patient with somebody who showed a lot of signs of being a sophisticated troll.
Oblivious uncle is finally in.
Oh. Oblivious uncle. What's up?
Hey, well, should I close my Twitch, or can I leave it open, or is it going to double stream
Sorry, can you leave what open?
my Twitch?
Your Twitch?
I closed it.
Do you? I don't think it would overlap, right, love? That hasn't. No, yeah, I don't think that's been the case. I think you're good.
I closed it because it was overlapping, so I'm just on my Discord here.
Oh, for audio playback, I gotcha.
Yeah, I didn't have to hear my voice twice. It's already annoying enough.
Sounds like Kirk.
Yeah, you sound like someone I know. It's funny. So what's up?
Well, I don't know. I'm just over here hanging out with the lady. We just got done doing a little cleaning around the house, and we're just kind of up a little late. And we were looking for some debates, and I came across your stream here. I typed in debate, and you said, and this was an interesting topic: eating animals.
Yeah.
I've never really seen that as a point of contention for debate, so I just kind of want to hear your viewpoints on it and see if we could chop it up for a second.
For sure. So, yeah, so this all stems from the consistency test, not necessarily an argument. And it's called Name the Trait. And what it does is it asks others, what trait is true, specifically people who are non-vegan. What trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human, would cause you to find it to be acceptable to kill the human as you do the animal? Basically, what's the morally relevant symmetry breaker between the two? If you said the trait was intelligence, would you be okay with eating mentally handicapped people? If you said the trait was being, human, would you be okay with eating Superman? If you said it was both, would you be okay with eating mentally handicapped Superman? So on and so forth, and you probably get the idea. But it's just to say that the underlying reasoning behind attempting to justify carnism or eating animals results in either a logical inconsistency or an absurdity.
Okay, and so I you seem like a very well-educated man, and I give you much credit for that. But at the end of the day, is it a yes or a no when it comes to the idea of eating animals for you?
No, so I'm logically consistent and not absurd because I don't find there to be any morally relevant trait between the two.
So you would say no to eating animals. You're against that.
Yeah, I don't find there to be any morally relevant trait. Like, I can't name any trait that would separate the two sets of beings such that if it were true of the one as it is true of the other, that it would be okay to kill and eat them. Not intelligence, not species, not multiple, nothing.
Okay. And then in substitution or in lieu of the eating of animals that humans have practiced for thousands and millions of years or hundreds of thousands or whatever, are we saying that we would just go strictly plant-based diet and we would just let the animals to each their own?
No, so a couple things. So the implication is that if you stop breeding animals into existence, right, you eliminate the overall majority of the problem. For any animals that would still exist even after people were to go vegan, which obviously it would not happen overnight, unfortunately, fortunately for different reasons, then it would slowly be the case that, there would be less animals at any given time to, let's say, be put in a sanctuary. But any sort of that's called an applied ethics issue. Any sort of issues that may arise to figure out the specifics of wouldn't say anything about the what we call normative view, which is the base view of whether or not it's okay to kill and eat a being for food. It's kind of like if you were to ask during slave times, I mean, hey, what do we do with all the slaves? Like, do we give them jobs? It's going to displace the economy. What if it did this? What if it did that? There would be a bigger concern on stopping the act of slavery itself. And actually, to further that point, I know you said that we've been doing it for a lot of years. We've been doing a lot of other terrible things for a lot of years. So if that's supposed to serve as any sort of justification or anything like that, I would implore you to look at your view, because I don't think you'd actually like the logical consequences of that.
No, yeah, and I understand that. I know that human history has been wrought with a lot of the wrong things to do. A question I would ask you is, and so kind of go with me here, because I really appreciate and enjoy kind of the different perspectives that you're bringing to the table. I think that it's a little bit you're bringing something that's got more layers to it than just kind of like, should we eat animals or not, which I'm all for, and I think this is totally cool. So the idea for me, first and foremost, is where do you regard animals at the same level that you would humans, or where are they in the
No, so I actually have a video called, it's just like 6 minutes, so you check it out if you want, but it's basically called, I'll give you a crash course. It's called Stop This Conflation, Moral Sufficiency versus Equality, and it just basically says, like, for example, point by analogy, $5 is greater than 2, both are enough to buy a can of Coke. You might say, for example, Einstein has more moral value than a newborn, or let's say a mom who's giving birth to like a child or something like that, and in a dilemma you choose one over the other, but wouldn't say anything about whether or not you just kill and eat the one, right? Like both would deserve the right to life and autonomy. So no, it still appreciates hierarchies. It just doesn't, it just says that there's minimum sufficient moral value for animals such that, you know, it'd be wrong to not grant them the right to life and autonomy.
And I like the viewpoint that you had talked about, you know, like let's say, you know, when we went with your idea of like the vegan world, that there would be less breeding. So there would be less of those, I guess, quote unquote, livestock or like kind of like, you know, consumable animals.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm going to go back to the idea of like biologically, right? So, you know, when you have a lot of good moral and ethical points and your viewpoints when it comes to like the way that we as humans can really like interpret, you know, different moral dilemmas. And but like as far as like a biological standpoint, do you feel that there are things in a vegan diet that could replace what the some of the benefits of meat could bring to the human body, as far as like iron and the proteins and different things that from a biological standpoint contribute to a well-rounded individual?
Are you asking if I think that it's more readily available for consuming dead animals, or are you asking if I think that it's not even available in plants and we'd have to lack it?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of both. I guess, you know, like if we were to tomorrow not all humans would eliminate animals from the consumption of our diets, and it would go to a plant-based. Is there a feasible substitute for some of the things that might be lacking when it comes to not ingesting and eating that balanced diet of protein and plant?
Yeah, so there's actually no particular reason to believe that the you know, nutrients you mentioned, for example, like, I mean, iron, protein, or anything like that, you'd be particularly deficient in by following a plant-based diet, specifically if you followed a balanced one where you paid attention to replacing the macro and micronutrients. But with regards to protein actually being the easiest because it's a macro, right? So it's abundantly found in a lot of foods. But with regards to iron, which admittedly is harder to source just in general, then yes, I mean, people would have to supplement that more on average. Likely, we would just supplement or fortify more of our foods with those. And I'm assuming you just came in, right? You weren't around for the earlier debate I was having a little bit ago?
No, it just came in a little bit ago. And thanks for having me on short notice. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thanks for coming on. And so, yeah, so it's actually, you might find this to be really interesting, but I talk to people about the concept of like the fortification of supplements a lot. And the interesting like concept doesn't just end, for example, at whether or not, you know, we technically inject animals with, you know, vitamins and minerals. No, I actually think something that's a lot more interesting is what problem you might underlyingly have with fortification. Because, you know, there's kind of this like scientific concept that we're talking about. There's a deeper philosophical one of whether or not it would be justified. But since we're on the more scientific one, I think, you know, it's very interesting to note that fortification, even if, let's just say, you were against it in animals and plant-based products, right? Or let's just say you knew somebody who was. You would want to ask yourself, for that individual, whether or not they thought that feeding them grass, which is what the guy I was speaking to last just spoke about. He was like, well, I'm okay with the being eating grass, but, you know, not being injected. And I said, well, the fortification process would just be happening at the, you know, the time of when the cow was consuming the grass. Whereas if you just consume a pill, it happens then. So are you just like virtuistically against when fortification happens? Like if it happens from one being consuming food versus another? So likely what would happen is we would just stick iron or these other sources that, you know, plant-based diets seem to have a harder time having on their own into foods. But if you were to have an issue with fortified foods, I don't think you would if you were to like think about more of the situations that we encounter it.
So if we were to eliminate animals from the diet and then the breeding of the livestock animals were to be reduced and, you know, kind of things, I guess what you're saying is the, you know, the blend of human and animal on the planet, if we weren't to be consuming animals, would kind of correct itself into like let's quote unquote the natural animals that occur in the wild, or that we would see like living on their own and doing their own thing.
No, not necessarily, because like cows, chickens, and pigs. Not to cut you off, but like just to correct that, like cows, chickens, and pigs, like they're clearly domesticated. Like they would fucking get fucked out in the wild. Like that would just be dog shit. That's like cats and dogs. Like holy shit, you know. I had a Pomeranian, for example, and like good God, there's coyotes in my area. I just would not go walking outside at night, you know. So,
it's amazing. It's amazing to add to your point there. You know, sometimes I'll look at like a Chihuahua or like just any type of dog. Like we've got a little mixed breed kind of just kind of we call the derp, right? The king of all derps. But it's like it's amazing to think like this guy was bred from a wolf. Like I mean, this was like the mighty bad wolf, and has now become a Chihuahua, which would not survive a second in the wild. But yeah, go on.
No, yeah, it is very fascinating of a concept, yeah. And so, but yeah, that's all just to say that like I think at that point in time we would not have zoos, right, but sanctuaries to protect animals as we already do. They would just be more widespread for what animals currently exist. We wouldn't breed them just to continue their species, because I mean I think that obviously the consent problem would still exist. This kind of gets a little controversial, so I won't go too off topic, but technically speaking, I believe with any companion animals, by the time that we approach like way later in the future, kind of sounds sci-fi-y, but maybe, you know, AI advancing will help you to realize this maybe isn't so crazy. But I think we would sooner lab grow companion animals, for example, and it's not an entailment of believing in animal rights, but I mean, I think we would avoid the sort of unconsensual issue of animals being bred by like lab growing like a cat or a dog or something like that. But anyways, in the future, yeah, I mean, just to answer the point, no, I don't think we'd just let them out in the wild. I'm not for predators killing innocent beings no more than I'm for like mentally handicapped people going around with like guns and AK-47s and just like gunning people down at malls.
So okay, so let me get this right. So you're saying we're taking it to the level of like if you're the against animal consumption to the point where like bears and wolves, you'd be against them killing and eating animals.
I can't see I can't see a morally relevant distinction between a like mentally handicapped serial killer or a xenomorph and, you know, a coyote or otherwise. It's not the most desirable outcome. Ideally, we would have technology to be able to offset it. I had a dog who bit and killed my cat a few years ago, and it was extremely devastating. But, you know, thank God she's a domesticated dog, and we were able to rehome her just to a place where they didn't have any cats, and they were gonna watch her responsibly, and they don't have any little kids. They just wanted to have a dog. And so that's a great example of a situation where it's just like, hey, it's very feasible to rehome this being. It doesn't seem to be the case with like lions and tigers and bears, oh my. But you know, obviously, if in the interim we had a moral dilemma, and that was like, shit, do we let these beings continue to kill rabbits, deers, you know, like coyotes kill cats and dogs and all this other shit, or do we, you know, stop that from happening? I think we ought stop that as much as possible.
So I've got a question. So you've raised a couple questions here, and I love your view. This is totally cool. Definitely a different debate topic than I'm used to, but so you do know that cats are strictly carnivorous diet, right? So like when it comes to dog food, you know, you'll have a blend of like the chicken and barley, or the, you know, the steak and the pumpkin. So dogs are omnivores, and so are wolves. But cats, your cat food is strictly ground up, you know, animal.
No, so cats are able to eat what's technically a plant-based diet, which is just to say that it meets AAFCO certifications. That is to say it's molecularly identical to all of the nutrients that they would require. And so it, technically speaking, it's not a contradiction to say a cat is biologically carnivorous, but they can get their requirements met through their nutrients that are, you know, synthesized to be able to imitate what they require as carnivores.
And so in an ideal world, like what would you do if what you're saying were to come to fruition? What would we do with like the wild lions and jaguars, and like how would they, if we're going to say like you're not supporting any type of killing. Are we just going to like?
No, I mean,
give them
I would. So yeah, so it's based on a conditional. So if it's the case that we don't have technology to feasibly, domesticate, genetically change, or change, like basically help lions and these predators, and be able to prevent them from killing, and the only other alternative is to kill them, then just like how I would stop a mentally handicapped person with an AK-47 at a mall, despite how ideally I would just like tranquilize them and put them inside of a home, if they were just letting loose and they were about to kill fucking 50 people, I mean, it's more dilemma for a reason, right?
Okay, so this is interesting now. So what you're saying is that what you're saying is that if there's no way that you can control a population of, let's say, wolves in Yellowstone National Park from killing and eating elk, then if you can't find a way for you to feed them from a genetically produced like plant-based diet and have them get on board with that, then we're going to eliminate them. We're going to get rid of them because we don't like them killing the
just as much as we wouldn't like mentally handicapped people just going around killing other people. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. This is okay. All right. So this is where this is great. This took a really nice curveball here because I thought this was like humans eating animals, but I have to ask, are you being like really serious that you're saying that like it's down the board that like there's no being should consume another being? Like,
well, so it's kind of weird when you say no being should consume another being, because if we're not careful on, something as ambiguous as that, you could say something that, for example, doesn't create demand or something, and it just rests on some sort of virtue. People like to bring up, for example, roadkill. I think that's virtuistically disgusting. I wouldn't eat a cat or dog at the side of the road that's dead. I wouldn't eat a human at the side of the road that's dead. I can't name the trait. So, I don't, but that's a different kind of like level of a moral issue. But anyways, if this is all just to say, we should stop murders from happening, killings from happening, right? The taking of a life from one being to another, as, best as we can, all right, as a heuristic, as it exists, then yeah, I mean, we should be logically consistent. And I implore you to, it's sad that you asked if I was serious, because like, I mean, if you can't, and this is genuine, right? Like if you can't, reconcile a trait or set of traits that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to have a differing attitude, then you're actually committed to the position yourself. So going back to like the mentally handicapped person at a mall, I mean, it may not be the case that it happens every day, but I don't think you'd be against the fucking FBI or Secret Service or whatever coming in and being like, we got to take that guy out.
So I first of all, I love your perspectives, and I think that it's really cool to hear somebody bring this different thing to the table. So yeah, when you say it's sad, I would hope that maybe you would think of it a little differently. The reason that I'm a little bit kind of thrown off here is that so from what I'm hearing is that there is one thing that people will do when it comes to their pets or their dogs, or maybe with animals in general, is that, so your viewpoint is that, there's an ethical and moral dilemma that you see in the killing of, and you keep on using like a handicapped person or, somebody in a mall, something like that. But you're putting these human characteristics and these human thinking qualities onto animals that have for millions of years this is just, it's just interesting to hear that are we not forcing our beliefs and our will and our ideas onto these other beings, and we're saying like, this is the way we're all going to live because I think this way and this is, I said so, as opposed to the wolf just wants to take down an elk to feed the pack for sustenance for them to live on to see another day.
Yeah, so a couple things. So, with regards to, once again, having done it for so many years, I mean, if it's not a relevant justification in the human context, then I don't see why it would be in the animal context, right? But then with regards to the specific point that you mentioned about, like, shoving our beliefs down others' throats, just as how I don't think that we're that there's anything wrong with us as agents guiding those who are non-moral agents, whether it's from, you know, humans to mentally handicapped, humans to children, humans to their cats or dogs when they take them to the vet. You know, maybe your kid gives you a fuss when you like try to buckle them in to take them to the park, and then they get there and they're the happiest ever. Something can be within obviously a being's best interest, or even if it's not, a moral dilemma for what the being would have understood had they been a moral agent. But even if they were never going to be a moral agent, it wouldn't make what they were doing right. So, you know, I don't think, for example, like my dog, Tara, who killed my cat, I don't think for example, I don't think I'm like doing anything wrong, like shoving my belief down her throat by not allowing her to just, you know, kill and eat my other cats. I think that all I'm doing is being logically consistent as a moral agent who wouldn't allow it in the human context, so why would I allow it in the animal context?
And then one example that I wanted to bring up, and I'm interested to see your point on this, is like, so have you heard, like, or seen the study on what the impact of wolves, the reintroducing of wolves, did to the actual river systems of Yellowstone National Park?
I've not looked into anything ecological, to be quite honest with you.
So I think you'd be interested in hearing this. Is that so? You know, wolves had been effectively eliminated from Yellowstone National Park for quite a while, and it was due to you know human expansion and just kind of getting rid of, you know, obviously wolves and mountain lions and bears. I mean, these were all very successful species as, you know, humans had started to kind of make their way west and kind of, you know, start to kind of take hold of all the different nooks and crannies of the planet. And so obviously one of the biggest threats to our, you know, daily way of life were the wolves and the mountain lions and the apex predators. So, you know, a lot of like the mountain lions, the cat is one of the most proliferous species that the animal kingdom's ever known. I mean, they were everywhere you could, you know, but they've been driven out and kind of like dead, you know, almost hunted to extinction in some parts of the world. And that goes for wolves. And so with wolves, with Yellowstone National Park, what they had come to find out was with the absence of the apex predators in the natural ecosystem of Yellowstone, the river systems, the river systems that were flowing through Yellowstone were actually starting to erode, and the quality of these river systems were not as strong. And so what they found out is that the prey species, the deer and the rabbits and the elk, were free to come down to the riverbanks and graze on the plants that were growing. Well, just go with me here. Yeah. They were free to come down and graze on the riverbanks on these plants that were growing on the sides of these riverbanks. And what they were doing was eliminating the fortified structure that these plants were providing to guide these rivers properly. Mm-hmm. And so when they overfed in these riverbank areas, the ground became less stable, and then the rivers started to like erode and to kind of, you know, I guess they weren't functioning the way they were supposed to. And then when they introduced a pack of wolves back into Yellowstone, mm-hmm. the prey animals started to not go to the riverbanks because they were cautious of being hunted. And that in turn allowed for the plant growth to regrow and fortify the riverbank structures. And the rivers actually became healthier, and the entire park actually flourished. The top apex predator coming back into an ecosystem allowed all of the animals to flourish.
No,
so
I hear you.
Are we saying that we don't want, if we were to, so let me get this straight. If we're getting rid of wolves and then all the way down to the bottom to where the riverbanks are starting to erode, are we going to get rid of do we get rid of the prey species that are overeating the fauna that's fortifying the rivers? And then it's just going to collapse, or are we going to get rid of them too?
Okay. So a few things in there. So number one, I want to zoom out for a second, because I think the intuition pump would be really obvious even to yourself. I think that, you know, you've said numerous times, for example, your view. I actually do this whole thing so that people can ask themselves, because that's actually the crux of philosophy, and that's actually the way that people, have ever evolved past, slavery, sexism, Jews getting rights, so on and so forth. And so that's all just to say that, just like in the health scenario, right? Like if you couldn't live healthfully past the age of 40, if you looked at like any sort of ecological collapse, which, by the way, I'm not technically convinced that ecological collapse would fully occur just because it started to happen to some degree. I have seen or heard that there are ecological concerns, but it's kind of like the difference between having mental health issues is not the same as having like mental illness. It's kind of like having ecological issues isn't the same as an ecological system collapsing. But let's just say, for example, right, that it were the case. I'll just grant the conditional because I only ever want to attack the strongest version of somebody else's argument. Let's just say, for example, you said, well, say that it were to happen. Like, what's your answer to the position? Yeah, so, I mean, I think it'd be the same as if it were trait equalized humans in that situation. And it would be, well, there's probably, assuming, right, to be the case that the ecological collapse of the system wouldn't be greater than the rights violations and suffering entailed by allowing humans to just be, eaten alive. Then let's just say the alternative you could pose to me would be, what if there was a greater amount of rights violations or suffering, right? We're stipulating that it's either some sort of thing that's less than that or not. And if it were the case that it was just like the rights violations and suffering of the, trade equalized humans, or it was, allowing it to rebuild, but at the expense of these beings having their rights violated and killed. I think that obviously in a moral dilemma like that, I would just say the same thing that anybody else would say in the trade equalized human context, which is that we'd have a higher priority for that than the alternative. And then finally, with regards to how we would practically handle that, I mean, I think that we would come up with like a million ways in order to try to prevent ecological collapse, but that's all just to say this is an applied ethics sort of conversation, and I'm not scared of having it. I hope you see that by means of like me engaging with it. I am fine with it, but I am most interested in when somebody engages with regards to name the trait for eating cows, chickens, pigs, typical farm animals, because it's kind of like you're back in the 1850s and somebody's talking to you about, how they're gonna not make sure the economy is so fucked up that everyone winds up in like a Great Depression if we allow all the blacks to have jobs tomorrow or something like that, right? Loose analogy, but follow the general logic, right? And then you're like, but wait, like you don't even appreciate black rights, and so like that's sort of the sentiment I have underlyingly as we're discussing this, but. I will entertain that, yes, my answer would be that it would just be the same as I would, have if the a human with reduced moral or traits were to be in that situation.
And I'll give you this, right? So when I came to this call and I saw the topic, I was like, this is pretty interesting. And, as somebody who does consume animals, I will give you this. I have made a concerted effort to try to reduce my consumption of pork because, yes, there is a little bit of an ethical dilemma for me, knowing that there's been proven studies that pigs are just as smart, if not smarter than dogs in a lot of instances. And, when you look at the cultural, different like viewpoints and divisions, right? So we here in America, we love our dogs. They're our pets. They're part of our family. They're amazing. But then if you go to China, they have those, they eat dog, and they have that dog festival where they do some horrific things to dogs. Mm-hmm. And so I try to consciously reduce my consumption of pork because just knowing that I guess, yeah, you're right. It in a sense, like as conscious or as aware of what's going on in their surroundings as a dog might be. Now, I'm struggling to get to like the cow part. Mm-hmm. Chickens and fish, I'm kind of still like okay with that because I just feel like they're pretty. I guess I don't mean to insult them, but they're pretty simplistic in their mindset, right? They're just very like see, eat, just survive and kind of not reptilian brained, but simple minded.
Right.
but yeah, so this was interesting, and I have to give you credit, Cold Poison, because I thought this was going to be a talk about human consuming animals, and then when you were like animals as a whole shouldn't be consuming other animals, I'm like, okay, now we're going against like millions of years of genetic coding and what this is like the natural set of the world, and that was a little bit of a curveball, which was it was cool, right? But like you can't like. I mean, you can't logically say that like we can't. So I wanted to ask you another question. Sharks, right? So like, let's take your opinion on sharks, right? Like, what do we do with those? Or I mean, like, are we just gonna like, do we want like, are you gonna apply the same like ethical, code to like in the ocean and we don't want like, like prey items in the ocean to be eaten? And we do know that sharks actually contribute to healthy biological ecosystems within an ocean to be able to keep populations in check, and just like with the wolves and bears, like getting rid of the sick and the injured and keeping these populations stronger as a whole by the process of elimination. Do we go into these oceans and eliminate them? What's your whole take on sharks?
Sure. So thank you. Let me just start from the beginning from there. So with regards to the aspect of like, or at least from the beginning where I remember. Oh, yeah. The intelligence component. It sounds to me like intelligence is very important to you because it's brought up a lot, right? I mean, you mentioned the comparison between pigs and dogs, and then of course, like eventually chickens. Sorry, what's that?
It sucks that they're aware of it. Yeah, to be blunt, yeah, it sucks that they're aware that like they're in a shitty situation and they're like,
Yeah. So, I think this is so okay. I hear you naming the trait intelligence, but I don't actually think that that is a morally relevant trait to your own view. And I'm not going to assert that for you, but I don't know if you're still watching the stream. There's actually a severely mentally handicapped human that once lived. She's not with us anymore, unfortunately. But her name is Bree, and she was to the point where she actually had what they measured to be a similar sentience and intelligence level to that of a fish. And so she had this caretaker. She didn't live very long in her life, but, she couldn't understand much. Definitely less than a cow, less sentient and intelligent than a cow. Maybe it's comparable to a chicken. I think chickens are still slightly more sentient and intelligent than fish from what I understand. Regardless, the point in question is just, if intelligence truly was a morally relevant consideration to you, right, you would look at this being and you would say something like, just like what you were saying, like, it sucks that they're aware, but God, why do they have to be so dumb? So it might not be the case that it's as much a correct explanation with regards to your own preferences, as it really is just that you are attempting to reconcile what you think the morally relevant trait or set of traits are, and then even when you plug it in and you realize that it doesn't work, which really seems to be the case with all people. Honestly, when I perform name the trait, I find, and this can only really be the case, that it follows from people's core values that they actually do appreciate, because they irreducibly appreciate human rights, that animal rights follow unless they can NTT, name the trait. But anyways, so with that out the way, the defying what we've done for millions of years, remember, it's very important. I don't mean this in any sort of rude way, but, natural disasters, pandemics, right? Of course, humans doing atrocities to each other, but whether or not it's relative to an agent or not, there's all sorts of natural things that were terrible that would happen. And even still, we're trying to fight. Like, we're trying to fight cancer. We're trying to fight terrible fucking shit. Like, it's the things that, naturally occur, whether biologically or not, we don't necessarily prefer. Maybe there are things that happen to be natural and good, but it's certainly not a necessary indicator. I'm sure, you would agree. And then finally, with regards to the sharks point, yeah, I mean, so again, it's all going to be conditional based upon the totality of the values in question. Honestly, I don't know enough about the, truth of the matter with regards to, all the consequential implications, but all I can do in place of that, right, is just offer my conditional, which is, what would I do if the consequences were X versus Y? And so if it's to such a degree that it would cause ultimately more unpalatable circumstances, and that's something to the effect, most likely, of more rights violations, suffering, so on and so forth, then I would, opt for the other world. And it may be the case that that entails keeping sharks. Like, I don't know, maybe in turn, fucking an island collapses and 1 million people die if we don't have sharks. Like, I don't know. But obviously, if the conditional were something that I would be comfortable with the same moral dilemma as if the beings in question started out as human and we started to reduce traits between the two sets of beings, then yeah, I mean, my position would just follow logically from there. And I would hope that that would be the case for any person who's, in my shoes. I would hope that they would just be logically consistent on the sort of values that they apply for any sort of moral dilemmas that they have.
Okay, yeah, and so the thing, here's a question that I would ask you, and I'm curious to hear your take on this. Is that when you at the bottom of what I'm getting at is that you're saying that there's we're applying the same ethical standards of just not wanting animals or humans to kill or be killed, but when I talked about like the ecosystem of like an ocean, right, or like, is it not the prey animals, whether it's the deer or the rabbit, or whether it's the fish in the ocean that like feeds off of coral that that they, like, isn't their thought process to consume and live and to eat what would sustain them to grow and proliferate? Because at the end of the day, like, everyone's goal is to pass their seed on and propagate the species, and that's the life cycle. And I mean, humans have definitely put some more thought into it and given it more of being able to think about, like, why am I here, as opposed to animals, which are just like, I need to eat and I need to survive. So if we're going to get rid of the predators that are keeping populations of these prey animals in check, which is in turn keeping the actual basis of the ecosystems that they live in, whether it's the plant structures and or the plant life that keeps the rivers healthy in Yellowstone, or it's the fish that reducing the amount of fish that could contribute to like large sea plankton or algae blooms. If there's not enough, if there's too many of these fish that are overeating, like, the plant life in the ocean, isn't that the same? Isn't that the same idea? Like, the prey species isn't going to stop consuming what they need to consume to survive. So if we remove the predator species to keep the prey species in check, then you're looking at a fundamental collapse at the base level, which is like the organic level. So are we saying that the rabbit or the elk that overeats the plant life that's on the riverbanks of Yellowstone, that's actually going to contribute to the river being unhealthy, like not being like fortified and strong enough, and then degrading the land as a whole? Aren't they, in a sense, the predator when it comes to that plant life? And what do we do about that?
Yeah, so, okay. A few things. So, no, I'm not led to believe that, from every intellectual academic scholar that I've ever followed, that there is like a, realistic threat to the concept of ecological collapse. I just am not. Like, it could be the case that it is inevitable, but if we're talking about specifically the practicality, no, I'm not specifically led to believe that. However, with regards to, if it doesn't sustain them, I think, if I understand it correctly, I think that the question reduces down to something like there's essentially two choices. One is that the prey animals could continue to generally have existence for X amount of years, and the other, but in turn, be eaten alive and go through massive suffering, or they could just not exist in the first place, and although they wouldn't have the benefit or privilege of existing, they wouldn't go through that thing in question. And I think I'd say the same thing as I would in the human context, right? Like, I wouldn't, if I knew that specifically giving birth to a child of mine, I was guaranteed that they would go on to be just like tortured in Auschwitz. Yeah, I would not give birth to that being. It would be better to not have that being exist, only to go through massive suffering and rights violations. So I think like we're kind of like people who try to appreciate people who appreciate animal rights come from many times is like, but I thought you cared about animals, and there's like some kind of implication of, doesn't that mean you care about their existence? Ideally, yes, but as many situations are in life, being a matter of moral dilemmas, we are going to have to choose the least problematic path, or the ultimately most desirable, and even if both are fucked to some degree. And so yeah, so with regards to that, if that's what the implication is, yeah, I mean, just choose the best situation possible. And then finally, aren't the prey animals essentially predators to the other things in question? Yeah, so the concept of them being technically denotatively correct to be prey might be like true as a definition, or definitionally, but it wouldn't be the same connotation that comes to mind, which is what's really important. So it's like, if I talk to you about the concept of what is cared most about when somebody says the concept of one being predator versus one being prey, really there's an implication in that, to which I care about a sentient being beneath the quote unquote predator is to the quote unquote prey. So if the prey is not sentient, it's like a plant, or we have no reason to believe that it's sentient, then I would have no reason to regard any sort of value with regards to that system. I know some people talk about, for example, crop debts and how those are an issue. Technically speaking, I don't believe in the insects portion of that. I mean, I do think it's problematic for the small animals that people call rodents, like any mice or whatever other beings are unfortunately in that process. But certainly, I think a lot of people are confused that it doesn't defeat animal rights to state that crop debts are some sort of issue, any more than it would that, like, it would be to say somebody shouldn't believe in basic human rights if they can't, like the right to life and autonomy, if they can't reconcile whether or not they're pro-life or pro-choice, right? Like, it might be the case that, like, it ought be that people value the life of sentient fetuses, but I mean, regardless of if they don't, and that might be fucked up, that they certainly are not committed necessarily to the position that it's okay to kill and eat humans for food. And so point by analogy, like, any sort of, and this is why it's called an applied ethics issue, right? Because on the hierarchical scale of ethics, meta-ethic view is technically towards the top. Really, it should be, normatives are where the money's at. And then beneath that is finally applied ethics views. It's not that they're not important. It's just that there's, always a bigger implication with regards to baseline questions, such as, is it even okay to kill animals for food, versus how do we handle dilemmas if we already regard the rights to life of, beings XYZ in the first place.
Okay, I've got a scenario here, and I'm actually really excited to hear your reply to this one. Let's say it all hit the fan, and like it just we all the Walking Dead shows that we watched, and all this, now it's you and I, it's me, and it's Cold Poison, and we're just traversing the American back countryside, and we're just trying to make ends meet, and you're like, man, I am so hungry, I haven't eaten in days, and then I come back and I'm like, hey man, I just killed this rabbit. And I was like, let's cook it up and eat it. Would you eat it if your stomach was literally eating itself and you were at that position? Or would you still maintain this idea that, like, we shouldn't eat animals?
Well, if you already killed the rabbit, even though it may not technically create demand for or even though consuming it by itself wouldn't inherently create demand, I would absolutely worry that it perpetuates the idea from, you know, someone's perspective, even after we had these great philosophical chats and then the end of the world happened and you're still killing animals, that the person who fought so hard for it just didn't care at the very end, so he's going to go kill more animals even after, let's say, I killed myself after that meal, or I then let myself die once I'm not in a delusional state. I would see it as the perpetuation, number one, practically speaking, whether or not it's you, whether or not it's somebody else, or fucking anybody, would you know, possibly look at that as moral permission to go killing, you know, any more like innocent animals' lives. But then after that point, I do hold a virtue towards the beings in question. And I mean, remember, like, if this is, it depends on what the question specifically is, because you could always change the context. I'm not saying you're going to do that per se here, but I am appreciating this very specific one that you're mentioning. You might say, for example, but what if it's the continuation of all of humanity? Yeah, then it might be the case that, for example, like, even killing a person, if it means like avoiding nuclear fallout for the entire world, might be justified, right? But if I'm just to understand, like, we're the last two people on Earth, and the implication is, you know, you want me to kill a human. Or not kill, sorry, eat a human that you already killed. No, I wouldn't do that in that scenario either. Like, I would find that to be deplorable.
Me neither. And I say me neither, right? And I'm gonna support that. But here's the thing: is that for this, okay, just go with me here.
Yeah,
I love this, but like, for the sake of like you know, there's a survival instinct that's within us all that like doesn't want to allow us to die. And like, I've never been in that scenario, and I can tell you easily right now, no, I would never do that. Oh my God, cannibalism, that's a stigma. It's not good. It's just bad. But then, like, if you were in that scenario and you were like literally on death's doorstep, would you hold to virtues and say, I'm not going to do that? Or would you do it to survive? I mean, like, you know, like the story of the soccer team. What are we laughing at that for?
No. I'm not, I don't mean to sound condescending. I find it amusing because allow me to explain. Number one, with regards
by the way,
by
the way, before you continue, I can't see it, but is chat just killing me here, or do I have some supporters?
It's dead on one YouTube. It's dead on the other YouTube. Twitch dead.
It's just you and I.
Huh?
It's just you and I then. There's no.
I guess the hypothetical became real. It's just you and I. We're battling it out. No, listen. So, but yeah. So check it out, right? I sense that there's a category error going on. And what I mean by a category error is just there's one concept that's being had, which is the idea of what philosophical view I or you would hold. But let's just focus on myself, since that's who you asked. Versus what, practically speaking, what emotional state we might succumb to despite the idea of, you know, the philosophical view we would ideally hold. And yeah, I mean, I think it is descriptively the case that obviously the primitive brain states that we have, the psychology that we have, as much as it can be controlled in all sorts of, you know, in almost all situations, from just eating normally and not being fucking sleep deprived and shit like that, that obviously I can't deny, if you stipulated literally that there was like, you know, neurological states that would change my brain from what I would philosophically desire and not allow me as an agent to choose that. But then it would just descriptively follow that that's not my philosophical view, right? That's just that's like the puppeteered version of me that can't control what the heck it is that he's doing. What I can tell you right now is that I would always be philosophically against killing you and eating you or something like that. You know, just flat out in that situation, that context that you're mentioning. And funnily enough, I actually think that in a situation where, you know, we are talking about these like crazed versions of us, I hope I'm getting in some pretty good subconscious practice by teaching myself that as much, you know, as I can consciously, that These are the views that I would want to hold throughout all possible conditions. And obviously, it may be the case that somebody could absolutely, force me to fuck up, but those are two different identities. The version of me that would essentially not have control over my agency, and the version of me that does. And, if you ask me to press a button on that reality, I'm always going to choose the one that, just allows myself to starve to death. And I'd lock myself in a room to prevent myself from entering a deprived state so that I couldn't take advantage of circumstances. Kind of like Batman. Like, he's like always thinking of ways that if he were to like fuck over the Justice League, he's like trying to outsmart himself, sort of shit. Like, I think that would be the most ideal.
And that to me, like, I'll just, and I'm just going to use it as an example, right? So I've had some debates with people about, police brutality, right? And we're not going to go down that rabbit hole, but it was, for me, it was always the scariest thing to me is, like and I've always used this as an argument was, until you're like a police officer, and as a police officer, you do have to encounter like the worst of the worst when it comes to society. And until you're in a situation where you do, there is some type of like inkling of a fear for your life, it's hard to put yourself in that person's shoes. And I get it. Yes. Training. And, there's a lot of like, and there are corrupt cops, and I do see both sides of it, but for me, it was always like, until you put yourself in that position. So for me, like going back to the idea of, if we were, it was the apocalypse and, I had killed a rabbit or I killed a deer, and you were at that point, like there's a lot of like, and I love debate and I love this back and forth with you. And it's just really cool that we can like have this, but it's like, until you're in that position, you just never really know what you would really do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's in philosophy, or specifically as it pertains to Name the Trait, we call it the preferences reductio. And a reductio, if you're not familiar with that, that's basically just say the logical consequences of a view. And so there are people who are like, God, about 7-8 years ago, I'll just give a crash course. When I started to get into like Name the Trait, I was a part of the person who coined Name the Trait, Ask Yourself server, and there is this this group called Engang, and they were some philosophy online. It was a group of like mainly 3-4 guys, and they thought they were the shit, and they would come around and try to like bully newbies on Name the Trait that would try to learn Name the Trait so that they can establish it as a moral foundation, right? Because they saw the value that I did. And so they tried that shit on me, right? Obviously they tried it on Isaac and he shut them down, but he didn't do it strongly enough. And they tried that shit on me. And, I learned after speaking with Isaac, truly not just the answer to what they were trying to trip people up on, but also a general concept of identities back then. And it was basically them saying, oh, the other version of me, you ask them, what's the trait? And they say my preferences. And you say, what do you mean? And you're like, I'm asking your current preferences. And they're like, but the version of me in question wouldn't prefer to kill animals for food. And you go, okay. So Isaac had to come in, the guy that made Name the Trait, and he goes, guys, this is really simple. If you were watching a TV version of yourself, right? If you were just watching yourself from a meta view, there's two versions of yourself. We're talking about the current you. And so, I think that this conflation happens all the time within philosophical discussions, not just specifically as pertains to Name the Traits for animal rights, but even what you're talking about, right? Like police brutality, like there's like what a cop would do, and then there's like if he was watching himself, what he would decide he ultimately would do if he was in control of himself. And so like, yes, there's maybe good points to make about the character of an individual, if they're truly that to which is, I don't know, not able to control their circumstances, like their situations. I can appreciate where it's possible. But, whenever like we have philosophical discussions, the beauty of it is that we're always talking from, a person's current preferences. And that's the great part about it. Cause like, yeah, if there was a version of me, for example, that, I don't know, you stipulated in a hypothetical, preferred killing animals. It's like the reason, but he looked like me, he sounded like me, he had the shell of me. He's like, I don't know, like fucking Star Trek, like alternate world me. he's not me, quote unquote, right? Because a trait true of what I consider my specific identity to be is, to not kill animals for food. And so, I take it to be that, like, of any individual world that people can explore, there's versions of themselves that they can hypothesize, succumbing to some sort of defaulted state, and then there's the version of themselves now. And so, yeah.
And I wanted to jump in there because I thought you brought up a great point there, is that there are a lot of situations where human beings will do things that they might not necessarily do, and then after the fact, they'll say that they were, either like caught up in like that, just kind of like the herd mentality, or like they did and said or took actions in ways that they wouldn't normally behave in. But there is that like mindset of like, whether we're talking about survival and, would you, if it were the end of the world and you had to eat to survive, or an instance of like the mob mentality of like somebody that would, does something that kind of goes above and beyond and is a little bit extreme, and something happens because of it. And they go, I wasn't in my right mind. I just that wasn't me. So that's an interesting point that you brought up.
Yeah, thanks. I watched literally just like a minute or two of a recent Jubilee video about something about like cults, and like somebody talking about how they were essentially what you were talking about, like a mob mentality. I can have tolerance towards the idea that, one is not necessarily as in control in their brain states as they may or may not fully be if it were not for some sort of mob mentality, cult, so on and so forth. I could appreciate that, and shared responsibility exists. I'm working on a track right now about a person who his son recently did something that was violent, but as much as he was an adult and he was, responsible for those actions, I believe that his father shares a portion of the burden of that responsibility, because he raised him senselessly. Like he raised him, just degrading him, whether it's from his teeth to his beliefs. Like he just constantly, there's no instance where you can pull up footage of them and he's not just like, verbally, even physically abusing him on camera.
The fact that he was, actively negligent or negatively contributing to this kid's behavior.
What's the first part? I'm sorry, I missed that.
You said, so for a fact that the father was, either acting negligently or actively contributing to the negative consequences of this child's behavior.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if every single instance where I pull up somebody's dynamic between parties like A and B as a relationship, and the party in question is always treating them to the degree that, it's like subpar, like subhuman, someone might say, quote unquote. I mean, and then the individual in question even directly states things like, you traumatized me, this is why I have problems, so on and so forth. I mean, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I mean, this goes on to the concept of how I believe innocence is not endless, for example. Like, whether or not it's the mom mentality or that situation, right? It may be the case that we could point to situations where somebody has some level of loss of control. But there's a balance of, like, the specific kinds of context that we're referring to where it would be incredibly, like, psychopathic of somebody to just disregard, or it would entail some kind of disregard in order for somebody to succumb to a certain brain state. For example, like if you were to just say, hey, like, don't blame me for, killing, raping a child, because, like, I mean, it was just everybody in the school classroom that just wanted me to do it. They kept pressuring me. I would be like, I mean, well, kind of violating a being's rights to all the way from autonomy. They're screaming at you to stop. You continue to it, and then you murder them. Like, I mean, that you have enough baseline intuitions to tell you that something is wrong, regardless of if, like, you might face shame or some sort of opposition in lieu of that. So, I think it's relational to, it exists on a sort of like plane where, like, the further we go towards where you ought have your moral intuition scream at you, If they don't eventually scream at you past certain very obvious thresholds, then it becomes apparent that, you know, you can't just deploy that you were at the whim of, you know, some other uncontrollable circumstance.
I have a question for you. Then you just brought up an interesting one. So let's say, what would your viewpoint be? Let's say that on the news there was we found out that there was a group of like 4 hikers that went out in this like out in the forest, and they got lost, and it was a big thing on the news. And then they found, like, let's say 2 of the 4 hikers after, like, I don't know, 3 months. And then they asked what happened to the other 2, and they said that they had succumbed to natural causes, or they died or somehow, some way. But then, like, and we see that these 2 people had admitted that, like, they had to consume parts of the other 2 to survive. What would your opinion be on these 2 people? Let's say they were like totally candid and totally, like, just, you saw the trauma they went through, and they just, you could see how like traumatic and just like devastating this was for them, and they were open about their story, and you had come to find out that they had to consume parts of these other 2 people to survive because there was nothing to eat. Would you, like, look at them and be like, wow, like, you really had to, like, go through it all to get here? Or, like, you'd be like, ew, no, you ate people, you're an evil person, I hate you?
So we brought up the idea earlier about how, like, it's technically possible that somebody can enter certain brain states in order to, or to the degree that they, like, lose their faculties, to a significant enough degree they lose their faculties, and they maybe don't even, technically speaking, remember what even occurred. But I am not specifically led to believe that is particularly true of any sort of average scenario. Heck, even rarely. I see overwhelmingly that, like,
scenario, what would you think of them?
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting to. So it would lead me to believe that the individuals in question had a sufficient enough of an idea behind what it is that they were doing when they killed and ate the others for food. That there is
not killed. Remember, they're not killers. The other 2 had died, whether one fell off a cliff or the other one just succumbed to, like, a fever. But when they didn't kill them. They didn't kill them to eat. That's a different dilemma.
Okay.
I mean, they just ate them to survive after they had died from other causes.
Gotcha. Yeah, so okay, so if I was led to believe that, yeah, I mean, I would be led to believe still that the party in question was, like, aware enough to be like, we have to figure out how to cook it, so on and so forth. And I would be sufficiently morally disgusted with the individuals. I mean, I can't imagine eating my, wife, my cat, a friend, anybody else. Just because I'm starving and going to die. I think that's morally reprehensible.
Let's say this. Let's say that both of those guys out of the 4, both were, like, upstanding citizens. They both were married. They both had, let's say, 3 kids each, and they were all, like, 5, 8, and 10. And they wanted to get back to their families to help raise their kids, and really, like, they did whatever they could. And so we found out, and we saw the trauma and the hurt and the pain that they had to, tell this story about how they had to consume their buddy to try to, like, survive for a couple more days. Are we not looking at this and saying, man, I can't imagine what you're going through. I feel empathy for you. Or are you still, after they do anything they could to survive, to get back to their wife and their 3 kids, to be a part, like, are we still like, you ate a person, you're a piece of shit?
So the first part that you said, they went through trauma, they XYZ, ABC. I can appreciate that people have all sorts of brain states, but still dislike what it is that they did to a sufficient enough degree to have found to be more reprehensible. So just to push back, when I say, yes, I would find it to be more reprehensible. I mean, if there was an entailment of having to had, let's just say, I don't know, sexually take advantage of the bodies after they were eaten as well. For example, then I would say I can't find there to be a morally sufficient distinction or morally relevant distinction between having done the extra heinous act such that, they both don't cross the threshold, which is just to say that, like, yeah, I mean, eating the body, I think, crosses the threshold. I think it might make it less problematic than somebody who would just just consume the other bodies of the party in question just so that they can, I don't know, let's just say go on a cruise the next week after they come back. Like, let's just make it simple.
But when you say, okay, so when you say something sexually reprehensible, but isn't that a difference of what I'm talking about is like a survival basic instinct? Like, I'm not talking about like necrophilia, like them doing weird shit to these bodies. I'm talking about like let me put you in that scenario. If you had a wife and 3 kids that you had to get back to, and it was you and I, and like our buddy had, passed away and we were lost. And I was like, we have nothing to eat. We're starving. We are going to die. Would you not want to get back to your wife and 3 kids? Or would you say, I am so grounded in my moral beliefs that I'm not going to consume that, and I will just die of starvation. Screw my wife and kids.
Well, it's not saying screw them. Well, it's not saying screw them just because you say you have a higher order preference for X versus Y. I would say it's no different than like the the Russians that were forced to have to come in or not no different, but it crosses a morally sufficient threshold. That when like the Russians came in and said to from the military, that is, and said to some of them, hey, I'm going to kill your family unless you go and kill other innocent people in Ukraine. The general point applies that like having something I want wouldn't supersede necessarily, that is, there's a threshold which will always cap out, but it wouldn't necessarily supersede the concept in question. And so if I can't imagine that the body that you say, for example, going back to eating, to back home to my wife, but if the implication was that the being in question that I was eating was somebody else's wife, I mean, what am I doing other than choosing some narcissistic value of that my desire to go back to a wife, even when that person finds out that I disrespected that person's wife's body such that I decided to eat them, that if they could have had nothing else, at least their body to cremate or to hold their hand again or something like that.
I like that. Okay, I like that. But I like that. But let's say that like the person had passed away and the wife, I guess it would be a weird scenario, right? Like, I guess like the wife would be like, did he really die of natural causes, or did you guys just kill him?
Well, we could stipulate that they have a crystal ball and they could see it just to avoid any. Yeah.
I guess right. So at the root of it all, and I don't want to keep. I really do enjoy. I'm gonna. By the way, I subscribe to your YouTube channel.
Well, thank you. Really appreciate that.
I'm gonna be more of an active participant on your YouTube channel. Watch the lives, and I'll call in. Let's do this because I think that you've been a very respectful debate partner, and I think that, and I hope that I've given you some other perspectives and been an active participant, and you've enjoyed our conversation.
It's very respectful, yeah. It's one of my only good conversations.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll do this. From your conversation, will do a little bit more research, and I'll do some more like looking and thinking about, to myself about the consumption of animals. And like I said, I had already had those thoughts about pork, and maybe I'll choose the vegan or so actually I work in an industry where I go to a lot of trade shows where I will see a lot of different like new upcoming food products, and there are a lot of plant-based solutions that do my girlfriend is a vegetarian, and I found her these Asian barbecue mushroom steak strips, and I actually thoroughly enjoyed them. So from this conversation, I will make the conscious decision to choose some of those plant-based things every once in a while here going forward. If I can get you to do one thing, and I just want to give me your thoughts on one thing. I love your stance on the idea of humans consuming animals, and I think it's a great debate topic. But when you go to the idea of like animals in general, can you please just give me the idea, or look into that Yellowstone River thing and look into like the ecosystems and the healthy ecosystems of like, the animal and the animal life on this planet that has been sustained for millions of years with or without us, and give up, like, don't die on that hill. Keep yourself on that hill of like humans consuming animals, but like concede a little bit of like, okay, like maybe predators have an actual benefit to ecosystems as a whole. Can we do that?
I can't change my irreducible values. If a human were in the situation that you're describing, I'm just going to have the same response. I'll tell you what.
Do some research on like the Yellowstone rivers, and you'll just look at like the effects of predators on ecosystems and how they keep them healthy.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I'm always interested in like the trivia of the technicalities of certain points, especially if it helps keep the foremost discussion on point, which is the philosophical one. For example, and I'll make this one quick, but people always talk about whether or not it's healthy to live on a vegan diet. I actually love to just say fuck it to the doctors that say that shit, because I really want to ground the base realization of what people are currently indoctrinated towards, which is the justifications that they give towards killing and eating animals, and remind them that like if you weren't going to live past age 40, I don't think you'd kill a human for food. And so I don't actually concede, for example, that you can't live healthfully on a plant-based diet, but I do love to give that reductio just kind of as an idea. But that doesn't mean that I shouldn't be educated to be able to respond to people and so on and so forth. I do appreciate that. I have two minor requests as well. One of them is regarding the use of the euphemism that you use, and one of them is, for example, I know you say instead of dead pig, you say pork. And I'm not quite sure how old you are. You actually remind me a lot of, somebody else that I know. So it's really funny talking to you. But I just would say it would be very, 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 I think, helpful to even your own view, that if you were to look at if your future self were to look back at your past self, you would thank yourself if you were to say, the reality of the thing in question, right? So as much as it's not fun, right, to just say, yeah, dead pig, because it is something that is not only descriptively accurate, but does proper justice to the victims. And then the other thing is just, watching a documentary called Dominion that has Joaquin Phoenix, if you've ever heard of him before. Yeah. Yeah. I actually did a pitch to him. I wanted him to help fund my music video, and I reached out to his sisters and whatnot, and they did a whole video, but didn't hear back, unfortunately. So Joaquin, if you're watching.
he's a great guy. Did you ever see that documentary where he acted like he wanted to be a rapper?
I saw a little bit. My wife and I were watching it I think like a month or two ago, literally when we were researching him and stuff like that. And we only got through like a little bit of the talk show that he was on, but no, it was so fascinating. We meant to watch it. Yeah.
He's a great actor, great method actor. He's a great guy. I'm a big fan of his. Yeah. So go on.
No, yeah, that's it. Those are my two requests. Yeah.
All right. Well, I will. All right. So I subscribed to your YouTube channel. I'm going to jump in on another debate, and I'm going to call you out on if you did the research on those ecological systems, especially the Yellowstone one in particular. I think that you'll be interested to find how that balance of predator and prey really does, from a granular level, keep ecosystems healthy. And I will now, from this, because that's a good debate, is we take a little bit from each other, I will now call it dead pig instead of pork.
Good, thank you.
And I will give that respect to the animals and see what I can do to try to change a little bit of my habits.
Well, thank you. And the documentary, because you said you'd watch that. Yeah. So thanks you so much. Great conversation. Probably, again, one of the best I've had. So Totally fantastic. I think I'm gonna call it after this. I didn't get to finish the video, but I'm happy it ended this way. So it was a pleasant surprise.
Hell yeah, I will be in touch, and good luck. And I'm looking forward to seeing your followers grow. And you definitely throw some curveballs out there for some ideas. That's the spirit of intellectual debate. So, Godspeed.
Thank you so much. What do I call you?
What do you call me?
Yeah.
I mean, my tag is Oblivious Uncle, but you can call me just Old Man River. I'm 43, by the way. You asked my age.
Okay, well, you got it, Oblivion. Thank you.
All right, later.
Thanks. Wow. Well, we had to bear through, guys. Some of the trolliest trolls that ever trolled for the first, fucking 3 live streams. I think I got a couple people that were okay in the second and maybe the last one in the second one and the last. Thank you, Day. Thank you. Or Daynak. I'm sorry, I don't want to call you. I'm sorry I didn't get to read this yet. I was just preoccupado. So I'll just say it here, just so Red King, maybe you can come back and check it out if you're already gone. But I'll tag you and let you know to check out the end of the live stream. I'm ahead to sleep, and I'm curious about your thoughts on my thoughts. From what I hear in the debate, you place way more intrinsic moral worth to everything than I do. Why do we find it okay to eat other animals and not humans? Why do we find it okay to eat other animals and not... Wait, what? Why do we find it okay to eat other... I can't tell if this is a descriptive question. Do you mean why we should or shouldn't? Because I'm not... If you ask for my psychological take of the way things are or why things are the way they are, I would say that the reason to explain why we find it okay to eat other animals and not humans is something like, humans adopted traditions, just as they did with regards to enslaving other humans, beating women, taking advantage of gays, Jews, all these sorts of oppressed groups we can look back in history on. And at one point in time, some sort of, belief became the norm. Maybe it was just taught widely. Maybe it was rewarded through a lot of validation. Somebody was particularly oppressed as they tried to gain, an appreciation towards rights while another group kept them down. Maybe it just made somebody feel good. Maybe, whatever. I'm sure, for example, the way that blacks were enslaved and everything happened to them there was different than, how women just got beat all the time or something. But the way that it came about for, I think, any of these beings was not really the most interesting component, right? Because it was whether or not they were justified prescriptively. But yeah, I mean, when we come to animals, I think the answers get a little bit clearer because we're getting more around to modern days where I have some kind of grasp, more so historically than just much further periods in time. What if okay to eat other animals and not humans, though? So yeah, I think that the difference of moral worth makes it a lot harder to see the value in. It could have been the case if history just allowed for it. We would have, allowed for killing severely mentally handicapped humans for several years if let's just say there was a lack of appreciation towards the virtue of, mentally handicapped people having the virtue of their DNA be appreciated. And if that was the case, I mean, how much harder would it be to advocate for animal advocacy now? Because you couldn't compare it just to a trait equalized human. You had to transfer the consciousness of a being into a mentally handicapped human who's not currently mentally handicapped, if that's what like people just descriptively valued. It would be harder. So thankfully, humans have at least more appreciation towards one set of rights than another. You know, I just think it's a shame that we obviously that we are going through these moral atrocities, and I think our tolerance of it should decrease the more that we increase awareness. Our morality is generally based on our society/tribe. We want to live in a society that works best for us. That could just be the same way, or of saying what I'm saying in different words. It could have differences of, where you specifically disagree. Okay. We feel safer if we follow rules, such as we don't murder other humans. As if we agree to follow those rules as society, then there's much less risk of being murdered. Right. I mean, it could have stemmed like from if you're like, that goes on an interesting point. I mean, it could stem from a concept of people descriptively valuing ego very highly. Like, oh man, I hold to the appreciation for my right to life over somebody else, so on and so forth. And that's the only thing that inspires me to value you. It's not for some inherent appreciation. The beautiful thing is, though, even if it begun that way, it doesn't have to end that way. Like, I can tell you right now that just as a thought experiment, due to the power and beauty of virtue, I am, disgusted by the thought of inherently violating an innocent being's right to life, such as cow, chicken, pig, cat, dog, so on and so forth. Obviously I'm gonna have less sympathy towards the killing of a carnist rather than a vegan. It'd be a lot different, right? Yeah, I mean, that could be the case. It's a mutually beneficial concession. I don't think that derives a prescription, though, if that's what you're getting at. Such is the same with food. Eating humans or killing disabled people will cause more instability in a society. Right, which is why we're able to just factor out that if the instability was not going to occur, then what would happen to your prescription? Would it say that it is morally acceptable, right? You may not be trying to derive a prescription, but I am just giving it as a prescription as we go along. Just to remind you that, like, the, attempt to move, or the temptation to move, or the mistake to move, whatever may occur or otherwise, from descriptives to prescriptives, is just one you ought to be wary of. It's messy and unnecessary, right? That's relative to a goal. And therefore, there's no reason to eat humans in a stable society. Which is why we'd be factoring out that there's not reasons to eat, or we're holding true that there's not reason to eat these other humans, but just saying that, hey, if there weren't going to be instability, would you still do it? Farm animals are specifically bred for humans, and killing those animals for food does not create panic within a society. Specifically bred. Right, again, I mean, if this is... I just have to remind, if this is constantly just a matter of the descriptive, reminder that this is loosely how we came about to the fuckery that currently is the state of affairs that is planet Earth with regards to animal rights, more or less, yeah, okay. But if this is making a prescription, then again, we're going to have issues. The society functions perfectly fine, and people aren't affected within the society when it comes to killing animals for food. Well, it's funny that you say that, right? Because saying the society functions perfectly fine and people aren't affected within the society when it comes to killing animals for food, that's actually going to be true of killing and enslaving and taking advantage of, again, women, black, so on and so forth. Like, it was the case that we only got away with these other moral atrocities for so many years because of the fact that, society currently functioned, quote unquote, perfectly fine, but the society was defined as only the individuals that were taking advantage of the oppressed. And the people were not affected because they didn't realize the logical consequences of their view. I'm here to come in and take that comfort away from you. That way you have nothing else to hide in. Look in the mirror, reflect. It's about your own values at the end of the day. I am merely a messenger. I want to hold up the mirror and ask you to ask yourself. That's what I want you to do. I'm here to ask questions, right? More so than I will give answers to anybody, and certainly not as a subjectivist of like, you should just like cherry pie because I like cherry pie. So 2, why should we place value on suffering or sentience / conscious experience? In the grand scheme of things, it's an evolved alarm system that has the purpose of giving us higher chance of survival in the wild. Reading now your second point, which sounds like you are talking about prescriptions, it does scare me that your original paragraph was actually referring to some kind of concept of deriving prescriptions from descriptions. Prescriptive ethics from prescriptive ethics from descriptive ethics. And again, that's going to be concerning because that justifies all sorts of atrocities, which I know you currently don't agree with, right? Let's see. But why should we place value on suffering or sentience / conscious experience? To be clear, it wouldn't just be sentience / conscious experience. It would be, you know, a non-trivial level. And that's not just something quote unquote I just picked out. It's something that roughly you can say is that to, I would say, starting at the level of a fish. Maybe people can make the case for, you know, that between the beings of, or maybe it's like, I don't know if like a bee is equal or similar to it, but roughly about a bee or a fish or something like that. But I'm not gonna, you know, hyperfixate on the like super specific starting point. I just want you to understand like a general placeholder so you can work from there and say like, just as much as your general placeholder was humans at one point in time, then it became, you know, trait equalized humans with traits XYZ. Then it became trait equalized humans with XYZ ABC. And you know, you get the idea. That is the sort of thing I want you to just be open up to appreciate, that it doesn't have to be in the sort of limited scope and really should not be. If your preference is to not kill trait equalized humans that are going through the, you know, set of circumstances that we're referring to, the global Holocaust. In the grand scheme of things, it's an evolved alarm system, our sentience, that has the purpose of giving us a higher chance of survival in the wild. Okay. We have empathy, kind of a weird way to put it, but let's just see where this goes. We have empathy and feel bad when we see something suffer or die because there's survival benefit in not wanting to be in that position. If that's your point of how we evolved to have empathy, that's one thing. But if you're trying to say that, you know, how I evolved is the same as whether or not I inherently, just virtuistically find it to be morally abhorrent to feel bad that another being would suffer and die, regardless of whether or not it would happen to me, just by itself, right? Like in a vacuum, as we say. That's all I really care about. I mean, like, I just don't know if this is all stuff that's like, I don't know, like it keeps a nihilist up at night or something, where they're just like, fuck. What if, like, everything I cared about came down to something as trivial as, like, something egotistical? Say that were the case, right? Like, the current you is not egotistical. The current you is not someone who thinks something as fucked up as empathy only ought to be derived from a situation where, you know, something bad is going to happen to you or something like that. So... can't tell. Did even this die? Let me play the video.
Breakfast is first thing.
We should even this time.
Well, the earbuds should be paused. I mean,
Oh,
not paused.
okay.
Charged.
Yeah. Talk to you.
go to a creek
Okay. Is this one?
being breed creeps.
I don't know if that's just the earbuds. Anyways. Where was I? Discord. Oh yeah, so like, if we evolved out of something narcissistic, fucked up, disgusting, who cares? It has nothing to do with you, right? Like, okay. I don't know, like, say like you are born out of Hitler wanting world domination. Like, he, like, when he was ejaculating, he fucking, you know, you specifically, your sperm, he was like, you're gonna be my heir. And then, like, you only had life because he wanted to have that world domination jack off. Like, there's nothing about who the fuck you are. So, like, you know, you're not scummy, you're not screwed. Yeah, I mean, we're glad about that, hopefully. Yeah, so I just don't know what the implication is. If it's meant to, like, invalidate that your empathy is not legitimate, that I have no reason to believe. It's an evolved function. Okay. Not only humans experience this, many species of animals are very intelligent, can experience empathy and suffering. That seems to be true, right? However, adding morality to suffering is a completely emotional / subjective act. What is the objectivity to it? Adding morality to suffering. When I'm gonna assume what you mean when you say adding morality to a subject is a completely emotional / subjective act. You mean to say having a moral view to suffering is subjective? Right. I mean, as a subjectivist, I believe morals are just subjective. So it would be redundant to say I'd be adding morality. Rather, my position that something that I don't like suffering would be subjective because it's my preference. What is the objectivity to it? I don't know how you understand objectivity, but I'll tell you how I understand objectivity, and you can tell me if this is how you more or less plug it in, and hopefully that'll help the conversation. So yeah, you've said objectivity, and I understand that to mean mind independent. That means to say, just like gravity, whether or not we were here, the law of gravity would exist, right? It's an objective thing of the world. But morals, the idea that there are positions, views, beliefs, ideas, right? These are all things that are subject to a mind. I only understand them to be what's called mind dependent. And so when you ask what is the objectivity to it, the it I take meaning the subjective thing in question, which is not preferring suffering, there sounds a bit loaded because I don't think there is any. So none. Again, if that means, do I view something that's mind dependent as mind independent? No, I if I'm a subjectivist, that means I view it mind dependently, and if and I take objectivity to be mind independent. Sorry, I'm tired. I'll wrap it up after your message. What should we call it? Or I'm sorry, Day also said something. I'll get to her in a moment. So yeah. If you're, but sometimes people conflate the usage of like the term objectivity. Oh, my cat meowed too loud. I'm gonna eat him. Please somebody clip that in the title. Cold Poison eats his cat. No. So what should we call it? So. Oh yeah. So sometimes people interpret objectivity as like a conflation between how we understand moral objectivity and subjectivity and other objective things, right? So like there are objective things of the world, things that are true regardless of the mind, and then there are there are morals, right, which are subject to a mind. If we're talking strictly within the realm of morals, and you ask what is the objectivity to it, and we're talking just about that, again, I don't think that's coherent, so I don't think there is any. But if you're saying what objective metrics exist within regards to the concept of suffering, I mean, just ask yourself, right? Like, there is a being that has physical matter and a brain that is suffering. They're really going through pain. They're really going through mental duress. Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. But I fail to make any connection between that and what you may be saying about subjectivity. In regards to your trait thing, right, name the trait. I'd say the main difference that separates humans from other animals, careful just saying the difference, right? I take it what you might mean to say is the correct thing, which is a morally relevant difference or set of differences between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill and eat the one, not the other. But if you're not, then you'll want to reevaluate your position here. I'd say the main difference that separates humans and animals from other animals is that the protection of humans in society is necessary, while the protection of non-human animals in a society isn't. It's strictly a difference of function. The main difference that separates humans from other animals is the protection of humans in society is necessary. Right, so if there was a society of humans... Again, if this is a prescriptive point, and not the mistake of a category error of you making a descriptive one to just explain what you think the account is with regards to the situation, then, you know, that's not going to be what name the trait is asking you. However, I'll answer it prescriptively. If this is a prescriptive point, and what you're trying to say is something like, the fact that, or the protection of humans in a society is required. If the fact is the protection of humans in a society is necessary, is the trait. If the protection of humans was guaranteed, regardless of humans taking advantage, so there were no implications of humans killing and eating other humans for human burgers, would you find it more acceptable to kill and eat them for food? If the answer is no, then the trait is not the protection of humans in a society is necessary. I'll read and respond when I wake up. I didn't read, but I will tag you in it. That way you can, because it's way easier to fucking go through voice. God. It takes so much time to write. Good night. Less than 3. Yeah, take care. Thinking about whether computer AI... Looks like he had another thought. Thinking about whether computer AI truly suffers, I wonder if GTA NPCs... when killed suffer. I then reduced the thought down to and concluded a printer running out of paper suffering my older brother. I don't know how old your older brother is.
Hopefully it's only 2 seconds older.
Hopefully it's only 2 seconds older. Hopefully you guys get fix your schedule in time for Monday. It's gonna be time for middle school. No, I'm just kidding. No, I know, I really do appreciate you engaging here the entire time. In response to whether or not you have this thought about if AI suffers, there's no reason to believe that artificial intelligence translates to sentience, right? So having grand compilations of knowledge can give the illusion that the entity in question is sentient, but there's actually no reason to believe that they're currently sentient. I hear some people say that they could become sentient. Maybe they even have hopes that they'd be sentient. I don't know. That seems weird to me. But I don't have any like. I don't have any particular reason to believe that would ever be the case. No strong reason to believe it. And all evidence points specifically to to that AI suffers because it's not specifically to that it's non-sentient. So you could rest easy on that one. Don't worry about the paper in the printer, and certainly don't worry about NPCs. I wonder if GTA NPCs when killed suffer. That's like the most hilarious shit I've ever heard, and I don't mean that condescendingly. That's like legit funny. Like that's thank you. And then reduces that to clear that a printer running out of paper is suffering. I hope that's not all a really subtle way of trying to be sarcastic with regards to the way that you view name the trait. Name the trait isn't doing something as trivial as saying that things that are clearly not sentient and do not suffer are tantamount to things which clearly are and do. Your printer does not scream. A cow, chicken, and pig do. Baby male chicks get grounded up alive. Literally, they just go straight into a bloody pile of mush. Almost fucking instantly, and that's very different than when your paper comes out of the printer and it says don't worry that I don't suffer. So like I said, I'll tag you in this. I gotta figure out the timestamp, but I guess it'll be relatively easy because it's like towards the end. Day, so you may or not be still viewing, but I'll tag you too. Let's see. Where does it begin? I think some people put dogs on the same level as humans. I don't know what people genuinely do that. I've heard of people joking that they love their cat and dog more than people. And I see similar but very different situations where people deploy a morally relevant distinction, such as saying that they care about their vegan cat versus a non-vegan person. But I don't see that people say all things held equal, that's something they actually value more than the other. And if they do, I highly suspect that I suspect that that's false. I don't think that they're being genuine either to themselves, consciously or otherwise, or to others consciously or otherwise, right? So dishonesty, self-deception, so self-dishonesty. I strongly disagree with that. I think people get codependent and use animals as pets for their own comfort and needs. That's probably true. Yeah, I see a lot of people exploiting animals and even children. It's really sad, just so they fill in a void or a gap and whatever, and they actually get complacent on the basic rights they ought to have even for these companion animals. Although they may be better than a cow, chicken, or pig, it doesn't mean that they're better than a trait equal as human child that they ought to be consistent on treating them towards. Again, if it's a hot ground outside, you ought to pick your dog up so that they're not burning their paws on the ground. If it's cold outside, either you shouldn't take them out, or you should obviously have a lot of warm clothes. It should be very limited. It should be for a good reason. If you shouldn't leave your dog in the car, regardless whether it's hot, cold, or normal, because obviously they can not only get scared of other beings around you, but obviously somebody can break the window, take the dog, he can get hurt, he can hurt himself, so on and so forth. I mean, would you just leave a child in that situation? Again, as I mentioned earlier in the live stream, tugging them on the neck with a leash, just fucking despicable, inhumane. I would never fucking do that to a trait equal as human, even if yes, I know some people say that but it's not weird because we've done it before and things like that. It's just not persuasive. Again, I can't imagine that Brie comes around, just because I pet Brie, that I tug on their neck. It causes pain, causes discomfort. It's just despicable. A lot of times I see people get impatient and they tug them and shit, and I fucking want to barf. Goddamn. I think that's not okay. People are anti-accountability, I feel like. Many times. Very good perception. I talk a lot in the realm of philosophy, specifically subcategorically, on people who are not just, vegan or non-vegan. But I really like the subcategory of accountability. I feel as though it is the strongest gateway to animal rights progressing. I have an unreleased song about it. I plan to have many more about it, but it is there's a central theme to having a lack of accountability that causes injustice to prevail in our society. So yeah, good noticing. And a loyal dog will still give love and comfort without their human owner taking accountability. That's true. That's very true. Psychopaths actually will protect and prefer dogs, adult psychopaths, not kids, over humans. Can take advantage. Yeah. I had my wife and I had a therapist for some time. Our friend, she learned of our friend, and she was trying to give us advice on her, and she told us, why do you think she has so many friends online? And we were like, I don't know why. She was like, so she can control the dynamic. Now, that's not necessarily problematic. I think a lot of times our emotional dependencies on other individuals cause us to actually go in the opposite direction and give in to, moral atrocities or justifying moral atrocities when we otherwise wouldn't. For example, I would never want to give, Oblivion, I think his name was Oblivion Uncle, the idea that I would still find him to be morally acceptable if after, let's say, our conversation and viewing Dominion and so on and so forth, he attempts to take a reducitarian approach. I have to tell him I think that that's despicable, and, I would say the same thing in the human context, which is that that's wrong and he should be ashamed. But I know people that will still stick around and talk to their moms and their dads and their friends and their, like family members that still kill and enslave animals and validate that. They'll eat at the same table as them. They'll, do all these despicable actions, and they don't actually appreciate logical consistency as they would treat equalized humans, or else they'd say, you know what? That justifies organ harvesting. So sometimes, our default mechanisms that we have of like keeping people around and being sucked into that vortex can actually be unrepresentative of our positions. The best thing we should get used to doing is to be accountable and, confront people directly. But I will say, if there were ever a situation where, let's say, you feel as if like part of your, accountability slips when you speak to a certain individual or party, and, you feel as though you don't want to get entangled into that, or else succumb to a false preference. I mean, it's no different than if a gay person felt like the only way they can come out of the closet was to write a note to their parents, right? It doesn't mean that lacking the courage is indicative of a lack of their true preference, although they should gain the fucking courage, because at some point it's going to be like, why is the preference so trivial, such that you think that it's not worth defending, out loud. And so, I mean, there's forms of courage that sometimes it seems relevant to. I haven't concisely like put a name to the phenomenon, but sometimes there's situations where courage is like really pathetic for someone to not demonstrate, and sometimes there's situations where it's actually more courageous to control yourself not giving in to a certain sentiment. As weird as that sounds, it's like you're almost like neutralizing your own self-manipulation, if you will, rather than viewing it as linearly as you just, any situation where you avoid something is, manipulative. But there are some make it or break it situations, like if you genuinely cared about somebody and you couldn't face seeing them or something like that to say goodbye, like, was it a true preference for why how you went about it, why you did it, so on and so forth? Was it even a true preference of the action, right? But anyways, lots of animals are worthless and should no longer continue on this earth with us. Oh my god, I thought that was Dave for a second. I don't know. I mean, worthless is strange. I mean, I think that predators, if they could have their fucked up tendencies controlled, would have at least enough moral value to behave as we would, trying to take care of, other non-agents who are difficult to control. Oh my god, this mentally handicapped person is really fucking tough to constrain. Like, geez, I could have put him in a straitjacket, but I thought I'd just like shoot him in the head. Like, but I'm with you on getting rid of them sooner than, sitting through and letting them rip up fucking rabbits and cats and dogs alive. The brain structure and thought process of a dog or versus a child or human isn't even comparable. Well, I don't like that, Day. So I don't like saying it's not even comparable, because any two or more objects can be analogized, meaning they can have one trait or set of traits true of them likened to another, as long as the set of traits the trait or set of traits true of one are actually true to the other. So for example, like a basketball quantitatively has so many, like you could probably count, technically speaking, billions of characteristics and micro characteristics that are distinct from the sun. But if I tried to talk to you about how like both are spherical, like it would be silly to say there's so many quantitative differences that it's not even comparable, right? Because you'd want to ask me what the comparison is. And the comparison would be the thing that I'm attempting to analogize. In this case, if I told you that it was that they were spherical, I don't care that they lack being similar in terms of how much heat they have or how large they are or anything else. I would just tell you, look, I am trying to liken this thing. Can you focus on this thing? So, saying something like it's isn't even comparable invites the other party to just interpret it as, oh, so I guess we shouldn't make, morally relevant distinctions between the two, whether or not it's giving them more rights, like I said, tugging on their neck with a leash versus a harness, leaving them outside in the cold or in the heat, or picking them up, or so on and so forth. First time here, but I really like you. Smart and living. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Did you follow Charlie Kirk? Sorry, I don't know if you're completely opposite of his views or not, because I've never been here before, but your style, conviction, intelligence, well-spokenness in itself is very similar. You have a gift of story. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I wouldn't say completely opposite. I'm not a full-on leftist by any means. God, fuck no. Fuck Parker and Dean. But I'm not like right-leaning as he is either. I don't know if it's technically a moderate. I identify probably as independent. But yeah, there are some beliefs that I agree with, like, for example, pro-life, and was he pro-Israel? I forgot. So on and so forth.
Because that's why the theories of Israel.
Well, they say that, but then like there was a person recently who gave an example that he was pro-Israel, because they were like, oh, if Charlie, remember, like they were like, if Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel, I don't know. Anyways, but there might be positions that I agree with him on that, just like generally speaking, I agree with some like right-leaning beliefs on. But no, I didn't like follow him. I did see his debate on Jubilee. I thought it was really funny and cringe in a lot of ways. I wanted to one day debate him. In a sense, I'm not particularly unhappy that
he has terrible views about veganism.
He has terrible views about he was anti-vegan, so I'm not really crying. Let's just say that he's gone. He perpetuated anti-animal rights, and anti-veganism just doesn't have a place. It doesn't have a place in this world. It should not have a place in this world. So that said, your style, conviction, intelligence, well spoken. Yeah, I do see what you mean about having a similar sort of cadence of like articulation, maybe like minor speech patterns and whatnot. From what I've observed, especially in recent times, like watching him, and he's fresh in my mind now, like I think I see that. There's a lot of people who are not well-spoken that engage in debate. For sure. Yeah, absolutely. I did see a lot of dishonest tactics by him, and I'm particularly, displeased with those. For example, the day of the shooting, somebody said to him, do you know how many trans were killed by, or so you know how many mass shootings were done by trans in the last 10 years? And he said, too many. Well, that's called equivocation, right? Like, the person was clearly asking if you have a specific quantitative number, numerical value. Answering with too many, presupposing that either A, regardless of the number that you know that there is or isn't, even though you know that they're asking that of you, or B, You're saying that you don't know, but you don't care, because whatever it is, it must be too many, is anti-logic, because if you don't know how many it is, then how could you say it's too many? Trait true of knowing if something's too many would entail that you know what the number is to know if in relation to it it's too many or not, or, you know, at least have an idea. I think he knew what he was doing when he gave that response. I do. Funny thing is, a lot of people say, like, when they hear like me criticize, or even just other people criticize in general, they're like, so you think he was stupid, or this person's stupid? No. In fact, my Matt Walsh diss rap that I did, I showed it to Vegan Gains, and he was like, oh, I don't think he called him stupid enough. Well, yeah, it's because I believe he's self-deceptive. I don't believe the guy's dumb. I think Matt Walsh is pretty fucking smart. I think he is in terms of his capabilities. But I think that he is really bad faith. And if it were the case, and so he, you know, he's self-deceptive. He doesn't want to believe certain realizations or truths so that he continues to believe things ideologically. And if he recognizes that from a meta view, then he is smart but evil. If he doesn't recognize that and he's an extremely poor reasoner, I have my qualms about Matt's statements of like, why would you cut somebody off? Why would you be so arrogant? Like even some people who may get riled up, like I don't think they'd be that arrogant about how many statements they have, like hyperbole after hyperbole, tastes like a piece of yoga mat. You know, like it's God, like that's pretty fucking incredible,
You've said
dude.
it so many times in the rap, it's more like a meme to me.
Yeah, I love that.
It hit me differently when he said, it's like, oh my god.
I'm so glad. I can't wait for it to become a meme. That would be really great. Oh, did someone pop out YouTube? Hi, I'm proud veg too, but I still don't understand enough the moral implication of the dairy consumption. So you are veg and anti-abortionist. So to the first part, veg, I'm not as familiar with that term super much, because I'm used to people just saying like vegetarian or vegan. I take it, given that you said you still don't understand enough the moral implication of dairy consumption, that obviously you mean vegetarian. So I'm vegan, right? I am a animal rights believer, I like to say. Vegan has a lot of implications with its title. Not that I necessarily have a problem with it, but I am on a path to redefine veganism. Yeah, so you said that you don't understand enough the moral implications of rape consumption. So I'll give it to you. So starting with, actually, believe it or not, it's the least problematic of the situation. The rape in question. Obviously they have to, like, cows only produce milk when they are lactating. That means they have to have young to give that to. That means that we, quote unquote, artificially inseminate, that's a euphemism for rape, female cows. If you wouldn't do it to a human, why would you do it to an animal, right? What's the trait or set of traits that morally differentiate the two such that you'd say it's okay to rape the one, not the other? If you're a vegetarian, I expect a lot less resistance or path to entry with that, which is why I think, you know, you stated, for example, that you still don't understand the moral implication, right? So don't think I'm coming at you as an attack or anything like that. No, I think this is actually, it's actually been pretty refreshing recently. I don't know, like fucking God's real or something like that, but he's been blessing your boy left and right with like non-trolls. It's whew, keep it coming. And then like I say that, and 2 seconds later you're just like, dead flesh is delicious. No, but I'm sorry. So going back to the point, kidnapping is then the next part that's necessarily integrated with the consumption of rape juice, as they call it, milk or cheese. So, you know, they have to strip away the young in order for them to use the milk that was meant for the young, so they can, even if it's just temporarily, like even on the most idyllic of farms, they have to put the cow up, whether it's by hand or to a machine. They have to, you know, which by itself is painful, right? It feels a lot more painful for someone to milk a cow or put them up to a machine, especially, rather than to just let the baby suck on their teats. And by the way, even if there was minor pain associated with the baby doing that, it certainly would be a justified sense of a minor amount of pain, given that the mother wants it and the baby both want it. Yeah, there's that. Someone just joined. I can't stay on forever, guys. I gotta go in a second. So someone's gonna join the waiting room. I'm probably gotta be heading off. But let me finish with Kasal. Is that an I? Kasai. Huh?
Kasai.
Yeah, Kasai. So kidnapping is always entailed, whether or not it's just like separating a baby from their mother for a temporary amount of time, which, you know, even if somebody wants to trivialize that, I can imagine just like a kid wanting to be with their mom and I just strip them the fuck away because I said for like an hour I'm gonna like press on this woman's tits and just grab some juice. Like, I mean, obviously there's the sexual assault component. Obviously I would have already raped her for that. Obviously I would have you know, been taking away the child and causing them distress and the mother distress for some period of time, and if it causes physical pain, it's not even just sexual assault. Like, hell, even in some situations when men sexually assault women, like, you can posit ideas where, like, it doesn't physically cause pain, but it's, like, fucked up. Like, but with cows, it actually causes pain, too, because, again, you're pressing on their fucking, you know, breasts in order to squeeze the milk out. And then finally, of course, I don't know, like, where people get this idea from that cows go away for just like a big celebration party where they're like all loved and respected by Gandhi and his like 15,000 disciples. But that's actually not what happens. They get slaughtered as a necessary part of the production of rape juice, milk, and cheese, because they're going to make full use of the cow in question. They're not just going to say, oh, you demanded, you know, rape and kidnapping and exploitation and sexual assault, but you didn't demand the death? Okay, well, we'll just keep them on the farm. They're not living rent-free. Humans don't even live rent-free, and we have, obviously, way more fucking rights, you know? So, no, cows get fucking their throat slit regardless of whether or not you support dairy or whether or not you support the direct flesh of it. Whether or not you consume it is one thing, but they still get killed for it regardless. So it still supports death, obviously massive forms of suffering, lots of rights violations, whether or not it's the sexual assault, the rape, or the kidnapping. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the bright side of it. So that's that. And then, so you're a veg and anti-abortionist. So people have different definitions of what they take that to mean. So if you take that to mean something like, I believe in light or that like sperm rights or something like that, that's not the case. I actually think that the point of fertilization, you know, beginning is morally significant, because I think that if like a newborn, you know, was starting to be delivered or something like that, even if they hadn't come outside of the womb, that, you know, the process that they've begun is morally significant. And certainly by the time that we do understand that fetuses, or sorry, that somebody is pregnant, a fetus is already sentient. It's usually around 6 weeks or so. And they've developed sentience at like 4 to 6 weeks. Actually, it's usually 6 to 8 weeks that people find out they're pregnant. I understand, but I still think that rather than completely abolishing the Holocaust, animal farming for products such as rape products and eggs, we should simply make practices that ensure animal welfare mandatory. I mean, if you wouldn't be for that in the human case, I don't know why you would be for that in the animal case. What trait or set of traits do you think are true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to be just for human welfare practices that are mandatory while still allowing the same exact Holocaust, right? Like, it's a difference of value that's going on in terms of what the end goal is trying to appreciate when you point out the concept of animal welfare, right? An increase of utility or a decrease in disutility, as we say, increase of well-being, decrease of suffering, rather than to just not violate rights. And of course, there would still be suffering entailed by that process to large metrics, no matter how much you try to reduce it. Yeah. Finally, let's go on to, I'm here and I think millions should hear this. Appreciate that, Day. Thank you for sticking around for the time that you did. Yeah, really. Well, I think that's it. I'm gonna skedaddle. This is the world's longest fucking live stream. It says 11 hours, which is crazy. Wow. Huh? Maybe it's technically 10. Sometimes it shows, I don't know, an extra 1. It's wild. Where did the time go? In a sense, it feels like it. Anyways, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate that. You know, yeah, I just can't appreciate it enough. You know what's playing on the vertical? And yeah, you know, we had some really good conversations this time around. I do expect more. I do expect more trolls, but it's great to be able to balance that out psychologically. It's playing. So, as always, whether it's cold hard truth or poison that lingers until it takes effect, whether or not you're gonna get